Good morning, everyone. We'll ask the folks to find their seats. It usually doesn't get quiet that fast. It's very impressive. Just a quick orientation before I turn it over to Venus to officially convene. Obviously, folks have found where the coffee and the beverages and the food are. If you're looking for the restrooms, you have to go head out towards the escalators, and right before the down escalators, they are on the right-hand side. Emergency exit should we need it. Let's just zip on down those escalators and out the doors. Any questions about kind of logistics or anything before, Venus, I turn it over to you to officially kick it off? I mean, the last thing I'll say is that because we have public viewing online here, I'm going to ask that folks use the microphones to the extent possible. You depress the button and it turns on red. When you see red, it means it's on. So red equals on. Okay, Venus?
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Animal Agriculture Water Quality Subcommittee meeting here in beautiful Lancaster, Pennsylvania. We're really happy that you all have made this trip, and we'd like to just welcome you as we officially call this meeting to order. So just again, greetings, and also greetings to not only our subcommittee members, but members of the public, invited guest speakers, and our shared stakeholders. Really appreciate you all taking time to be with us today. So I will actually hand this over to Dr. James Pritchett to officially make sure that we have quorum.
Venus, thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's good to see you and good to have folks join us online today for this meeting of the AAWQ. I'll go ahead and call your name. If you could please turn on your microphone and indicate if you are present. Alexis Andaman.
Present.
Mike Calicrate.
Present.
Laura DePietro.
Present.
Stephen Goins. Present. Tina Gunter. Tina Gunter. Devin Hall. I think we're going to try and get Devin online with us. His travel plans were delayed. Tara Heinzen.
Here.
William Higgins. Present. Chris Hoffman. Present. Kelly Hunter Foster.
Present.
Rebecca Yomascon.
Here.
Keith Larrick. Here. Tom McDonald. Here. Rick Narabout. Rick Narabout. Kevin Schaefer. Here. Marguerite Tan.
Present.
Alicia Vosto.
Here.
Melissa Wilson.
Here.
Kent Woodmansey. Here. And our ex officio member, Taryn Hillsman. Present. Thank you, everyone. Did I miss anyone? Any member of the AAWQ? Venus, do we have a quorum?
Yes, Chairman, we have quorum.
Thank you. Well, committee, I'll take a moment just to overview the agenda. We've got a really interesting day, packed day full of opportunities for us to be able to engage with one another. A time when we get to hear everybody's voices about what we're learning and where we would like to go in our efforts. I wanted to make one adjustment to the agenda. So we'll have this is our overview, second item. Third item is review of the operating guidelines. We're going to shift that to 3:15 p.m. Remember, our operating guidelines describe how we interact with one another. At 3:15, we'll begin our discussion about work groups and work group formation. It's a great opportunity for us to be able to marry those two things together. Fits better that way. So that's the change in order. We'll recap our farm tours at 9 o'clock. Then have AFO-CAFO regulatory programs presentation with Jill Whitcomb. take a little bit of a morning break at 10:30. Speak about community impact and engagement next at 10:45. Take a lunch break, about an hour and a half lunch break. Then begin in the afternoon with an ag water quality conservation practices for land application opportunity. For us to learn a little bit more about that here, maybe we teased this a little bit in our tour yesterday from Matt Earhart during that time. Then we'll begin some facilitated discussions around effluent guidelines program plan. So we'll talk a little bit about that. And then our work group formation, allowing for public comment this afternoon at 4:30 is when public comment will take place. We'll wrap up and adjourn day one. And then I'll discuss the day two agenda, really focused on work group on day two when we begin that tomorrow. Any questions about the agenda? Taryn, yes.
I just know that some people who registered still don't have the link and are not able to join us online.
Taryn, thank you. We'll see about getting that out so that we make sure we can get folks to be able to participate a bit. Venus, would you like to provide us with a little bit of information relative to your role as DFO?
Certainly. So again, Venus Wolf-White, I serve as a DFO for the Animal Agriculture Water Quality Subcommittee. In addition, I also serve as the Acting Deputy Director of the Office of Agriculture and Rural Affairs at EPA. Again, we are excited to welcome you to our first day of a two-day hybrid meeting of the AAWQ Federal Advisory Subcommittee. As Dr. Pritchett has mentioned, he's gone through our agenda, and we just want to make note that while the meeting is open to the public, only members and all the sessions are open to the public. Only members of the AAWQ subcommittee and speakers will be able to ask and interact, make comments, converse, and otherwise collaborate throughout the meeting. Details about this subcommittee and the missions thereof, as well as the charged topics, can be viewed on the FRRCC committee webpage. That is the Farm, Ranch, and Rural Communities Federal Advisory Committee webpage at www.epa.faca/FRRCC-0. We plan to conclude our meeting today no later than 5 p.m. Eastern Time. However, if we're able to complete items earlier, we may conclude and adjourn early. It just depends on how we get through our agenda today. We will actually meet tomorrow bright and early here in the same place at 8:30 a.m. And we do have scheduled public commenters today. It includes 1 in-person commenter and 4 virtual public commenters. We will have no public comments tomorrow. Any members that are interested in providing any feedback about the committee, either regarding discussions or the topics thereof, can provide written comments to AAWQ at epa.gov. Again, that is AAWQ at epa.gov. And that needs to be done no later than August 24th, 2024 at 11:59 p.m. To be consistent with our Federal Advisory Committee rules, the summary of this meeting will be available on our website within 90 days of the conclusion of the meeting. If there are members of the press attending today, either in person or virtually, and you need any additional information, please feel free to reach out to EPA at press, PRESS, at epa.gov. Again, that is press, PRESS, at epa.gov. And we will be happy to assist you. And again, we just appreciate you all taking time to convene our second meeting of the Animal Agriculture Water Quality Subcommittee of the Farm, Ranch, and Rural Communities Federal Advisory Committee. Thank you. I'll hand it back over to Dr. James Pritchett.
Venus, thank you for that. We'll shift over while we continue to get links out to folks so that they can join the meeting. Let's shift to our next agenda item, a recap of the farm tours. I just want to point out, did everybody receive the discussion questions? A little bit of discussion questions we handed out yesterday, and then we have these available to us today. These are really a little bit of prompts, things to think about as we engage in a facilitated discussion about what we're learning. And the directions that we would like to head. So I appreciate folks pulling those together. A couple of discussion questions about our farm tours. Hey, that was a pretty neat experience, wasn't it? To be able to pragmatically set a tone, to understand what some of our work is in a very specific way. We started out the morning in this very room, 7 o'clock, bright and early. Had the chance to be able to listen to Adam Ortiz with Region 3 as the director there. spent some time to really kind of set out that challenge for us of how we think about things and how they've thought about things within that region. Boarded a bus, then had the chance to be able to visit an Amish farm, animal agriculture and plant agriculture taking place there, see something about repairing barriers. I was really struck by some of the differences that we saw between that and the Brewbakers farms, which came a little bit later. Differences in size, the types of agriculture that was taking place, but a theme that was really joined those two visits was the complexity of the work that we do when it comes to nutrient management at different sizes and scales, and the collaboration. So complexity and collaboration that takes place. Thought we had a great session as we closed out that day at the Brubaker Farms. Had a chance to share and hear perspectives from folks that are those collaborators, provide that expert advice. Then had a chance to learn a little bit about water quality and some of the monitoring that takes place at the research center, and saw some really neat presentations about how they track things over time and really the time scale that it takes to make differences in this space when it comes to water quality. So a lot of food for thought. We probably ruminated on that last night over dinner a bit in conversations and thought some about that. And I think it sets a nice stage for us. I'd be really curious about what your impressions were, what the key takeaways or ahas that you had. And I might just lean on Rob a little bit to help facilitate that part of the discussion for us.
Great, thank you. And so I'm really interested in hearing from most folks during this go around. So I'm going to be asking folks to share their perspectives. If you want to just flip your name 10 up, that'll help me manage the order. So I'm looking for a few brave souls to break the ice here. Yeah, I'm gonna Chris, then Laura. And then Mike. I got you. Chris, Laura, then Mike. Yeah.
Well, first off, I appreciate having you all come to Pennsylvania, that we can showcase our agriculture, big and small. I think it's really important to see how around the country we do things. But one of the things that I didn't really say much yesterday because I was really wanting to hear everyone's response, right, of what you've seen and what you heard and those types of thoughts. But one of the things that I hope that everyone took away from yesterday, we in agriculture here in Pennsylvania, we try to work as a team, right? And that no matter whether you're big or you're small, everyone's important in feeding the world, right? And making sure that we have processes in place that there's food available and that in the same time we're working, whether you're a small operation like 50 cows or you're 1,300 cows, everyone is getting the help they need to be able to make sure that water quality is an important aspect that we all join in. And I think that hopefully we showed yesterday, it hasn't always been this way, right? It hasn't always been the partnerships and the communication between the agencies that you see today, right? This is a work in progress. This is something that we've had to build, where we had to come together as a group, right? To think about how do we do this together versus how do we kind of fight each other in trying to get to a common goal. And I think yesterday, hopefully you've seen how our Secretary of Ag and our DEP secretary and how our farm organizations, how our producers work together, right? We have a common goal, a common focus of how do we do this as a team. And those are the things that I think from my perspective as the president of the Farm Bureau and the farmers I represent, like we really feel good about the people who are carrying our kind of mission forward as in our agencies, as we work together with EPA, with DEP, conservation, like it is a team effort. And I think that's what I hope everyone took away from yesterday is no matter the size of your ag, we're all in this together and we're gonna solve these problems in Pennsylvania in the best way possible. So thanks again. I appreciate it.
Great. Thank you, Chris. Laura, then Mike. Laura, if I could get you to use though. Thank you.
Straps, these are farther away. So I really took away that, similar challenges that we face. So I felt that that was nice to see some consistency in the world that we live in Vermont, but that often small farms are a bigger uphill lift than any of the larger farms. Oftentimes for me, I always think about it's just like there's a lot more small farms as well. So not only are they harder, but there's a lot more of them that it takes a lot of outreach and a lot of partnership. But it's possible. And what I also heard yesterday is the possibility really seems like it's only coming because there's money. And the reality of the one project we saw, it was like $300,000 or $400,000, I think they said was the cost of the manure system at the small farm. And you can't do that on your own without support. And so, seeing the public and the private partnership that has existed and is created and really gaining momentum here, I think is really important. It seemed like the connection with NRCS is also there where people are willing to go there. So the last thing I'll say is the other thing I heard loud and clear was it has to work for the farmer. And I think that that is a really important piece. And I really felt positive seeing how much people were willing to work together and how much people were willing to work with the farmer and to make it work, because they kept stressing that, the operation and maintenance, the longevity of the project, all of it, when you step away, it is theirs to manage. And so it does have to make sense within the operation. So I thought those were positives.
Great. Laura, thank you. Mike.
I love a tidy operation. And that's what we saw yesterday. Some families that actually live on the place and take care of it. But I question the feasibility when you consider what that digester costs and all of the money that's coming in from outside the operation in both cases. And I was impressed with those filter strips, and I'm really amazed at Pennsylvania and how much different they are than where I live. The clean stream legislation, let's pass that nationally. For sure, Iowa and North Carolina could use it. And so I really was impressed with the whole family thing and how close they are to residential. I mean, to build a CAFO that you can live close to, try doing that in Iowa, try doing that in North Carolina. But what we saw yesterday was a CAFO that the neighbors were very, very nearby. The owner operators lived on the place. So overall, in general, what I really was probably the most concerned about is when I found out they were feeding chickens for Tyson and how many contracts Tyson has canceled in the last short while, actually, in the Southeast. The plants close, the contract growers get their contracts canceled, and then we have a cleanup problem. We've got bankruptcies. We've got, lack of market access for these growers. And so they're vulnerable to that extent that if Tyson decided to cut their contract, that goes away. The chicken side of their business goes away. The other issue is DFA. Their co-op sales to DFA. DFA is a predator in the dairy industry and is not doing their members a good service at all. And to make this, Laura, to make this sustainable, we've got to improve farm gate income. We have to allow families to be good stewards. And if they don't have the farm gate income to be a good steward and to bring the next generation back continuously, time and time again, we are going to suffer as a nation, and we're going to be very hungry at some point. So I was also concerned about the amount of cropping on acres that are fairly marginal. As you drive through all of the I-states, I mean, it's hills and hoops and hollers, and there's corn and soybeans everywhere. And I want to see a lot less of that and a lot more grass and a lot more forage utilization. So
Great. Mike, thank you. I've got Alexis, and then I'm looking for other folks in name 10. So if you want to get in the queue, Alexis and Keith. Yeah, Alexis, please. Thank you, Mike.
Thanks. I agree that it was really encouraging yesterday to see folks working hard to run responsible operations. And I appreciate all of the effort that went into planning those tours. I was really struck by the presentations we heard at the end of the day about water quality, and particularly by the fact that these efforts, which clearly, have taken a lot of money and a lot of time, aren't doing what we need them to do to clean up streams. That seemed really important to me. So I think a big lesson I took away from yesterday was that in addition to wanting something to work for the farmer, it has to work for the water also. And it may be that these practices, while great, are not doing what we need them to do to actually keep waterways safe and to keep people safe.
Alexis, thank you. Yeah, Keith.
Well, I'll just say I was very impressed by kind of the team approach that Pennsylvania seems to be taking. Really good effort to kind of meet farmers where they're at. Not forcing one size fits all solutions on every farm, but working with each individual farmer, finding what can work for them. I think we saw kind of the economy of scale with practices. I mean, obviously the things we saw at the second farm yesterday at the Brubaker farm are not going to work for smaller farms. Just financially, it would just never work for some of those folks. But again, the effort from the technical service community to find practices that do work for smaller farms, I think is really important. Again, I mean, the financial assistance has been touched on. I mean, that's going to be key to make these practices affordable. And I would just note that most CAFO owners in North Carolina do live at or right next to their farms as well. I think I touched on it last time. A lot of folks who are building poultry barns in North Carolina are doing it to bring their kids back to the farm so that there's an opportunity for those children to have that farm income be diversified and stay on that farm. So I'll just leave it at that for now.
Great. Keith, thank you. Alicia, you're up.
Well, I was really struck by even just driving around the county, just how different the kind of agriculture is here than where I'm from. Saw a lot of diversified farms. I saw a lot of people growing food in their gardens. I saw a lot of intercropping. I saw just a lot of different crops in smaller areas that were being rotated around, and different kinds of animals. And so that's just very different than where I'm from, where it's monoculture and very large farms and people not really living in those areas or having any kind of local food markets. So that was very interesting. And then I also was really struck by how much more of a regulatory structure there is here in Pennsylvania than there is in Iowa. And different state laws and policies that allow for more kinds of oversight and interaction with the farmers and different sizes of operations. That's not something that we really have. And then we also heard a lot about how EPA is more engaged with these operations and with the state level government and the implementation of all of this. That's not something that we see in Iowa either. And then lastly, the water quality presentations at the end of the day, I think really showed that we're not going to BMP our way out of the problem that we have with water quality, that even with really concentrated and focused implementation of BMPs, we're not seeing all of the improvement in water quality that we're after. And I think that we really need to take a step back and think about the system that we have and the flaws that are there in order to try to address those problems and reach the goals that we're seeking.
Alicia, thank you. Marguerite?
Yeah, thank you. Yesterday, I really appreciate those producers who are willing to allow us onto their farms to be able to see their facilities. What really stood out to me was how much the state works with them and how much this regional EPA works with their producers to improve the water quality in this area, providing that technical support to those producers. That public-private partnership really stood out to me as this wonderful way that we can improve, basically be able to meet all of our goals in the future. But what really I thought was neat is how Pennsylvania has made a program which works for them as well as their stakeholders. As Lisa just said, it's not like other parts of the country. And I think that's very important, is that it's not like other parts of the country. Each of these areas and regions are very specific to themselves, and they need specialized support in those particular areas. And I think Pennsylvania has really highlighted the program that they have developed to support producers and water quality in this particular area, and created a program which works specifically for them.
Great. Marguerite, thank you. Laura, I'm going to come to Becky really quick and then I'll come to you. Becky?
Thanks. My first takeaway was I was really impressed with how Pennsylvania had worked with their playing communities, and when they had come up against that barrier of them not being comfortable accepting funding for conservation practices, that they found some really creative, collaborative ways around that. As a state with a lot of playing communities, and there was Derglowitz Duck and Purdue Farms were some of the things, and they are operating in Indiana. So I'm definitely going to try to go back and see what I can do to try to learn and see if we can't push some of those practices into our playing community. So thank you, Pennsylvania, for that model. It was really impressive. I too was disappointed to see I really appreciated the presentations at the end of the day, and that real science. And yeah, I was hoping to see some quick wins, that the numbers went down dramatically. But my takeaway there, I think we know that the practices that are being implemented are the right things to do, are good things to do. It's just that time scale of improvement and the complexity of the systems that we're working with is just, we're not going to see things immediately. And it's called for more study, more detail. So that was my, like I say, I too wanted to see that instant, gratification. Oh, they put these waterway, structures in, and all of a sudden, there were all these fish in the stream or something. But anyway, I think it was a call for patience and greater understanding of what those legacy nutrients in soils are, erosion, that sort of thing.
Thank you, Laura. Okay, I'd like to maybe hear from folks I haven't heard from. And so I know there are some of you out there because I ran into you in the elevator and you said, let's make sure that we hear from everybody. Yeah, Kelly, please. Yep, and then I got you, Steve, and I got you, Tara. Yep, Kelly.
So I agree with everyone that it was an interesting tour to learn about a couple of types of operations that are working in Pennsylvania. It's a snapshot. It's a snapshot of a type of agriculture in one part of one state. The issues that we need to think about and address and consider in this committee are very diverse, not just politically, but scientifically and geographically. And so the things that work to control discharges, which is the charge of the NPDES program, one, are never going to just be BMPs, because if you are only looking at BMPs, the time scale is, it's not even reasonable to talk about it being on a long time scale, because that's not the way to control discharges. It's a tool that you use to help control discharges, but it's not ever going to solve the water quality problem completely. Like we know that already from the science. So that's one of the things that I really, when I was listening to the presentations, not to say BMPs aren't great, they are. They're wonderful and they're important and they're a huge piece of the puzzle, but they're not the puzzle. And so that was something that I wanted to emphasize, not get lost in the conversation, that we're only really talking about whether or not these BMPs work or don't work or how long it takes for them to work. You have to do things like address contamination coming from lagoons. You have to address the appropriate land application practices and agronomic rates and all of the things that we know about. And those things we haven't really gotten into yet. And they're very important to the discussion. And the other thing that I wanted to say was it is also true that states do things differently, that politics are different and realities are different, but also just the way animals are raised and the environment in which they are being raised are very, very different. That's not to say there aren't standard practices that can work to control pollution. It is, but a lot of what ends up having to be done to address the pollution is very site specific. That's why the regulatory system is structured that way. So that's just what I wanted to emphasize from yesterday's visit. That was in addition to, I say that I don't mean to only point out things which are criticisms, because as I've mentioned, they're not intended to be criticisms, just like thoughts about, in addition to what other people have talked about.
Great. Kelly, thank you. I've got Steve and Tara. Steve?
Okay. Listening to both groups, I think money was the big issue that really got them going or got started, why they were able to put in extra controls and stuff. And also listening, the state seemed to have a program that they were contributing funds along with gathering federal funds and along with several other resources that they were able to put together to do that. That's not available in every state that we have across the board. And while we have extension and others working with our communities and our farms, it's a much bigger problem to come up with that kind of money. Also, the 1,100 acres is probably a small farm in our state compared to 60 or 80 acres. You're just a hobbyist in our state with that. That kind of struck me. The other thing I noticed, I was trying to decide why they were putting trees in the waterway, and because we're lucky to have a tree, but we've also got some streams that where the trees suck away the water enough is more of a problem for us than the other. I get it after I heard him say that that was for water quality, but I'll need to talk to my monitoring team that does all the stream work. So we'll do that a little bit as well and see where we're going. We have our regular annual reports so we can see trends that are going on. But I think just the collaboration and really the influx of money is what it takes to put in these additional controls. The new facilities, we put them in. We do have BMPs that are in place. Most of those that were designed, I would say, for land application. So buffer strips and whatnot, that's where we'd consider it because we require the point source already to be dealt with.
Steve, thank you. Tara, please.
Yeah, I really appreciate all the work that went into that tour. That was clearly a huge effort and undertaking, and appreciate the operators allowing us onto their farms. You know, in some ways, I find it refreshing this morning that there's so much admiration for this program that fundamentally is more regulatory than most programs in the country. I think it also, to me, underscores the patchwork that we're dealing with from state to state. You know, Pennsylvania requires Clean Water Act permits for all of its CAFOs. Iowa's not going to do that on its own. So focusing on state implementation of the existing program is not going to get us where we need to go, and no amount of cost share is going to change that. So that really hit home for me to just see how different this is from other places that I've worked. I also, to Mike's point, think that, you know, the fact that even this family farm that's doing so much with BMPs to try to be in compliance and protect water quality, you know, they're producing for Tyson. And Tyson's probably controlling a lot of their practices that can contribute to pollution. And so I think it really underscored to me the opportunity for this committee to think about issues like integrator liability under the Clean Water Act, because I think that could really take some of the burden off of farmers and producers and get us better water quality outcomes and put the liability where it belongs. And yeah, I think it was interesting to see the small farm partnership approaches being adopted here. Those are great, but you know, and of course, smaller AFOs can pose serious water quality problems, but you know, of course, this subcommittee really is focused on EPA's NIPD's permit program, and I don't want to lose focus on that either. Thanks.
Great. Tara, thank you. So, yep. Yep, Tom, thank you. Tom, you're gonna be in my side vision, so I'm gonna need help from people in this corner to help when I get this. Tom, jump in. Sorry about that, Tom.
Oh, you're fine. Thanks, Rob. And, you know, I think I agree with a lot of what's been said today. We saw a really good model of a way states can work with their producers. They identified an issue in the Chesapeake Bay, and a team has come together to help solve that problem. I think, you know, that's a good example of how you've got your federal program, the NPDES permit system, but then state programs can come in where there's special needs and special circumstances and layer on top of that to meet the needs of a particular area. I have to say, I was struck by the water quality data as well. And I think it is interesting when you got to the smaller scale watershed, we were seeing differences. We were seeing improvements. I look at the data from, what was it, a 90-mile watershed or something like that. And we weren't seeing differences yet. And, you know, in my mind, I'm saying, what else is there? What are we not seeing? Is it legacy nutrients? I don't know. I think there's more to dig into there. Thank you.
Great. Tom, thank you. Will?
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for setting up the tour. I always enjoy visiting, you know, different types of farms and seeing different types of agriculture. I could do that. I could do that all day, every day. You know, I thought it was great to see the Brubaker farm and talk directly with the Brubakers. You know, when we visited the smaller farm, we were talking with the co-op and the partners. I guess we didn't get to hear direct from the producer. So I'm not sure if that's a cultural thing, or I guess I tend to like to get my information directly from the producer. So I just a comment, not good or bad, just, you know, something that stood out to me. You know, some have commented, you know, this was really focused on the edge of field practices. We did, you know, there was a few questions on the wagon where we talked to the Brubakers about maybe their, you know, things they're doing in field, you know, with either multiple applications or, you know, with their, you know, very circular system, you know, the way that they're able to make that work. So I thought, you know, that could have been something we spent some more time on. But, you know, was great to see the edge of field practices. I think, you know, the timeline, it has come up a couple of times, and, you know, not only the timeline of practice implementation and, you know, whether or not you can see the benefit in the data, but even just the trust required, you know, to build among, you know, the regulatory agency and also the groups that support agriculture. That trust takes time to build, as well as, you know, it takes time to implement that practice. You know, they said that, you know, those riparian buffers, that there was a 3-year maintenance agreement. So, I mean, these type of practices, these edge of field, you know, it's not just, you know, we do it 1 year and, you know, the only problem is there's not money available. You know, it takes time and commitment and effort and, you know, for a long period of time, to get those implemented. So, I think that really gets to how, you know, trying to come to some consensus or agreement on how we define success. I think, you know, hearing from them that, you know, those riparian buffers, that a good mortality on those buffer establishments is 10 to 15%. And so if we were to find, you know, success of a buffer strip implementation or a riparian buffer is, you know, 100% tree survival, like, you know, that's not a reasonable, I think, expectation or a reasonable definition of success for that. So I think maybe talking about, you know, as we talk about a group about what the goals are and what our goals as our committee are, I think it's really important that we, you know, we try to get on the same page about how we define success. Because if we say that, you know, every time we implement a practice, it's going to be 100% successful, I don't think that's a reasonable, you know, goal or expectation. So.
Great. Will, thank you. Okay, we've got about 5 or 6 or 7 more minutes, so we do have time for other folks who have not had a chance to share, or if some folks have additional thoughts that have been prompted. Please don't hesitate to jump in. Yeah, Melissa, please. And the first person who lifts their table tent and it falls into the middle, they'll win a prize because that will inevitably happen. And it's okay.
I think I mainly echo kind of what everyone else has said. One of the things that I'd like to point out too is not only has there been a lot of funding put into these BMPs, but I noticed there's been a lot of funding putting into even all the water quality monitoring and everything in the state that has not necessarily happened in other places. So I think it's important to kind of recognize that funding all around needs to be considered for all of these things, whether it's monitoring or enforcing or getting these practices into place. It's the only other thing I wanted to add.
Melissa, thank you. Okay, other thoughts, other things that have popped in. We do have space if folks want to jump in again with additional thoughts. Yeah. Kevin, please.
So I was not on the tour yesterday, but it sounds very similar to what I face in Wisconsin as well. I'm, I think, the one urban person on the committee. I'm with the sewage district in Milwaukee. And I always like to approach issues on water quality from a watershed basis and not focusing on just one area, but looking at the entire watershed, looking at the water quality from that watershed. And something I've always found is that 80% of the problem comes from 20% of the area. So if we can use the data, use the water quality monitoring information that we have both nationally and at a state and watershed level, use that data to really find out where the worst of the pollutants are coming from. We can target our investment because there's not a lot of money going to be out there. Try to target that investment to have the most bang for the buck.
Kevin, thank you for that. I'll hand it over to Mike real quick.
Thanks, James. Teamwork right here.
So I sat across from Secretary Redding during the tour of Brubaker Farm. And the thing I was impressed by is how unifying the whole Chesapeake Bay is. So it's bringing consumers and producers together. And a lot of funding. One of the things that was brought up is how willing consumers were, or taxpayers were, to fund this work, in addition to the food they're buying. So, you know, I think back, okay, what is the real cost of your food here? But I just thought it was amazing. And but I think the Chesapeake is that unifying factor that brings people together. But what do we do in Colorado? We've got a ballot initiative to shut down the last slaughterhouse in Denver. And it might pass. And that is crazy. And so I'm suggesting to Secretary Redding that he give Kate Greenberg a phone call and maybe talk about how do we connect to the eater and the boater. And because we're in a far different place. We don't have the Chesapeake Bay unifying us all and worrying about that massive project that is bigger than anything you can imagine. I mean, and so that's something I think we have to point out is in Pennsylvania, way better policy, I think, and going back to that clean stream thing, that's just that was the big thing for me is if we could get more of that, but also how do we connect to the consumer to get legislation, to get rules, to get these big projects actually done. That's going to, you know, the kind of projects that's going to take everyone. And what I see in agriculture is you've got industrial agriculture, which I don't like. I want to go back to family farm agriculture, stewards on the land. But we need the consumer to help us and be our friend. And a lot of the organizations that are out there really just see the consumer as someone to be educated on the industrial model and how that's how we're going to feed the world, which isn't true. But organizations need to be more willing to connect to the consumer. And that isn't always true in agriculture.
Great. Thank you, Mike. And Laura, bless you for the sneeze. Alexis.
Thanks. I'm thinking about, I think it was Will's point about getting on the same page about how we define success for this subcommittee. I agree that that's really important. I'm feeling like maybe we need to start a step back from that and try to get on the same page about how we describe the problem we're trying to address. I appreciate that there's, a tremendous amount of attention that you all, the organizers, have put into providing education. And I'm concerned that there are levels of complexity here that are going to prevent us from becoming experts before this committee reaches its state of conclusion. So I'm really hoping that moving forward, there will be an opportunity perhaps for us to weigh in more on the agendas and for us to try to focus a little bit more on what exactly the problem that we're trying to address is. I'm afraid that we're going to have a hard time reaching a shared idea of success if we don't start from a shared idea that there's a problem here that we should be trying to address.
Great. Alexis, thank you. And James, any other perspectives, any other direction you want to go? We have a couple more minutes here.
Rob, I thought I might have Adam Ortiz, the Region 3 Mid-Atlantic Administrator with EPA, just since he kicked us off a little bit and was with us in the tours. I might like to hear his reflections.
Great. None noted.
Morning, everybody. Great to see you, and it's been a pleasure for the team and I to share notes and help you see a little bit through our eyes in recent years, trying to bring this effort together, but also been a pleasure to connect with you professionally and personally. Good to see you again. Please stay in touch with us. We're a resource. We're learning as we go. I think we're pretty eyes wide open about the things that are going well, which we're happy to champion, but also things that are not going well and the things that require attention. So I'm happy to engage, meaningfully and thoughtfully with all of you and with this committee, it going forward, because this is tough stuff, and the tough stuff is the stuff that hasn't been solved yet, and it's tough for a reason. Like you, I've been on this journey. I started this job about 3 years ago. My background is in public policy and local government, and and running day-to-day operations, MS4 stuff. I had a lot of stereotypes disappear when I got out in the farms, and I developed a new understanding of where the crux of the issue is. So I've been on this journey as well. I have maybe a little head start from some of you who haven't been on it before. But a few things I found is that there's a lot of willing partners. Maybe they can't pull it off. Maybe they need a little bit of a boost. But people are by and large in a pretty good place. And like anything in this society, I have like a 20-60-20 rule. There's 20% of folks who are like volunteers. They're going to buy the electric car. They're going to, recycle without anybody telling them. And then there's the 60 that need a nudge or need a requirement, and then 20 that are just real tough. I think we see a lot of that across the board. But overall, there's about 80% of folks who want to do the right thing if they're engaged in the right way. I know that this area is unique in many ways, and some of you have mentioned that in your comments, and I think that's true in some ways. But I think, I'd imagine like the threads are true just about everywhere. One of the things that we've expected here and me in this role, what I've expected is that everybody steps up. EPA is going to step up, but we will also ask the Farm Bureau to step up. We will also ask the state to step up. We will also ask private industry to step up. Kind of because we have to. We've all been reading the newspaper. EPA has some authorities to do stuff. We have some resources to do stuff, but we don't have a magic wand. And sometimes if people think we're waving the magic wand, we'll end up in front of the Supreme Court and probably not win. But that doesn't mean that other people can't do things that we can't do. So I think that there's a leadership role that's required for all of us. And I think that this agency has a role in bringing people together, like this committee exemplifies, bringing people together focused to figure it out. What are the powers and the resources, that each of us bring in our positions to do so. So we have seen some success in that, but it's been uneven over time. The Chesapeake Agreement, by and large is voluntary. It's above and beyond the Clean Water Act, and we can do the Clean Water Acts, but we're not where we expected to be because some states over time just didn't do it. 11 years ago, the governor of Pennsylvania cut 600 positions from the DEP, 600 positions. And then nowadays people are like, why is my permit taking so long? Because there aren't those people to process, they're still building back and falling behind. And same, and I mentioned yesterday, the administration, previous administration wanted to cut the program entirely. And that's not stuff that EPA is doing for its own benefit. As you saw, this is stuff that's going to farmers. This is stuff that's going to local communities. This is going to real projects. This is going to the people's assets. So leadership on all levels is something that we've expected. And it's been interesting, the response that we get. Overwhelmingly, it's been positive. And I shared that first meeting with the Farm Bureau and with Chris, and they were like, yeah, we're with you. We just feel like we're beaten up. We're doing the best we can. And these are the problems we have. Can you help us out? We've had some success there. Early on, I wanted to get the private sector involved. As you saw, a lot of these, there's the Brubaker farm, and then there was the Blank family farm, very different operations. There's 50,000 farms in Pennsylvania. There's 5,000 farms in this county alone. EPA has authority over 2% of them. 2% of the CAFO, 2% are CAFO operations. So those are tens of thousands of farms that we need to help get to do the right thing on conservation. So we can't enforce our way into that. So that's where the state comes in. That's why we spend time with the Alliance for the Chesapeake Bay, because they can do that. That's why we're investing 80, we pay for 80 positions for the conservation districts, because they can talk to the farmers in ways that we can't. Private sector, Hershey, I mentioned Hershey briefly yesterday. It was mentioned on the first stop on the tour. They're 20 miles from here, I think, Chris. We met with them many times. We're like, you guys are right in the heart of the watershed here. Milton Hershey picked here because of dairy country and the access to small family farms. And to this day, they source all their dairy within a 90-mile radius of Hershey. So I was like, we need to get these folks on board. And it took a while. Kelly Shankin, spent a lot of time on conference calls and persuading lawyers and working with Land O'Lakes. That's their partner. And in the end, they came around. In the end, they're going to match us dollar for dollar, in a first phase for helping out farmers in their supply chain, getting to the farmers we can't get to. But it was interesting because one of the vice presidents, his name was Eric, he said, well, this is the right thing to do. We have a responsibility to ethically source, and he talked about a variety of things. But he also said, to your point, Mike, he's like, the customers demand a clean product. We don't want customers, concerned that the product they're drinking is polluting the stream that they fish in or the bay that they get crabs from. He's like, this is a consumer choice. So, I do think that there's a lot of plays with corporate America, because the consumer is changing. The consumer, by and large, makes ethical choices more and more, in the grocery store. So I think there's a play there, and that was an aha moment for all of us. And now we have Starbucks getting in line. We have Turkey Hill Ice Cream that's been a pioneer, and we have a handful of other corporations that are like, yeah, this is we can do this, and they're going to get to those farms that we can't get to. On the question of BMPs, so I've been, we pay for a lot of this monitoring and we track it closely, and so does the press, and so does all the groups that are invested in the Chesapeake, and there's like at least 70,000 of them. They're always tracking the water quality, and it's a slow needle that moves. And based on what I've learned, and I'm not a scientist, but I listen to a lot of scientists, it's a handful of things. One is it takes a while for those BMPs to really work. For the trees to grow big enough, for the buffers to get robust enough. There's some hard stuff, like we saw the manure storage, that's instantaneous, but some of the natural systems just take a while. The other one goes back to my point about scale. So we saw some great practices, but those are 2 farms in a county of, 5,100 farms. So the penetration, getting the buy-in of those smaller farms is really where the play is, at least here. being able to do that, and the secretary yesterday, he said, I'm not concerned about CAFOs. And we inspect CAFOs, we see all the monitoring reports, I get reports on them. We see very few problems with CAFOs. But it's that 98% that are not CAFOs that do not have that degree of oversight. So those are the ones, whether it's enforcement action at a different level, or grant making or targeting. There's another reason why I think there hasn't been uplift is that it goes to this 20-60-20 idea, is that the farms that volunteer are the farms that are most fired up, most concerned, but those might not be the farms that are contributing the most, that need the most help. Those might not be the farms that are in the most vulnerable part of that watershed. So there's sort of the strategic piece that, are we trying to get the right farms in the right places to do the work, and as you said, sometimes 20, in your example, in Milwaukee, 20% of the area is responsible for 50%. So there's this strategic thing that we're moving towards. And that's why we're investing so much in the conservation districts, because they can get on the ground. I'll just, wrap up by saying, this is a work in progress. We have made progress. We got the highest grade in the Bay, but it's still not a great grade. I was happy with the C+ in high school, but that wasn't what my parents expected. So, we have to keep doing better, but we need to have these conversations. We need to hear from you. I'm thrilled that there's such a diverse series of groups represented here. That's how it has to happen. This is a common asset. And, sort of what's happened here, and, I'll just wrap up by, tying to something I mentioned earlier. I talked about the history, and, the folks who settled and started these farms were principally Quakers in this area and the German Dutch, very community oriented people. And even though the Amish don't love government, the language they use is good neighbor. We want to be a good neighbor. They know their church, that's on the other side of the county. They know all the families. They want to be a good neighbor. So there's this kind of looking out, the sort of community orientation that's, sort of in the water here. And I think that's helped. It hasn't always been enough, but it happens when people, like the Quakers, get in a room, say whatever you need to say, figure it out, and let's make some decisions and move on. It helps to have the common asset with the Chesapeake Bay to rally, but people around here, eyes roll, when they talk about the Chesapeake Bay, because we're a long way from the Chesapeake Bay. And so there has been, people do rally around their local asset, their local stream, the Conestoga River, the Susquehanna. But I do think it helps to have a flag of some kind, some asset that people can get behind. And one of the reasons that there's been success in recent years is because we've de-emphasized the Bay and we focused more quality of life on farms. On the Blank farm, you saw that was a green area, right outside of the heavy use. 5-10 years ago, that was a smelly, muddy, gross area that the kids could play in. So the farmers love that quality of life, so there's other ways to connect. There's the local asset. So again, just grateful for the opportunity to share notes with you today. I see this as a common enterprise as we figure out, the tough things and the roles that each of us can play. And myself and the rest of our team at EPA Region 3 will continue to be a resource. But thank you so much for letting us host you.
And thank you for those comments and the generosity that you've shown in hosting us. I really appreciate the way that you can crystallize things that you're thinking about from your level and about the importance of local and how that can be meaningful for all of us to participate in a complex process that takes time. So thank you. Thank you for your leadership.
You bet. Right on. Thank you so much for having me.
James, anything else on this before, or do you want to move on to the presentation and conversation around the Pennsylvania AAWQ program?
Yeah, I think there's an opportunity for us to learn there, and I'd love to have Jill Whitcomb join us and start that presentation.
Great. So James, I asked that Jill join us at the head table there.
Good morning.
Thank you, everyone, for inviting me to join you today. Everything good?
Yep.
All right,
everything's
great.
good.
Okay.
Yeah, and we have the slides up on the Zoom and
Do I have a clicker? Sorry.
no, if you just tell us when you want to.
Oh, when,
just,
I want to see it go. Okay, I'll try. Okay, I got.
I'll just have you pause for a second. I realize it might be easier for you to see your slides as you make the presentation. Would you like to join us
Sure.
right here and sit next to me?
Thank you.
That'll work out well. It's a pleasure to have Jill Whitcomb with us today. And she'll be happy once we get her squared away so that she can present in a way that'll be effective. Jill's with the Pennsylvania Department of Environmental Protection. She has a chance to talk to us a little bit about Pennsylvania state regulations. We had some discussion about that and noted, Jill, that those are really interesting for us, and a lot of folks really are positive about what they've seen. And you're going to talk to us a little bit about the Pennsylvania Act 38 program today.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for
Yeah.
letting me see. Sometimes I have control. I like to control the clicker, but I'm good. I'm good here. I am Jill Whitcomb. I'm the director of Pennsylvania Department of Environmental Protection's Bureau of Watershed Restoration and Non-Point Source Management. Just to give you a little taste of what that is, what we cover. I oversee our Chesapeake Bay watershed restoration activities. So at DEP, we are the lead agency on all of the Chesapeake Bay aspects and the activities, the working with the Chesapeake Bay Partnership, which is a multi-jurisdictional partnership with EPA and other federal agencies, stakeholder groups, et cetera. We do not do all of the work. I think that's something that we should be very clear on, is like what Chris noted, what others noted, we work as a team. And so I have a team, a division devoted to working directly and closely with our counties and with the Bay Partnership. And then I have another division that we oversee our Clean Water Act Section 319 non-point source management program. So that's the statewide program for the non-point source side of the house. We oversee our conservation districts. So we have conservation district support staff housed at each of the 6 regional offices. And then also we have our ag compliance section, which they deal with the CAFOs. We don't call them AFOs in Pennsylvania. We just call them agricultural operations because everyone has to do something in Pennsylvania. So just want to give you a little bit of that, what we do. My own personal background, I worked for the Lancaster County Conservation District before I came to DEP. So I got to review nutrient management plans. Actually, the Brubaker Farm, I got to do the nutrient management plan review, the site visits, the SAS reviews there when I was at the Conservation District. I also oversaw and coordinated our agricultural grants. So we talked about funding, we talked about investments, and I'll get into that a little bit today as well. As Regional Administrator Ortiz noted, there's been, kind of some stops and starts at DEP, especially in the last, 20 or so years. And we're building back, and I'd like to say we're building back better. My program, we undergone 2 reorganizations in 4 years, one of which was during COVID. We went from a staff of 4 to more than 40 in 4 years, and that's not really heard of in government. One of the strategic initiatives that we took was hiring, looking for people with skill sets that they work well with people, because our job isn't necessarily just to focus on water quality, just to focus on conservation, but really, who does the work? People. People do the work. And so we have to be able to communicate with people and have those skill sets. My management team, most of them have conservation district experience. Some of them were conservation district managers. Some of them were ag techs like myself. I might have poached a few from the conservation districts, and they were not necessarily very pleased about that, but I let them know that it was in their best interest that they worked for me. So that they could initiate and they could carry that message and have a consistent message from top to bottom. That's really important, is that our messaging strategy is consistent from the leadership on the way down to the program staff and the people that are doing the work. So I just wanted to start off with that background. You can flip to the next slide. So I'm going to talk a little bit about, our regulatory framework. That's what I was asked to come here to speak to today, but also focusing in on our conservation partnership. We heard a lot about partnerships yesterday, but wanting to kind of highlight how intertwined, interconnected our programs are at the state, federal, and local levels to get the job done. And then some additional resources for folks that are interested in looking at what we're doing. We're all about public transparency on our websites and things like that, and a summary. And then I think there's kickoff into Q&A. Yeah, flip to the next slide, please. So we heard some statistics. I wanted to kind of share, based upon the USDA most recent agriculture census, we have roughly 49,000 farms. Average farm size is 144 acres. The land in farms is 7 million acres. That's not just animal agriculture. So that includes, hardwoods as well. So farmland that also produces hardwood production. And so it's more extensive than what the animal agriculture component is, but it's still extensive. Some additional statistics: Pennsylvania is #1 in the nation in hardwood production, #1 in farmland preservation, which I believe Secretary Redding noted yesterday. We're 2nd in the nation in direct marketing, and 3rd in the nation in organic production. And we're in the top 10. So, it's the Olympics. So I wanted to highlight, we're 1st, 2nd, 3rd, gold, silver, bronze medals. But in the top 10 in a lot of different things, from mushrooms to maple syrup to Christmas trees to pumpkins, Pennsylvania is a grower. So I just wanted to highlight that. And I don't know if you all got to talk about this, but right across the street is the Lancaster Central Market, which is the oldest publicly owned, continuously running farmers market in America, right across the street. So just wanting to kind of highlight like where we're at and what we produce for the country. Next slide, please. So an historic perspective, and I didn't realize it was going to be this small on the screen, so I'm just going to kind of highlight again. Our Pennsylvania Clean Streams Law came first. In 1937, it was enacted. And then in 1945, the Conservation District Law, which set forth the parameters for setting up and activating, operating conservation districts across the state. At that time, the first county conservation district was founded, and then in 1948 was the Federal Water Pollution Control Act, which then became the Clean Water Act in the 70s. In 1971, the Environmental Rights Amendment to Pennsylvania's Constitution was ratified, and so that is what we point to ensure that everyone in Pennsylvania has the right to clean air, pure water, and the aesthetic and natural value of Pennsylvania. Right around that time, Chapter 91, which is our manure management regulations, we talked about a little bit about manure management, nutrient management, that kind of thing. So it was in the 1970s when we first started initiating these manure management requirements, regardless of size of the operation. And then shortly thereafter was what we call Chapter 102. It's our state regulations for erosion and sediment control. So that's construction stormwater, that's our ESCGP or our ENS control general permits for pipelines, for oil and gas pipelines and transmission lines and that kind of thing, as well as agriculture. Agriculture has its own section in the erosion and sediment control requirements. In the 1980s, that's when the Chesapeake Bay Agreement, the partnership initiated. Pennsylvania was one of the first signers of that agreement, knowing that we have a lot to do with what happens downstream. Watersheds don't care about political boundaries. Flash forward to the 90s, that's when our Act 6, or the Nutrient Management Act, the initial Nutrient Management Act, came into play. And then we received the delegation for the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System program, and specifically the CAFO program in the late 1990s. And at that time, our Environmental Stewardship Fund was passed. So that has been the bulk of where our state funding has come from for many years. through this Environmental Stewardship Act, or what we call Growing Greener, which I also oversee in our bureau. Just again, there were some amendments made in 2006 is when the phosphorus index was put in play. I don't know how many people are familiar with the phosphorus index, but that's really how we essentially ensure that phosphorus is reduced, minimized as it's being land applied. And then in 2009 was President Obama's executive order identifying the Chesapeake Bay as a national treasure. So you can see that there's a connection. There's a linkage between kind of our programs and the things that we're doing, and then the federal actions that are taken, and vice versa. So it's definitely a connector. And, you know, moving into the 2010s, that's when we started modernizing. We went from having pieces of paper being submitted to us in the mail into the late 2010s to actually having a centralized geodatabase where all of the conservation districts enter all of the BMPs that they implement. And we pull those reports so we can submit it to EPA. We can share it with stakeholder groups. We can highlight it for our legislators to say, here's all the work that's getting accomplished. And then in 2022, you heard about the Clean Streams Fund that was enacted, and that's the Ag Conservation Assistance Program. Next slide, please. So we have all animal operations require something. I think a lot of the reason why, and I wasn't around when, 1993, 96, 2000s. But I think one of the primary reasons why we permit all CAFOs is to ensure a level playing field. That's been something that our agriculture industry has been kind of requiring or requesting of us, is consistency. And having some kind of level playing field that everybody has to do something. And if you meet this criteria of a large animal operation or a threshold or something, you have to do more. And it's part of the cost of doing business. And so that's kind of been the message that we've been sharing for the last, 2 or 3 decades of the reason why there are these 3 tiers of agricultural compliance initiatives in Pennsylvania as it relates to nutrient management. So what is a manure management plan? It covers land application rates. So it's based on this Land Grant University agronomic rate. Both manure management plan and nutrient management plans, they cover the same kind of thing. A plan for manure storage and process wastewater. So they have to write down what they do with their manure, how they handle it, how they handle their processed wastewater. Setbacks from environmentally sensitive areas is required regardless of any tier you're at. So it could vary from 100 feet to an environmentally sensitive area, or if you have a 35-foot buffer, you can mechanically apply to that edge, right? So everybody has to meet some level of setbacks to streams, lakes, ponds, wells, and open sinkholes. And then also to, last but not least, pasture management, making sure that we have at least 3 inches of perennial vegetation on at least 70% of the pasture at all times. So those are the things that we require at the baseline for these animal operations. They also have to handle their manure and their animal concentration areas. So minimizing the size of their animal concentration areas. So that's your loafing lots, that's your brown earth areas, making sure that that area is stabilized and minimized to the extent possible and practicable. And right next door again is our agriculture, erosion and sediment control plan requirements. So every farm that has plowable or tillable acres, even if they're conducting no-till operations, and they have animal heavy use areas with equal to or greater than 5,000 square feet, have to have and be on schedule to implement their Ag E&S plans. NRCS conservation plans can serve the purpose of that, but one of the differences between the federal requirements and the state requirements is our state requirements require that you meet the tolerable soil loss over the rotation. So that's T over the rotation. In some of the federal programs, it's 2 times T over the rotation. But one of the things I wanted to mention here is how we've worked with at DEP, worked with NRCS to ensure that when, regardless of if it's a conservation district staff or a DEP staff or an NRCS staff going out in the field and talking with the farmer, they're provided that consistent message. So our nutrient management plan standard meets the NRCS 590 standard. It meets the CAFO standard. So they have one plan, they can check a box and say, I want this to serve as my NRCS 590 plan. I want this to serve as my CAFO plan. So that's on the nutrient management side. On the Ag E&S side, we've worked with NRCS over the years so that they not only talk to the farmer about what the state regulations are, but they work with us and with the farmer to write plans that is consistent with our state regulations. So it's important, it's an imperative that we have the same message coming from multiple people that are meeting with those farmers, because it gets very confusing if one says, oh, you only need to do this. And someone else says, nope, we came out and inspected you and you need to do that. So it doesn't put anyone in a good position if we have different things going on. So I just wanted to share that as how we've been working with NRCS. Next slide, please. Some additional requirements I know Rob Minen from Penn State presented to you earlier. So I'm not going to go into much detail, but we have certification standards for nutrient management specialists and custom haulers and brokers. We also have a Pennsylvania Water Quality Management Permit, or WQM permit, and that is for new or expanded manure storage facilities constructed after October 2005 for operations with 1,000 or more animal equivalent units, or design capacity of a storage facility 2.5 million gallons or more, or facilities a pond with a storage it's in high quality or exceptional value, watershed or watershed impaired by nutrients from agriculture. So we do have these state specific permits that are handled, and permits are written, reviewed in one centralized location in Pennsylvania. I also wanted to talk about how we do CAFO permitting in Pennsylvania. We used to have all 6 regions write CAFO permits, and we ran into issues with consistency and with staffing, because when you have one region that might have 10 CAFOs, where you have a region that has 100+ CAFOs, the one with 10 CAFOs isn't going to have a person devoted to that particular program. So a few years ago, we centralized all of them under the South Central region, because that's where most of the CAFOs are located. And that one section does the CAFO permitting, and the water quality management permitting for CAFOs. So that helps to ensure consistency and standardization by centralization. Next slide, please. So public transparency, I know that that's important to this group. In Pennsylvania, we have a web page and a CAFO report that people can go. We've gotten informal requests for information from academics, from people who are conducting surveys, or people who want to know, how many swine CAFOs do you have in Pennsylvania? How many dairy CAFOs do you have? Where are they located? How many animals are there? So we created this public report that can be filtered based upon county, region, animal type, what have you. And it includes like all the relevant information. We also report, because of the EPA rule, we're ramping up our annual report e-reporting system for CAFOs, so that it'll be an easier transmission to EPA, so that they can then, have that information and share it on their website as well. So just wanted to highlight that for folks too. Next slide. So as Regional Administrator Ortiz noted, a very small percentage of the overall acreage in Pennsylvania is covered by CAFO permits. Now I have pulled together both CAO and CAFO. So everyone that has a nutrient management plan, it's a little more than 4%. The rest is requires a manure management plan if they have animals. And right now, based upon our centralized geodatabase that we put in place about 6-7 years ago, we know of about 1.5 million acres covered by manure management plans. That's what we know. Next slide. So common goal. We heard common theme, common focus, common agenda. We all have a common goal of clean water and sustainable farms. We want to make sure that our communities are healthy, that our farms are sustainable, and that we have clean water for everyone. So working very closely with our conservation districts, with the federal agencies, with the other state agencies, our goal is to ensure development and implementation of ag plans for not only compliance with state and federal environmental regulations, but meeting requirements for financial assistance programs. Next slide. Roles, again, we have many different entities, and this does not include the NGOs that are out there doing the work or the private consultants, but these are specifically the members of the entities that we have delegation agreements with, we have memorandums of understanding, or we have specific contract kind of joint programs that we operate with. Conservation districts are our primary boots on the ground, and we have delegated authority to them for the nutrient and manure management program, meaning they carry out those responsibilities that the state agencies would do if they were not delegated, if that makes sense. We also have grants, watershed specialists. Every conservation district has a watershed specialist, and they work closely and very directly with watershed organizations, municipalities, schools, anyone who's doing work on the ground. That's what their job is. And so Pennsylvania DEP has invested millions of dollars in conservation districts over, I don't know, forever, because that is a priority. Those are priority people that we want to ensure are available to provide that assistance. Next slide. I'm wrapping up shortly, I promise. So some additional resources, our Bureau webpage, you can click through that, see, what all we do, who we are. And then we have a Healthy Waters, Healthy Communities newsletter, which is specifically for our Chesapeake Bay watershed. We initiated this in June 2020. We cover anything that the state agencies are doing, the federal agencies, our county partners. Each county in Pennsylvania's Chesapeake Bay watershed that we asked to voluntarily develop their countywide action plan did so voluntarily, but they knew that money was coming. We didn't have new money coming at that time. We had to reconfigure the pool of funds that we had available. And what ended up making the most sense was not being as prescriptive in the funding as, previously our programs, federal programs generally are. Generally, people apply for a specific project. We rank and score it competitively. This our countywide action plan implementation grant, which kind of set the pace for these new allocation programs, is a block grant. We say every county gets at least $200,000 to implement their countywide action plan however they see fit. And it goes from 200,000 all the way up to, $3 or $4 million. Pennsylvania or Lancaster County gets the most because they have the most impaired waters. They are closest to the bay. There's a whole list of reasons, but that level of flexible funding and accessibility of funding has changed everything that we do in Pennsylvania. It's just been a new concept that we hand off that accountability, that responsibility down to the local level, and they accept it. So I think that's really kind of an important thing. We heard about funding and investments, and things wouldn't be happening the way that it is in an accelerated fashion without funding. It's not necessarily the money, it's how the money is provided, how accessible it is, how flexible it is. So breaking down barriers to procurement, to, those types of requirements, the bid processes, the scoring and all of that, breaking all of that down and saying, you have a plan, you have a strategy, we're going to provide you funding to implement that strategy in the most flexible way. And they responded. They responded incredibly positively. So I just want to highlight that, and then I'll summarize. We utilize a three-pronged approach. So regulatory compliance is part of that three-legged stool. It is important for us that people that don't do what they need to do in the time that we give them, or they're recalcitrant, they're kind of like put their head in the sand, they're not necessarily interested. We have to follow through with elevated enforcement action. Or else the people that are doing the things that they have to do already will look at that and say, well, why am I spending my time? Why am I spending my money? If this guy over here gets to do whatever he wants to do and no one's going to take action. So we do give people time. We want to ensure people do what they need to do in, but we give people a time frame that can work for them. But if they're not going to do it, we have to take action. And so that's something that we've been trying to consistently apply again across all 6 regions through standard operating procedures, civil penalty matrix, all of that kind of stuff. We've learned a lot of lessons. So balancing top-down directives with local influence in decision-making. So a command and control approach can only work so much if people aren't really interested in doing that. So we have to make sure that people know kind of the guidelines of where we need to be, why they need to do things the way that we're asking them to do it, and kind of going back and forth in that programmatic adjustments. And finally, we've built programs that improve water quality, centralize and streamline our tracking and reporting systems, and ensuring that the good work that's happening is being accounted for. That's really a key component to our success. Is farmers generally don't want the government to know what they're doing, right? People generally don't want to hand over, information to the government. And so in Pennsylvania, we have the right to know law. So it's kind of like FOIA, but people can ask for information. And so we had to overcome that barrier and that hurdle. And thanks to the Farm Bureau and others, Penn Ag Industries in Pennsylvania, helping us overcome that barrier to, look, we just want to report the things that you're doing right. Please help us do that. And that's really shown, been able to demonstrate that success and get more funding from our state legislature into the mix, and also from EPA as well. So with that, I'll end, and I apologize if I went way over time.
No, Jill, that was brilliant. Thank you. So what I'd like to do, the way I'd like to manage this conversation, I want to make some space to see if there's any clarification questions for Jill. And then I'd like to jump into those discussion questions that you all should have in front of you. So first, any clarification questions? Yeah, Tom, jump right in.
Jill, thank you for that presentation. That's incredible what all y'all are doing. I wanted to ask you about all agricultural operations in Pennsylvania being regulated.
Mm-hmm.
How realistic is that? What kind of challenges does that present you as the agency trying to oversee that, enforce that?
Yeah. So very good question. And I'm not going to say that it's that we're anywhere close to perfect. We generally, again, with our messaging strategy, when our staff, DEP staff, we have 6, give or take, field staff that are devoted to agriculture compliance in the state. That's not many. So we rely very heavily on our conservation districts, and again, through the certification program for the nutrient management program, to and through the multiple training opportunities that us, NRCS, the State Conservation Commission, and the Pennsylvania Association for Conservation Districts put on to train the conservation district staff on how to do things. And so we have to trust and rely that the conservation districts are following the standard operating procedures. They are, helping farmers with getting what they need. We also have complaints that come in. So we have to handle complaints in a certain way as well. Realistically, again, I'd say 7, 8 years ago, we had no knowledge of any manure management plan in the state, at the state level. Conservation districts would know who they worked with, that kind of thing, but it wasn't anything that was reported to us. We had no knowledge of the universe. Now we actually at least have a knowledge of what we know is happening. We've funded conservation districts, like I said, to help write manure management plans. So they help farmers write them. They help verify them. So even if there's not a requirement to submit for approval, they're on the ground working with them to meet these obligations. We know that about 25 to 30% of the agricultural land is leased in Pennsylvania. These requirements not only hit the landowner, but also the operator. So it's a landowner operator responsibility. So regardless of if, you have an absentee landowner, the operator has to have an erosion sediment control plan. And so the investments that NRCS has made in Pennsylvania has been tremendous and has helped us move forward toward that. Everyone has a plan. Everyone's implementing their plan.
Thank you, Jill. Thank you, Tom. I've got Kent and then Mike. Kent.
So listening to Pennsylvania's program, it sounds like it has way more staff and way more money than South Dakota's program. Do you have any idea with the conservation district staff, how many staff you're throwing at this problem?
Right. So Regional Administrator Ortiz noted that EPA invests through our Chesapeake Bay. We have three Chesapeake Bay grants. So this is a little bit different than in other states. The Clean Water Act Section 117 provides additional funds. And so to Pennsylvania, we have a Bay implementation grant, which provides funding toward our Chesapeake Bay engineers and technical staff. So those are the people that, might be PEs, but generally not, but they do more engineering work. So there's 8 of them, 8 full-time equivalents, we'll just call it. We have Chesapeake Bay technicians where we split the cost between our state funding and the federal funding because we have to match the federal grants 1-to-1. So we split the cost. And so our Bay technicians were roughly around 30 of those that we fund and at the conservation districts. And then the nutrient management and manure management technicians, that's a statewide program. And there's 52 delegated conservation districts. And I'd say, give or take, maybe 50 or 60 conservation district staff, maybe a little bit less, that are devoted to nutrient management. Now they can do other things, but those are, that's the world in which we live in now. If you ask the conservation district, they'll say that they're not getting enough money. And that's likely true because we cap it at $80,000 per full-time equivalent. That may not cover the cost of administration, all those overhead costs and those kinds of things. So we use our state Chesapeake Bay Abatement Fund. We have a state nutrient management fund to support those conservation district staff. Sometimes we cannot use a nutrient management fund to support our staff. So, but the Bay Abatement Fund we can, that's only within the Bay watershed. Where our challenge is outside the Bay watershed where we don't have that additional funding pool to pull from. And that's our Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, Scranton, Erie, basically. Those are the 4 corners of the state. So we, this has been since the 1980s, has been a very high priority for the department, for the State Conservation Commission, to fund conservation district technical assistance very directly. We also invest more than $3 million in state funds to our watershed specialists, which cover every county in the state. So it may sound like more, I guess I'm always looking at well, we need more money. And then it's nice kind of to hear that other states might need, this is something that has worked for us, is this funding program. Because then we have required output measures and it's a choice that the conservation districts can make.
Great. Thank you, Ken. Thank you, Jill. So I'm going to come to Mike, and then what I really want to do is invite folks to reflect on those discussion questions. So Mike, you're going to have the last kind of clarification question, and then I'm interested in hearing folks' perspectives on the regulatory program, and then where do you want to take this conversation as you break into work groups, Mike?
Well, I agree with Tom. What an incredible program you have here in Pennsylvania. You got 44 inches of rainfall and a whole lot more farms. Kansas is not, that is not a problem. There's not very many farms and there's sometimes very little rainfall. But I see a question on here. How can we improve state CAFO program implementation? Well, I think that's probably what we're here for, but Jill, tell EPA how they can improve their state's programs. And I want you to focus, I want to focus, not necessarily you focus, but Iowa and North Carolina, where I think it's completely out of control and unregulated. And a horrible outcome in both places.
Well, so I can't speak to those two states, but what I can say is that in Pennsylvania, we have a statutory requirement since 1993 and then amended in 2018 to have a DEP Ag Advisory Board. So that advisory board, we have to meet with them. We have to, and I'm not saying we have to, I don't like it's like a drag, but it's we are entrusted through this statute to meet with members that are governor's appointees. So they represent all different variations of agriculture. There's also NGO members as well. And these are public meetings that happen to review and inform any kind of permit that could affect the ag community, any kind of regulation that could affect them, any kind of guidance or policy that could affect them. And we have to give them time to review and evaluate. One of the things that we did recently with the most recent renewal of our CAFO general permit was we enlisted EPA program staff to come and speak with and hear from the Ag Advisory Board. From my knowledge, that has not been done before. And so having EPA and the state who has to implement this program in the same room with the ag community, so everyone hears the same thing. These are the issues. This is what we need to get accomplished. This is the direction coming from EPA. These are the things that have to be in this general permit in order for us to, approve it, is really important. Because a lot of times the state departments carry the weight and the flack for directions that we get from the federal government. Conservation districts, the same thing happens to them. They get the flack for what we tell them to do. So I think having EPA regional office, those program permitting staff at the table when throughout the development with a work group that's put together to talk about the next iteration of the general permit is really important. So that level of communication and open transparency is, I think, helped us in the last iteration. One more thing I think too is that the nutrient management plan, the conservation or the Ag E&S plan, that is where the BMPs are identified. So don't try to kind of be redundant and reinvent the wheel and put BMPs in the permit, because the permit that's not really the focus. These plans are developed to meet a criteria, and that's what the farmers are looking at. So making sure that we focus in on those conservation practices in those plans that are referred to in the permit is another thing that we've kind of come to conclusion of being a more not as replicative or redundant and not as confusing.
Great. Jill, thank you. So now we've got about 15 or 20 minutes here for comment and discussion and opportunity for folks to share their perspectives. So please don't hesitate to jump in. Again, the discussion questions are reflections on the Pennsylvania program, thoughts about opportunities to improve state program implementation, and then questions that you all want to consider in a work group. So I've got Tara and then Chris.
Yeah, thanks. That was really helpful. And I think there are some elements of a really good model here. I just want to point out, I do think that how can we improve states' implementation is not the right question to be asking.
Mhm.
Because having EPA sit in meetings about permits at the state level won't do anything in states that don't issue permits. That isn't gonna work in Iowa or North Carolina or Indiana or Illinois or a host of other states that just say our CAPOs don't discharge, they don't need permits. You can have the strongest permit in the world. If no one has to follow it, that isn't gonna get the job done. So I think we really need more leadership from EPA to tell the states that they need to meet a higher floor. So that it's not just states like Pennsylvania that choose to go above and beyond and have legislatures that allow them to, and have the Chesapeake Bay that gets them access to more funding that can actually do some of that implementation. So I really hope that this space can take a step back and talk about what EPA can do, not just what states can do.
Great. Tara, thank you. Chris, and then Keith.
Well, thank you, Jill, for going through all that. Sometimes I think the complexity of what we go through every day as farmers is kind of a daunting task as we try to keep our farmers in the right frame of mind as we think about this. But I think one of the things that you've kind of alluded to, which comes to an issue that we have, is that I think having folks as yourself understand agriculture, like coming from the conservation, going into DEP and having that regulatory and also the understanding of agriculture is really, really important on how we move forward to get the job done in Pennsylvania. One of the things that in our, we have many, many meetings where farmers and DEP and conservation come together, and we realized that we needed a local touch, right? So it has to have that local buy-in from our farmers, our conservations on the ground. We do not have enough people in the conservations in the districts to really get the job done, because one of the things that we're finding is we don't have the technical assistance to be able to make some of these programs and to give, even though the money's there, so there's sometimes money, we just can't get the technical assistance that we need to be able to put these practices in place and to use the new technology. And so I think even though we're seeing that score, right, we're seeing an actual change in water quality in Pennsylvania. Understanding the legacy sediments and things. I mean, there's so much history in Pennsylvania and how we used to have agriculture and the dams we used to build and all those things. And we actually you got to see Lancaster County, some of our best soils in Pennsylvania, but you only have to go 100 miles north and it'll be like being in another country, right? And so we had to learn a lot about how we use different technology within Pennsylvania, because what Lancaster has to offer is not what happens in where my farm is, right? So we have to farm differently. We have to use different BMPs. We have to use different technology because it's not the same. And you go to the west, it's different, Western Pennsylvania. So it's complex, right? In how we go through these programs and trying to figure out how we work through it. And I just appreciate the idea that we're getting more local buy-in and a lot more engagement on what it is that needs to happen. And our members are working really, really hard to be able to get more money and push this in deeper. So thank you, Jill, for your leadership and the things that you're doing. Because to me, we got to have more technical assistance as we move forward, whether it's from our universities or having those private partnerships to be able to put more money into these systems for us to be able to get more technology for our farmers. So,
Chris, thank you. Keith.
Just a couple points about the state programs. And we touched on this a little bit in the last meeting when we talked, very briefly about what was going on in different states. But I think it's worth noting that a lot of states do have their own permitting programs outside of the EPA NPDES permit. I mean, North Carolina has that. They regulate any hog farm down to 250 pigs through their state program. And North Carolina has not constructed a new lagoon in Sprayfield farm system hog farm since 1997 through state law. I do want to keep in mind the differences in state programs. Pennsylvania has a very comprehensive program, but they're not the only state that has a comprehensive program. So I do just want to get that out there. And I guess maybe I do have a question for you, Jill. I hadn't until it kind of got touched on here. I hadn't really thought about the difference between Pennsylvania in the Chesapeake Bay and Pennsylvania outside the Chesapeake Bay. And it didn't occur to me that funding levels and technical assistance are probably very different in those two areas. So, I mean, how do you handle kind of that technical assistance side, kind of outside the Chesapeake Bay where the funding isn't as robust?
That is a challenge that we face daily. And especially since the Delaware River Basin is also very key. The Ohio River Basin, which flows to the Mississippi, and then the Great Lakes region. So again, we rely on the kind of the baseline ag conservation technician program funding, which is not, and the nutrient manure management program funding to help kind of fill those gaps and those voids with watershed specialists doing a lot of the ag work outside of the Bay. In the Bay, that's when we have additional people that are devoted to, we call them Chesapeake Bay technicians, Chesapeake Bay engineers. Conservation districts can call them whatever they want, but that there is a differentiation. And we've heard from folks in the western part of the state, the eastern part of the state, we want what the Bay has. I'm like, okay, well, the Bay has a TMDL. And there's a significant amount more regulatory kind of focus on the Bay watershed. But that's one of the best parts about the Environmental Stewardship Fund, about the Ag Conservation Assistance Program Fund. Both of those are statewide. So that's starting to kind of even the playing field with this new Ag Conservation Assistance Program, or ACAP, because we needed to get the urban centers to say, yep, this is a great idea for us to invest in. And they're outside of their Bay watershed. Our Bay watershed is primarily rural, give or take. So ensuring that the Bay isn't the only thing that we focus on. We have these statewide programs that we have to invest in, but more federal funding has been put in to the Bay watershed than outside of it.
Great. Keith, thank you. Jill, thank you. Laura?
Just curious, a show of hands, because we all represent different states. How many states here either have NIPDs or issue an alternative state permit that is equivalent to a NIPD's permit? And what I'm curious about is because, if there is that power, right? Because EPA, you set the standard and everyone else has to meet that equivalency standard typically. And so are there states that don't have that equivalency standard? I think is the important conversation that I'm missing is how many states is that really? Because I do feel like there's a lot that have that level. So whether it's a state permit or it's a federal permit, that floor, right, is pretty consistent across the United States, I think. And so that conversation about, what needs to be in place, I think EPA does have a lot of power, whether it's direct or indirect with states to set that floor. And so hopefully that conversation will be had. But the other piece I want to say is, Adam, you're a treasurer and you work for EPA and that's one model. But I do think what I've seen in other parts throughout the world is that it's the power of the person. It's the power of the personality. And so it could be a district person, it could be a state person, it could be whoever that comes into a role that wants to be that matchmaker, that wants to bring all those parties together, is where that momentum seems to go. And it coupled with, I will admit, we often see that the power of advocacy does drive interest and awareness, and it drives money and resources to start coming to places, right? So when all of those things come together, I think what we're seeing is there's a beautiful marriage. And some parts of the country just don't have that. So there is this imbalance that you will never get there if you don't have it, right? And it's people, not necessarily always regulation. So anyways, just curiosity, I would love to learn more about which states don't have equivalency in their statutes to at least set that level bar.
Thanks. This is a little bit, sorry, Jill, this isn't a response to your presentation, which I thought was very helpful, but picking up on that question about equivalency with state permits, this is sort of what I meant to refer to earlier with talking about defining the problem. I think there are NIPDES permits, there are state issued NIPDES or SPEEDES permits, depending on what people want to call them, and there are state law permits. In California, Idaho, Illinois, Indiana, Iowa, Missouri, New York, North Carolina, and Washington, where most CAFOs are covered under state law permits, not NIPDES permits, there are serious differences between what the state law permits allow and what the NIPDES permits allow. And I think that's maybe something we want to explore and think about a little bit more. My understanding is that in North Carolina, for example, you can land apply waste within 25 feet of a stream. I think in Iowa, there aren't always any limits on the distance between land application areas and streams. That's not true under EPA's Clean Water Act permit program. So, I mean, I think that's part of the thing to explore, and a place where I'm hoping we can bring a little bit more rigor to our conversations, where we're talking about what people are requiring under state law and what's required under federal law, and what the problem we see is, and how confusion and the failure to police the requirement to get a Clean Water Act permit as opposed to a state law permit creates some difficulty and a lot of confusion, I think, for folks who are trying to get information about what they're being exposed to, but also I imagine for people who are trying to comply with permit requirements.
Great, Alexis, thank you. So we definitely have time for a few more comments here. And so as folks are trying to decide whether to put their name tent up or not, James, do you have any specific areas that you are interested in having the group explore in this topic area?
I was thinking about the last comments and taking notes, so I'm not prepared to say, did we have any direction? We'll just go right.
Aren't you glad you're not the chair? Folks have other comments, and then James, I'll try to buy you a minute or two here to think about that. Yeah, Tara, please.
Yeah, this is just really high level, not so granular, but to follow up on what Alexis was saying, EPA has roughly estimated that about 75% of CAFOs do in fact discharge into waterways, and only about 30% have Clean Water Act permits. So I think that really underscores the point that a lot of these state programs are fundamentally just not equivalent. They're different. We need more granular data, and I agree we need to have a rigorous conversation about that. But fundamentally, I think we need to talk about NPDES permits specifically.
Okay, Tara, thank you. Oh, please, Jill, yeah.
All right, I have been talking without the microphone on the whole time, and I really apologize. So one thing that I kind of neglected to mention was our CAFO permitting and the Act 38 nutrient management. What makes a CAFO? And so we have this nice little flow chart that was put together, very rudimentary a few years ago, but everyone loves it because it's simple. So you either hit the large animal threshold, or you have 1,000 animal equivalent units when all animals are combined, or your operation is already considered a concentrated animal operation in the Act 38 program, and you have 300 animal equivalent units when all animal types are combined. So we have CAOs that are CAFOs, we have CAFOs that are not CAOs, but that's how we cover all of the levels of CAFO in Pennsylvania. And like I said, kind of before coming to DEP, I didn't realize that there were such a thing as unpermitted CAFOs, because in Pennsylvania, again, we permit all of them. So how that came to be, the history behind that, I'm not entirely clear, but our legislature and our governor, I think in the early 90s, was mostly Republican led. But again, there was a lot of buy-in from the ag community at that time to set the standard and to make sure that everyone is held at the same level and at the same standard. So I just wanted to kind of share, I didn't go into that level of detail earlier, and I wanted to kind of share again in Pennsylvania how we've done that and how it's worked.
Great. Jill, thank you. Kelly, go ahead.
Related to that, something that I was thinking about when I was listening to your presentation is I wondered if it was possible to know how many CAFOs that would be defined as a medium CAFO under the federal regulations are getting the NPDES style permit in Pennsylvania, because that's a challenge in a lot of states is knowing how those facilities are being dealt with.
That's a good question, and that kind of goes to how we in our regulations kind of define that medium CAFO size would be those that didn't hit that large threshold, but had those two other thresholds that they would have met, the 1,000 animal equivalent units when all animals are combined, or they're already regulated as a concentrated animal operation because they have animal density issues. So they have more animals than they have land to apply the manure to. And then they hit that 300 AEU threshold. So we don't necessarily, our regulations don't exactly mirror the medium small kind of definition in the Clean Water Act. And that has been kind of a conversation that we've had with EPA, but we've been able to demonstrate that this is equivalent to what that medium and small would be.
Just so for mediums, are they being treated under the NPDES permits? They are? Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Kelly. Yeah, Alexis, jump in. And then Will, and then Alexis, Will, and then James, we'll see if you've got any other places you want to explore.
Sorry, I don't want to derail. I just wanted to correct myself because I think I just said Iowa, and I know we have a lot of experts in the room. So I think that's Idaho with no setbacks discharges. So sorry to Iowa.
Those pesky 2-letter abbreviations. Oh, they get me every time. Will?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I know, being a certified applicator in Iowa, we have discharge limits and that's different depending on or setback distance different, and that's different based on if you're surface applying or if you're incorporating. But I think maybe it sounds like maybe in the context of the work group setting, review, I guess maybe some of the history around, dedelegation. I know there was specific to Iowa, there was a dedelegation petition, several years ago that after a long, investigation determined that, there wasn't a significant difference, as I understand, between the state permit and what EPA is. There's a new dedelegation petition, as I understand it. So I don't know, maybe reviewing some of the history of that and in context of what's the difference. It sounds like the question is what's the difference between some of the states and some of the NPDES permits from EPA. So, maybe it sounds like there's a number of states, maybe we need to understand what those differences are or are not.
Great, thank you. Well, could you clarify the new you had mentioned EPA new the word you used was delisting. Can you quick?
So yeah, I guess what I'm familiar with is that there's a current petition filed in Iowa seeking EPA to take Iowa's authority away from the Clean Water Act. And so, like I mentioned there, I know there was a previous petition and that determined that as I understand it, there wasn't a significant difference between the state permit and the NPDES permit. So
great, thank you, Will. I appreciate that. Laura, I think that your name tent is a legacy name tent. Okay, Tara, jump in.
Yeah, I just had a direct response just because I was the lead author of the previous Iowa dedelegation petition. It did result in findings by EPA that the state was not running a compliant Clean Water Act program for CAFOs. A 5-year work plan agreement was created to help address the state program deficiencies, but it did not involve a comparison of the state permit program, which is a construction permit, and the NIPD's permit program. Instead, it involved EPA looking at whether the state was failing to require NIPD's permits for CAFOs that had discharged, and instead of requiring those permits, ultimately, the state was requiring corrective measures for CAFOs with illegal discharges that they said demonstrated that those discharges would not recur. And under EPA's current regulatory scheme, EPA Region 7 found that that was sufficient for the state to maintain its delegation. So it wasn't about the state's permitting program really at all. Just wanted to clarify.
Great. Tara, thank you. Okay, I'm going to make space here if there are any additional thoughts that folks want to share. And if not, then we will go to break. And I don't mean that to be as a disincentive to put your name tent up, because that's not what it is, because we can sit in silence. No, I'm just kidding. Other thoughts that folks are interested in sharing here? Really appreciate everyone's willingness to dive into this. And thank you, Jill, very much. Okay, it is about 10:40. Why don't we come back at 10:55? 10:55, so we'll take 15 minutes, and then at 10:55, we will jump right into our next topic. Yeah.
That's
And you made me question what I heard too, so I was like, oh God.
on
I'd ask that AAWQ members please find their way back to their seats, and then that the other folks find their way back to this to the area behind the AWQ. I'd like to go ahead and resume.
Sorry.
I'd like to invite folks back to their seats. I'd like to go ahead and get started, please. Again, I'd like to invite folks back to their seats. I'd like to get started, please.
Rob, I appreciate the polite way that you asked everybody to come to the table together and be there. You know, it's always the case that we could ask the latecomers to speak first the next time we have a discussion in a directed way. Uh-oh, Laura. Just kidding, Laura. Okay, great. Well, thank you, everybody. We're going to go ahead and move right into our next session. James, I'm going to ask that you kick off and introduce our speakers. Thank you for that, Rob. And boy, it's a pleasure to really kick off a session around community impact and engagement. So a piece that we became more familiar with as we spoke. And of course, we're used to engagement on this committee. All of you represent folks and how to intersect with communities. A lot for us to learn and to hear examples. So we're going to learn more about Pennsylvania's agricultural environmental justice program and community engagement efforts. Proud to have with us Fernando Trevino, who's the Special Deputy Secretary in the Office of Environmental Justice for the Department of Environmental Protection here in Pennsylvania. I'll turn that over to you, Fernando.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. I think that my slides should be ready. Thank you. Yes, my name is Fernando Trevino. I'm the Special Deputy Secretary for Environmental Justice with DEP. With me is Ariana Henna. She is a regional coordinator in South Central Pennsylvania. So she oversees our work and our outreach in 8 to 10 counties in South Central Pennsylvania, including Lancaster. If you don't mind going to the next slide, please. Environmental justice in Pennsylvania for DEP, from DEP's perspective, it's a little bit different from what you normally would understand. And that is that my office sits directly under the Secretary's office. So we are considered to be part of the regulatory agency. So sometimes it sounds counterproductive a little bit. Sometimes it's a little bit frustrating for my staff and myself, but we're not allowed to advocate for environmental justice communities because we're part of the regulatory agency. So what we do is to make sure that environmental justice communities receive all of the tools and the information and the education so they can better advocate for them. When Governor Shapiro took office at the beginning of last year, and he appointed Secretary Rich Negrin, former Secretary Rich Negrin, to DEP, both the Secretary and the Governor's office approached me to take this new role. And to be honest, I wasn't sure why I was chosen. I'm originally from Mexico. I came to the U.S. as a former diplomat. I've been in Pennsylvania for 20 years, but my expertise was and is still on community engagement, on developing connections with underrepresented communities, with vulnerable communities. And that's the first time that, to be honest, I understood the lack of priority or a little bit of the lack of, real action on environmental justice from DEP, to be honest. We have had great staff. We still have great colleagues in DEP that care about environmental justice, but the reality is that the office wasn't given the resources or the staff needed to really have an impact. So when the secretary asked me, what do you need in order to do this job for us, I told him that this needed to be a long-term plan. So my first action was to develop a strategy for 2023 that you have 7 individual steps that we took, but basically I always divided in 3. We needed to have a new vision for environmental justice. We needed to make sure that we were inclusive of all Pennsylvanians that are vulnerable. Traditionally, and I understand the reason, I'm a Mexican immigrant, working with Black and Brown communities has to be a priority from the environmental justice perspective. But the reality is that rural communities in Pennsylvania are also vulnerable for some environmental issues. So we needed to change that perspective in Pennsylvania. And I'm going to get more into some details later. So having a new vision, also, we needed to have a new team. I'm very lucky that the governor and DEP allow me to grow the team. We increased the team by We tripled the team pretty much in the first year. And this is the first time that we have one regional coordinator per each of our 6 regions. Jill was talking to you guys about our different regions. And we added capacity not only in central office to help us handle the administrative stuff, but we have now even a special projects coordinator that his expertise and one of his elements in his portfolio is outreach to the Asian American community, and that is the fastest growing minority in Pennsylvania. With all of that, we have a great vision. We have a great team. Now we needed to have a framework, and that's when the new environmental justice policy comes to play. DEP had not updated the environmental justice policy in more than 20 years. So there was a clear need of having a new perspective and having a more comprehensive approach for environmental justice within DEP, and that's why we created this. I'll talk about the team a little bit more. Can we go to the next slide, please? But one of the elements I was mentioning this is the new vision. We want to position DEP as an agency that is inclusive of all Pennsylvanians facing environmental challenges, especially the most vulnerable, but we need to implement a new environmental justice approach, right? It's comprehensive, intentional, not only that has components of external tactics, but the reality that we needed to change some internal processes as well. The next slide, please. So one of the main elements of the new AJ policy and this approach, and once again, one of the reasons why I was appointed for this position, it's this proactive community engagement approach. We need OEJ, my office, the Office of Environmental Justice, and DEP is increasing proactive outreach and engagement across Pennsylvania. We need to build long-lasting relationships with communities outside of individual projects or permits. DEP traditionally will engage with environmental justice communities only when there was an emergency or only when there was a specific facility being permitted in that area. Other than that, we didn't have the capacity to do it. Now with the new staff, we do. So the most important piece for us is that we need to increase strategic community education, outreach, engagement, and we need to help them, with capacity building as well. And for us, this is building community trust through intentional action. Next slide, please. So the framework and something that has been a little bit misunderstood, to be honest, and a little bit controversial in Pennsylvania, it's our new AJ policy. I'm not going to go through all of the elements because that's self-explanatory, but I do believe that having for the first time a comprehensive action on proactive community engagement is one of the most important pieces of this policy. The policy has been in the works since the last administration, right? So it's not only my credit. We have a great staff that has been in DEP for some time pushing for this policy, but until this administration took office, the policy was focused mostly on permitting and our enhanced public participation for the permitting process. So we wanted to be more comprehensive and include in the policy not only that proactive community engagement approach that I was describing, but also how can we incorporate environmental justice considerations in inspections, compliance, enforcement, grants, and many other things. Next slide, please. So one of the things that, that we are very, very proud is that we have developed a new mapping tool. Pen Enviro Screen was developed jointly with the new environmental justice policy, and this is a state-of-the-art mapping tool that will allow us to identify environmental justice communities. As part of the change on how we are defining environmental justice is that Pennsylvania went from using only 2 demographic factors, race and income or poverty level, to identify an EJ community. Now we're using 32 factors, including environmental factors, so we have a better understanding of the most vulnerable communities in Pennsylvania. Before getting to those details, our new mapping tool, the map right now, we have a graduating system where when we add the different values of the different 2 factors, we have a final score. If that final score is 80 or higher, that becomes immediately an environmental justice area. So the dark blue, the darker the blue is the highest the grade for environmental justice. So we want to have that vision so people can see the different levels of communities across Pennsylvania. We also have that, I didn't include it here, but we also have the possibility of seeing this map literally just with what is an environmental justice and not. For purposing, for permitting process, for applicants, for community leaders, just to know if they live or not in an environmental justice community. Can we go to the next slide, please? That's the list of the new factors. We wanted to include, as I was mentioning, environmental factors. So we have pollution burden, pollution in terms of environmental exposures and effects, but we also added more demographic factors. Now we include age, we include linguistic isolation and many other things to have a more detailed view and be able to prioritize better what communities need the most attention from the Commonwealth. Can we go to the next slide, please? So one of the more controversial issues here is that we have a list of trigger projects. It means that if any of these kind of permits is filed with DEP and the facility is going to be based in an environmental justice community, immediately it triggers our enhanced public participation system for permitting. With the rural community, with the agricultural community, it's been a little bit controversial. I'm not going to say no that we included CAFOs. DEP has included CAFOs in our list of trigger permits for 20 years. Even before we had an Office of Environmental Justice, CAFOs were considered, maybe we need to take an extra step to do enhanced public participation. But once again, the policy hasn't been updated for 20 years. So we know that not only CAFOs, but a couple of other things, we have better strategies, better equipment, better technology. And right now, one of the main comments that we received during the public comment for the policy is that maybe CAFOs shouldn't, they don't need to be in trigger permits. So they're asking us to move the CAFOs to the list of what we call opt-in projects. So if we go to the next slide, that is the list of opt-in projects, but it's not absolute, it's just inclusive. The idea is that sometimes there are going to be projects that even if they're not considered trigger, there could create a lot of controversy with the facility, with the community. Maybe the facility has a history of violations. Maybe the community has a history of being disenfranchised or have a specific health impact. So we wanted to have the flexibility to identify projects and permits that even if they are not based in an EJ area or considered trigger, that we may opt-in that project to do enhanced public participation. What does this mean? And this is one of the, once again, the more controversial piece. Our new environmental justice policy is just a guide for DEP staff of how to do environmental justice and how to implement these steps. The environmental justice policy it doesn't create any extra requirements for the applicant. It doesn't increase the level of regulation. It doesn't shrink the permitting process. The policy allows our staff just to make sure that we're communicating with the public in a better way, in a more comprehensive way. So the public that potentially could be affected by this facility could have all the information that they need, either to support the project or to provide testimony that they don't support the project. But the main idea is that this is just a tool for DEP on how to do better community engagement. This doesn't create literally any new requirements or regulations to the applicant or to the industry. Can we go to the next slide, please? And this is something that it shows how busy DEP is, but also our true commitment to be very specific on when are we doing environmental justice and enhanced public participation. Since the implementation of the interim final policy that was implemented on September 16 of 2023, DEP has received more than 17,000 permit applications. 17,000. I think that we're closer to 20 right now. I have to double check, but at least more than 17,000. Out of that number, only 125 are trigger permits in EJ areas. So it's literally a fraction of a fraction. But even then, we are not implementing enhanced public participation just because it's a trigger permit. We really are taking a detailed view of every element that the community needs and the DEP needs to do in order to decide. So literally out of 125 trigger permits in EJ areas, we're implementing enhanced public participation in 13 projects. Only in 13 projects since the implementation. The other controversial element of the policy is the opt-in process. Members of the advocacy community, members of the industry believe that DEP was incorporating opt-in projects in order to take advantage of something or try to just continue to bring more projects into the fold. But we haven't done it. For us, opt-in projects are the exception to the rule and not the other way around. So we just got another one. So we only have received 3 opt-in project requests. And that could come from members of the community. That could come from our own staff. That could come from county conservation districts. And not because they request to have an opt-in, immediately means that we're going to do enhanced public participation. So out of those 3 requests that we received, we did enhanced public participation only in 1. But the last line is the one that affects or that is more interest for this group, is that since September 16, after this policy, we have received 0 permits or projects related to CAFOs in EJ area. So this policy is not affecting CAFOs. This policy is not affecting the agricultural industry and farmers. And it just gives DEP the opportunity to take an extra step and improve our outreach to different communities. Can we go to the next slide, please? So after developing in our first year, our team, our vision, our framework, we wanted to start producing results. I always tell my staff, now it's time to get to work. So we identified 3 specific action areas for our second year in the administration. We believe that it's up to the most importance that DEP needs to incorporate environmental justice considerations on every aspect of DEP. Long term, maybe I'm naive, maybe I'm too aspirational, but long term, our ultimate goal is that the Office of Environmental Justice doesn't need to exist. Is that DEP by default from the beginning is already taking EJ considerations in all of our programs. We're prioritizing the permitting process. It's not a secret. Permitting has been a priority for Governor Shapiro. Another number that I am amazed is that since the new project for permitting that is called, I'm totally blanking on the name. Basically, the applicant has the right to get their fees back if the permit is not issued in time. We have received more than 20,000 applications since that policy was implemented by the governor's office. DEP has never had a request to send money back. More than 20. I think that the last number that I heard, I think that delay only with 7 or 8 permits. So out of 20,000, so we want to prioritize permitting without, stop being concerned for EJ communities.
That's good. I'm gonna bring you in here later.
Our second priority, as I mentioned it before, is now to implement a proactive community engagement approach. My team will be developing an environmental justice profile for each of our 6 regions that will include not only the specific communities, the needs, the linguistic needs, but also we're going to be listing community-based organizations, stakeholders. We want to literally map out each region, identifying the main issues, the main players, and the main needs for our communities in each of our 6 regions. We also want EJ communities to be able to compete and to receive more grants. So we're working with our partners with EPA and foundations across the Commonwealth on how we can provide technical assistance to communities in order to go for more funding and receive the more funding. And also long-term for us, it's that we need to do a better job communicating. I have to be honest, we have been so focused on developing on launching the project that we haven't communicated enough with EJ communities on what it means to be an environmental justice community and the impact. So we need to develop a communications plan that will be targeting core constituencies for us. Our last action area for this year, we really want to foster external and institutional collaboration. I was sharing with James that DEP has its own environmental justice advisory board. We do quarterly meetings, we receive public comment, and the board advises the secretary on what to do. We want to streamline how EJAP works and really to make sure that it becomes a board that gives great advice. The Commonwealth also has an environmental justice interagency council, where different agencies from the Commonwealth send representatives to this meeting, and we coordinate the work around environmental justice that each agency is doing. We need to restructure that group. We need to start moving into a format that is actually implementing, that is project-based versus just reporting. So it's one of our goals. And for me, the last priority for this year, and this may be, not maybe, this is really aspirational. I think that this is going to be for the first term of the governor. We want to turn our office and DEP into the lead convener for environmental justice in Pennsylvania. We cannot be the main advocate for the reasons that I already explained, but we believe that we can play an important role on bringing different communities together, learning from each other, bringing different community-based organizations, city governments, universities, to talk about the strategies statewide. We have great players and great advocates on the environmental justice arena in Pennsylvania. That statewide cooperation and collaboration is lacking a little bit. So that's where we're trying to move the office. Can we go to the next slide, please? And just to give you a quick example of our proactive community engagement numbers that we're doing this year, my office just in 2024 has met with more than 108 community-based organizations. We have met with more than 183 stakeholders and community leaders. We have hosted more than 31 events or office hours, just where we go and sit down and talk to whoever wants to show up. We have attended more than 99 events hosted by partners, and we have given more than 46 presentations just like this, sharing what DEP is doing on environmental justice, what our office is doing, and trying to identify better ways to communicate with the public. Can we go to the next slide, please? Just to finish, that's the team that we're putting together. I'm very sad to share that Justin Dula, our director, today is his last day, so I went ahead and just put him as vacant. I'm in the process of hiring a new director. It's a shame that Adam left. I was in Adam's office in EPA in Philly 2 days ago, and I blame it on him. EPA is still in Justin, and he's moving to the central office in Washington because of the great work that we have been doing in Pennsylvania. Andrea Fields, our deputy director, the rest of the statewide staff. And if we go, just one second, I just want to highlight the programs coordinator position, because speaking about incorporating EJ considerations into DEP's day-to-day operations, we needed to do a better job communicating with our different deputies and our different programs on how we can be helpful. So we created a new position that the responsibility of that position is literally just having daily meetings with our different programs to identify needs. How can we work together? How can we help communicate with communities better? And how can we just make their life easier? And if you go to the next slide, that is the last one. This is our regional team. I am very proud of that team. As I mentioned at the beginning, Ariana Hena is here with me. She helps us run the South Central office. But I really wanted to bring people with expertise in their own area. So we hire regional individuals that have already existing networks, that have either organizing, campaigning, advocacy experience, because we wanted to do that. Jordi Comas in North Central has more than 20 years of experience organizing in rural communities. Amani Reed has years of experience organizing with faith-based and African-American groups. Maria Ocasio is just coming from Conservation Voters Pennsylvania as one of her directors, so we stole her away from them. Elspeth Coyley in the Northwest has union experience and labor organizing experience. So we really wanted to bring a very diverse team, not only in demographics, but in expertise, in networks, and in engagement. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you guys may have for us.
Fabulous. Thank you so much. And so what I'd like to do is I'd like to run it the same way we've run the other sessions. I want to make space here for folks to ask clarifying questions, and then we're going to move right into the discussion questions that again are focusing on your observations, and then questions of what might be topics for you all to discuss in a work group setting. So first, any clarifying questions? Yeah, Laura.
Just curious, you said there were 17,000 permits that came up in, but there were 0 that were CAFO. And so was it, there were 0 CAFO permits or 0 CAFO permits intersected with the EGA community?
0 CAFO permits in EGA areas of street.
So permits did come up, but they weren't, yeah.
I don't have the specific number. I'm not, I don't run that deputy data yet. Specifically, the number 0 is CAFO permits in EGA areas.
Thank you, Laura. Yeah, Tom.
Fernando, thank you for that. I'm just curious, so there's no additional requirements when a permit comes up in an EJ identified area? What does that additional interaction, whatever, what does that look like? What do you do when you do have an impact?
So every project is different, and the idea that we call the enhanced public participation process is just to take extra steps to make sure that the community knows the nature of the project. Most of our permits have a public hearing sometimes, in order to receive the public impact. An enhanced element would be maybe we need to do an additional public meeting first. So the public meeting really, the applicant and DP provides information directly to the public. So they know, they are better educated, they have more details, and then they can come back later to do the public hearing. So they have more time to process the information and they can present better testimony for the project. It may include plain language documents to help communities understand better the process. It may include language access if we identify that that specific community needs support. So it may include translations. It may include additional just informal meetings from my staff with communities to let them know what's coming. Includes social media announcements, includes traditional media announcements. It's just a few extra steps to make sure that the public knows the process and they're better, I don't want to say qualified, but they're very informed in order to participate in the process. And everything happens within the same regulatory timeframe. We're not delaying the permit. We haven't delayed one single permit in 11 months. So we're not delaying the permitting process. And one of the misconceptions was that our permitting team was so busy. That's not a misconception. They're really, really busy. But the misconception was that, okay, now they have to do all of this enhanced public participation. And they don't. They don't do anything beyond letting us know if it's in an EJ area, and my team is the one in charge of doing everything else. So we added not only better language to do public participation, but the extra capacity in terms of staff to do it. So our permitting staff focuses their time on their job.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Fernando. Other questions? Yeah, Chris, please.
Well, thank you for your presentation. And this is kind of new for us in agriculture as we think about CAFOs and the environmental justice policy, because this is really something that's kind of has us as farmers kind of wondering, okay, so how does this work? So I am kind of curious on what your plan is when it is triggered, because we really don't know, like, how does that work? Is that you guys leading with the farmer, or is it the farmer's responsibility? Do you have a plan in place? I mean, because we know that there'll be people who will be for or against. We already have a public notice that we have to put out and advertise and all that. So be interested, I guess, for me is to kind of understand that this new role and how that kind of how it works back and forth.
So the first point to clarify, and I'm not able to share all of the details, but we implemented this new interim final policy in September. We went through a very comprehensive process of public participation, and we got more feedback to make the policy better. We're in the last steps to draft the final version. And there will be a small changes here and there. I'm not in the liberty to share yet, but just wanted to clarify that. But let's say that in your specific question, it's once again 100% on DEP, right? Once the applicant presents or files a permit, maybe they have a pre-application meeting with the team, and we are aware of the project. My team is notified, and we start doing informal outreach with the community, but we also start having informal conversations with our programs and with the regional office to understand the needs. And that's why after that initial evaluation, we decide, yeah, it requires enhanced or it doesn't require enhanced. And that's why we, out of 125 trigger permits, we decided to do enhanced public participation only in 13. But once we decide that, repeating myself a little bit, I think that the most important piece for us is to give that community time to be better informed. Traditionally, once again, DEP would host just in one day a public hearing to receive testimony. Sometimes DEP would host the same day a public meeting to answer questions, immediately followed by the public hearing. So one of the elements that I'm trying to incorporate as a best practice is to build time in between the meetings and the hearings, because communities need more time to process. They need more time to do some research and to be able to provide better testimony when they do it. So it's a very organic process. It's in a case-by-case basis. I know that as an agency, the public sometimes hates that we don't have a very specific process, step 1, 2, and 3, but different communities have different needs, different permits have different requirements. Each region is its own, agency pretty much on itself, but it's not on the applicant. Maybe sometimes we invite the applicant to join the public meeting, but for us, the most important piece is just to give time within the same framework for the public to understand the process better.
Yeah, I thank you for that. One of the things, we went to a Plains Club community to look at an operation yesterday, and that was my question, is they're not very much willing to be out front and out in the public eye. So I was just kind of curious if it got triggered, would they have to be the one leading that, or?
No, it's the DEP staff. But look, once again, for DEP, environmental justice is to give the most vulnerable communities the opportunity to know about DEP, about the process, and to have a voice. If some communities choose not to have a voice, we're not going to push back. Once again, we are a neutral player here. We're not advocating for the community to participate. Our role is to provide the information and to make sure that they understand the process. If the community decides we're good, we don't need to do it, then it's up to them. It's not up to us to decide if they should do it or not. And that's why we conduct initial meetings with community leaders to see where's the interest. That's why we have chosen to do enhanced public participation only in 10% of the trigger permits. But this circles back my comments to our proactive community engagement. Because we're developing now those relationships in advance, we are understanding, different communities better. We do need to do a better job engaging the rural community. Yes, I grant you that. We haven't been that active yet. We are prioritizing pretty much the areas and the nature of the communities based on the trigger permits that we're doing. But definitely, you guys will be hearing more from us, because we need to increase our outreach with farmers and in rural communities. But that's the importance of this proactive community engagement approach, is that if we have that relationship before the permit is filed, if we already what the needs are, if the community already has our contact information and a better understanding on how our processes work, the enhanced public participation is going to be way better, faster, and it's not going to affect the permit at all. So,
Chris, did that answer your question? Do you have any? Okay, great. Kelly, please jump in.
I fear my question is going to be really complicated. It kind of has three aspects. One is, and maybe I'll ask them in part, so it's not, how does the Pennsylvania environmental justice screen that you've developed compare to the categorizations that come out of EPA's EJ screen?
It's very similar. We model it after EPA screen. We use California as well as one of our leads. The main element for us was to identify those factors that was a public information that is available every year, so we can update the screen. But it's also, again, available information on its own that we know that there's a formal source. But the specific elements were identified not only by experts or through our public engagement participation by the staff, but we model our mapping tool based on EPA's and California.
And does it, are there some environmental justice areas that do intersect CAFO locations? Have you plotted the CAFO locations, not just permit applications, but just the existence of the?
We haven't, to be honest. It's something that we can look into it.
Oh, okay. And then my next question was, at some point, will the policy be incorporated into substantive questions about permitting and restoration and mitigation? I was just quickly taking a look at the policy itself. And right now we've been talking about the public participation aspects, but how does that policy get incorporated into the substance of the permits and maybe what happens on the ground?
So we're working with our inspections and enforcement team right now to develop that process. But basically what the policy says is that DP will prioritize facilities in EJ areas to inspect and have and to monitor only if the same if we have facilities that are the same level, the same nature, the same elements, the same kind of violations, and we don't have enough capacity to inspect all of them, we're going to prioritize in EJ areas, right? We're not going to stop monitoring or inspecting facilities outside of EJ areas just to go after EJ areas. That's not the nature of this. The nature of the policy is to a prioritizing system that's like, okay, we have just X amount of capacity to X amount of man hours to do this, and we have 2 or 3 facilities that have exactly the same elements. Okay, maybe we're going to use the EJ consideration to prioritize it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Fernando. Thank you, Kelly. Other clarifying questions? Okay, I'm not seeing any, so I'm inviting folks now to reflect on our discussion questions. And so what are your perspectives on how Pennsylvania engages with their community and their assessments and impacts? And what other community impacts and engagements are you aware of in your localities or other programs you're familiar with? And then again, the question that we keep coming back to, where do you want to dig in as a group on this topic? Yeah, Kelly. Thank you, Kelly.
It's a good thing I consistently forget to put this down. One of the challenges that I see consistently and that we've worked on is the public notice and ease of community members being able to access the nutrient management plans for facilities that are applying for general permits. In some places at the state level, there's been resistance to making those nutrient management plans publicly available, but that ends up being the heart of where the operation operationalizes the standards from the general permit. And so in order to have a meaningful opportunity for someone to look at what is being allowed under the permit, they need to be able to easily access that nutrient management plan. And so that's something that I would like to look into further as solving that problem.
Great, Kelly, thank you. Okay, other thoughts that folks have? Perspectives on what Fernando shared or what you see on the ground from your perspective, or discussions that you're interested in having as a group, such as what Kelly described? Go ahead, Becky.
First, just a word of praise. I've issued permits in the state of Indiana for 16 years, and in getting to the people who are around there and making sure you're communicating to them, and especially when you're in a situation where you're trying to communicate risk in a way, in a language, in whether it's educational level or language barriers, so that people can really understand what's going on and understand the risk to them and then make decisions is really difficult work. And so thank you for, it's not easy. And so thanks for pushing forward there. I know when we talk with I'm with poultry, when we talk with our farmers, we always say, have you talked to your neighbors? You know, if they're going to expand or site a new location, and it really doesn't matter who the neighbors are, whether the neighbors are what you would consider an environmental justice community or just your neighbors, you know, whoever it is, need to get in there and communicate. And so that enhanced public participation, that communication is key. And while, yes, appropriate to, you know, to do that extra effort for those environmental justice communities, you know, good communication and transparency is good across the board. So,
Thank you. And just to add that we have already a couple of examples in Pennsylvania when, once again, this is not a requirement for any applicant. This is DP staff. But the actual applicant acknowledged that, exactly what you said, and said, you know what, we actually need to do a better job communicating with the facilities neighborhoods. So they are incorporating their own enhanced public participation. Technically not a public participation, but their own enhanced community outreach. When they said, we know that you're going to do X, Y, and Z as part of the permit, we want to do our part as well, because we understand now the importance of making sure that we have the buy-in from our neighbors. I understand that not every applicant will have the capacity or the resources to do it, and that's totally understandable. But you touch base in a key element there. It's just communication, right? Sometimes, let's be honest, we all, in every state, we always have our crazy advocates and our crazy people that will complain about something. That's the reality. Most of the time, they have valid questions and valid complaints. Sometimes they don't. But for me, something that we're trying to change is not because someone is going to complain about something that we're doing, we should stop talking to them. Should be the other way around. It's that most of the complaint that we're getting or that we used to get at the beginning of the administration is that DP never talks to us. We don't know what's going on. We don't hear from you. Suddenly we have a permit and you're here and you're giving me 2 hours to do something. So just by taking a few extra steps, right, you take away half of the complaints that you're never talked to us. When you have that communication, if they have valid concerns, then we address them. If they don't, we address them as well. But it is important that the policy implements all of these in DP, but having good partners in the industry, having good partners in the applicants, it also goes a long way for the communities that potentially could be affected or not, but just impacted, let's put it that way, by the facility. So.
Thank you. Thank you, Becky. Thank you, Fernando. Yeah, I've got Steve and then Alicia. Steve?
So I was wondering if you could maybe talk about some of the things that are required. So like the Civil Rights Act does require some amount of accessibility. And I know that a lot of our websites are being required to upgrade to language requirements across the state. So could you address that?
Sure. Just to be clear for the record, even when we're not in a courtroom, the Office of Environmental Justice in DP, we don't run Title VI or we don't run language access or any of the civil rights requirements. But we do have, obviously, our own language access policy. We're actually working on developing a new plan. Once again, right, for me, that is personal. I'm an immigrant from Mexico. Obviously, my interest is that my community, but other communities as well have access to the information in the best way available, and that includes language. So we're working with our partners in EPA to make sure that we're in compliance with Title VI. We have a robust team working right now on finishing our new plan for language access. All of the Commonwealth websites are controlled directly by the governor's office and a centralized team. So we are going through a process of redesigning the teams, but not only on how they look, but the information that they have, and that includes translation into the most common languages. As part of our language access plan, when it's completed, it's going to identify at least the top 3 or 4 languages spoken in Pennsylvania. And the plan is not only to provide translation services in those languages, but also to translate vital documents into that. And then based on the regions and based on specific needs, we may need to incorporate a couple of other elements. In a personal note, I used to run language access for the city of Philadelphia, so it's a passion of mine, even when right now it's not under my purview. We have been very lucky to have an administration that understands that need and that we need to be up to speed with those requirements.
Steve, thank you. Fernando, thank you. I've got Alicia and then Tara. Alicia.
Yeah, so I'm just thinking about more cumulative types of impacts that are impacting communities that are downstream of CAFOs. So, communities that are not necessarily right next to a CAFO, but are still feeling the impacts of the pollution. We have environmental justice communities in Cedar Rapids and Ottumwa and Des Moines that are certainly impacted by animal agriculture, but aren't directly neighboring that, are paying for those increased costs of drinking water treatment because of the pollution and things like that. So I want to make sure that that is, part of any kind of conversation that we have around environmental justice related to animal agriculture. Fernando, I don't know if you have any thoughts on how you have framed that conversation at the DEP.
Sure. Not specifically about these kind of facilities, but that's why we have now 32 elements to identify an EJ area, right? We take into consideration. Is there any way that we can come back to the list in my presentation by any chance? I just want to make sure that you guys see it again because it is important. We're incorporating many other factors, just the location of the facility, right? So air pollution and different kind of environmental impact and burden that help identify those communities. If you don't mind scrolling back, I'll tell you when to stop. Right there. Thank you. So ozone, PM2s, right? Diesel particulate matter, toxic air emissions, all of that, toxic water emissions. You were talking about downstream. So we're incorporating different elements that they are just not located at the facility of the permitted, at the location of the permitted facility, but the different impact and on the environment. So for us, it was very important, once again, to go beyond the traditional 2 elements in terms of race and income, but also to identify other elements, not only environmental impact and burdens, but again, we're taking right now levels of cancer, disabilities, heart disease, asthma. All of those factors are now considered to identify EJ areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Fernando. Alicia, that answer your question?
I guess, I'm thinking not just of like indicators of environmental justice communities, but the actual impacts that they're facing. So it sounds like, there are certain trigger projects that are, potentially higher community engagement or review because of a permit that's been applied for in an EJ community. So what I'm really wondering is, what about the communities that are still impacted that are downstream? Because obviously, we all live in a watershed.
Yeah, one of the things that Pennsylvania doesn't have in regulation right now is that we're not allowed to use a cumulative impact for permitting decisions. There's legislation that has been filed and we know that it's in the House at this point that would empower DEP to use cumulative impacts in communities to as a factor to deny or to approve a permit. But as of now, it's one of the things that it's a little bit controversial with the advocacy community. It's a little bit frustrating with communities that we're not allowed to use it for the permitting perspective, at least. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Alicia. Thank you, Fernando. Tara, please.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. That's really great work. I just wanted to raise for future work group discussions that EPA in 2022 did put together a document called EPA Legal Tools to Advance Environmental Justice. It does have a very short section on CAFOs. And so EPA, you know, in the lens of environmental justice, has already identified several concrete ways it could use its authority to improve the effectiveness of the regulations by strengthening the regulations, as well as implementation. So I don't want to lose sight of that work that's already been done.
Great, thank you, Tara. Other comments, other thoughts here? We have about 20 minutes left, so we definitely have space for more discussion if folks have things that they're interested in thinking through with one another or talking about. James, are there other places that you want to explore with the group on this topic?
Yeah, thanks for that. I'd be interested, similar to thinking about work groups that might work in these spaces, to help us develop ideas and have conversations about what's needed from an informational aspect for EPA, for states, and for constituencies around being transparent. And what's the difference between transparency and understanding? I think that having availability to an access question, having access to data is different than understanding what that data means. And I appreciate proactive engagements versus reactive engagements. And how can we help to facilitate that within EPA and help states to do that as well? So kind of broadening that lens a little bit from our conversation today, but thinking about engagement strategies and how we facilitate those recommendations that we might provide around those, that may be a very useful task for us within that work group.
That is, thank you, James. What do folks think about, what James put out there? Kind of two aspects to that, the broadening the engagement aspect of it, and then the question of what does that broadening look like and feel like with respect to transparency and other topics? And I think, Kelly, that was maybe at the seed of what you were suggesting the group talk about with regard to transparency and access to nutrient management plans. Kent, please jump in.
So in South Dakota, if you're a new facility, new CAFO, or increasing your animal numbers, you generally have to go through a county zoning process before you go through the state CAFO permitting process. And a lot of times at those county hearings, the nutrient management plan is part of that process as well. So people are able to get that information at those county zoning hearings. Our public notice provides the legal location of the sections that are in the nutrient management plan. And then if somebody wants that information, they can contact us. It's occasionally we do have those requests, but it's not very often.
Great, Kent, thank you. Yeah, Alexis.
I have just two quick points. One is, as part of the petition that we submitted to EPA in 2022, we worked with some scientists who conducted disparity analyses looking at CAFOs and environmental justice issues in the Central Valley in California, in North Carolina, and in Iowa. So I hope that those analyses can continue to be part of our conversation as we consider CAFOs and environmental justice moving forward, although that's not directly relevant to the experience in Pennsylvania. I think it will be relevant to our work. With respect to the question of, availability of information and ability to understand that information, I'm not totally sure I grasp, but I think relevant to our conversation about MPDS permits, there's a certain amount of transparency required under the Clean Water Act. And I think that's a good benchmark. And beyond that, if additional education is available to help folks with that, I think that's valid. I'm not sure how much of that is in your purview if I'm misunderstanding your question, but I think meeting the transparency requirements under the Clean Water Act is a good benchmark. And if people have that information, I think they'll be capable of working with it.
Thank you, Alexis. Steve?
So we have an electronic system for all our applications. So if you want to see a medium or a large facility in the state that is applied, that initial nutrient management plan will be in our electronic file system, so you can look it up online. The large ones also submit annual reports, which are available online, but not the other ones. So our transparency, we're pretty transparent with our CAFO permits. We don't, and then MPDS in general sometimes is overly complex and wordy. It's just part of when you got standard conditions right out of 40 CFR, everything. It's difficult to interpret that for some people sometimes. So that is, we do try and go out and talk to people, stop in, have permit visits. That's actually the people who are doing the work. The communities, sometimes we have public hearings or other outreach, but it is still difficult to get people who are not used to the way the permits are doing to do that. And you got to get down to just the basis on what you're really trying to do. And that's about all you can convey.
Great, Steve, thank you. Okay, space, if folks have other questions, yeah, Kelly, please.
So in thinking about your question, it's something on helping people understand it or have access to the information to be able to better engage with complex subject matter is worth thinking about. And I don't feel ready to fully have an opinion about it, but what your question triggered in my mind was in working with communities in various places across the country, it often feels like for them that they do engage and aren't heard. So, if they end up putting in a public comment, it goes into the system and it may or may not, depending on the location, get a written response and a response to comments or something like that. So, I don't know that I have a really great solution to the problem, but I think it's worth having it on the table, thinking about, if there's one person I have in mind in particular, she goes to great lengths to look at the way that these CAFOs are impacting her community, and she puts information into the record and tries to generate a discussion and doesn't get anything back much besides we received this kind of a response. And she's in an environmental justice community, and they're having real impacts to their drinking water supply. And so I don't know exactly where I'm going with this, just to say that I do think it bears keeping that issue on the table and thinking about whether or not there is some way to encourage, if not mandate, better engagement once community members do try to have some input about the impacts to them.
Great, Kelly, thank you. I appreciate it. I didn't mean to put you on the spot.
Yeah.
Yeah, Chris.
So it's an interesting question that you kind of proposed, and to me, this is kind of a new area for CAFOs, right? As we think about even in Pennsylvania, it's not something that we've been working with as a CAFO operator, right? And knowing how this is, but I think that there's a real advocacy effort that we're putting out right now, and I guess I would encourage us to have these engagements prior, right? Have these engagements. One of the things that I find is in agriculture, I don't know how many people were surprised about the things that were going on yesterday, right? On both sets of farms, right? But the average community doesn't understand where their food comes from, right? And so I think that having these understandings and working through these things prior to having the CAFO permit come up and to have those conversations, I would prefer to have them today than to have them at the time that the permit's being filed, right? So that there's some engagement and some understanding of how that all works. Because it's during those times, you know, you're kind of on a time frame. And so I would encourage, we should have a conversation on, you know, how can DEP, the farming community, the CAFOs, like how do we set this ahead of schedule, right? How do we engage in these conversations ahead of time to kind of head off any of these types of engagements? So it's an interesting thing, something that as we've been watching this, we've been trying to figure out how we fit in this. But I think that the pre-engagement is better than post, right? That type of thing.
If you don't mind, thank you, and believe me, your offer is welcome. Of course, the team will be willing to work with you. Once again, we are defining what our office is doing based on this proactive community engagement approach. It's not because it's not only the right thing to do for EJ communities, but it's the right thing to do to facilitate the process, to make sure that they have the information ready. So every other of the bureaucracy process that we have to deal, it's actually agile and we're better prepared to do it. And if you don't mind me 1 second, just to go back to your point, something that I have learned with my years of experience doing this kind of outreach, we need to be very honest with the public that we're trying to serve, and we need to set up real expectations. Because I do believe that we all want to do everything we can to help people, but most of the stuff we're not allowed to do. And that is what really caused the lack of trust and that reaction from the public to say, I filed this request and I never got an answer. I asked for X, Y, and Z. You promised me and you didn't deliver. Is because those expectations weren't set from the beginning. So something that my team is very open, and it's a philosophy that I always have, but we also have with DEP. Part of doing proactive community engagement means being honest with the public and explaining why sometimes, even if we want to, we are not going to be able to do things for them. So that level of expectation setting, transparency and honesty with the public, I do believe that is very, very important, because my experience has been sometimes, you know, the answers that we're giving them is not what they wanted, but that what they value is that they were able to sit down and talk to us, right? So if we don't set that expectation from the beginning as part of this proactive community engagement, that when that lack of trust continues to happen, and then people feel that they haven't been engaged because they are allowed to speak, but they are not being heard, to put it the way that you were describing.
Great, Chris, thank you. Fernando, thank you. Kelly, thank you. Okay, we have space here for a couple more questions or a couple more thoughts, and so I want to make sure that we honor that. So anything else that folks are interested in sharing or thinking about? Yeah, Becky.
So just a little bit of just kind of permit writer experience. There's always a struggle. These are permits that are issued based on technical requirements, objective requirements. And if people apply and they meet those requirements, there's not really much of a role for subjective, I don't like this. And that is, that is kind of a compact that the state or the federal government makes with that business that's applying. That these are the requirements, this is what you need to meet, they work on that. And so I do like the idea that just even being there to have the conversation and, it may provide opportunities to talk with the applicant. Maybe there are some things that can be tweaked that can make, the facility, whatever it's going to be done, more hospitable, more acceptable. But that recognition that just saying, I don't like this, that's why you don't get a response, is that you're your permit manager is looking at what are my authorities? What can I make my decision upon? And if I don't have the authority to say no to a permit based on your comment, I just don't.
Yeah, and if you don't mind me saying, this is not a complaint, I promise you, but my office is stuck right in the middle, right? Because we are pushed sometimes by the industry because they believe that we're trying to over-regulate and that we are implementing extra stuff for the applicant. But the other half, we're being pushed by the advocacy community because they believe that we're not doing enough, that we are not denying permits just because they don't like the permit versus the specific regulations. So that is something that we face every single day. And what we're trying to do, once again, is to set expectations, to be honest with the community, but to take it a step further. We even are partnering with EPA through a government-to-government grant. For me, it's not only for us, it's not only sharing with the community the details of the specific project, is educating the community on how the permitting process works, because of that. And so we're going back and we call it like bringing new voices to environmental justice, with the idea of doing outreach with community-based organizations and communities that are in EJ areas, but they are not used to doing environmental work because they have many other priorities. So our idea is that this is the basics of DEP. This is who we are. This is what we do. This is what we're allowed to do. This is the permitting process. This is how it works. These are the requirements. This is the specific regulation. We don't have any saying, right? If you want to change the regulation, talk to your legislator, right? And then the third step is like, okay, now this is how you can participate. And the importance for us of the enhanced public participation process is that it allows the community to understand that process better, to know that there are some things that they won't be able to change. But as part of that process, something that we have in Pennsylvania, and it doesn't happen that often, but we have done it before. As part of that feedback, the applicant understands the community's concerns better. And just like you're saying, like, oh, maybe I can tweak this. Maybe I can incorporate in a volunteer basis this mitigation action that will help me develop better capacity, or help me develop better relationship with the community. Let me do it in a voluntary basis. If the community and the applicants agree to that piece, now DEP, we can incorporate that agreement in the permit, and it becomes mandatory, right? But so it's one of the tools that we're talking to community members. Yeah, maybe you're not going to be able to, convince DP to deny the permit because by regulation we can't. But the most important piece is that the applicant can also learn more about your concerns and how can you, meet in the middle to do something better. So.
Great. Thank you, Becky. Thank you, Fernando. Okay, so this is what's going to happen here. Oh, yeah, Alexis, thank you.
I'll be quick.
No need to be quick. I'm sorry, I
Thank
didn't
you for
catch you out
that.
of the corner of my eye there.
I just wanted to add that, again, relevant to what we're thinking about as part of this subcommittee, beyond just the permitting process, there are executive orders that direct EPA to collect, maintain, and analyze information about environmental injustice and ensure that no segment of the population suffers disproportionately. So understanding difficulties that permit writers are dealing with, I think there is room for this subcommittee to think about environmental justice.
Great. Thank you, Alexis. Yeah, Kevin, jump in. And then after Kevin, what I'm going to do is Fernando, I'm going to come to you, see if you have any final thoughts you want to share with the group. And then, so I'm going to go Kevin, then Fernando, and then to you, James, and you, Venus, to see if there's anything else before we break for lunch. Kevin.
I totally agree with what Chris was saying and what Fernando said. What we're trying to do is build relationships with the community and to build that trust so that they trust what you say. I don't know if there's a way for the subcommittee to develop a process where, and this is a new world for me, can we do a plan for a watershed or for a state and say these are potential sites for CAFOs that may come in 5 years, 10 years from now? Once you know those locations, then you start reaching out to that community early. Otherwise, you're going at the time of permit, which is just takes too long and you lose the trust. I don't know if there's a process that can be set up for that, but I think we need to operationalize that.
Great, Kevin, thank you. So Fernando, any final thoughts? And then I'll come to you, Venus, and you, James.
Thank you. No, just to thank you for the opportunity to share what we're doing in Pennsylvania and to help us communicate the governor's priority for environmental justice. I do believe that sometimes the message gets out there that DP doesn't give enough permits, that the governor is too friendly to the industry. We receive so many, deep conflicting reports, but at the end, we can be friendly to the industry. Like we can, and we are being friendly to the industry. We're promoting permitting reform. We're being responsive to the industry. And like the governor says, we want government to move at the speed of business. But at the same time, that doesn't mean that we're not taking the necessary steps to protect environmental justice communities, and that we're not taking the necessary steps to actually empower these communities to be able to be part of the process. So not only I'm very proud of the work that we're doing and that the team is doing, but also looking forward to develop new relationships and to start working in areas of the Commonwealth that we just haven't had the time. This has been, once again, a very long process. We are literally changing the way that the second or third largest agency in the state operates. This is something new for the Commonwealth and for us. So we knew that it was going to take some time, but once we start seeing the results out there, we truly believe that both the advocacy community, AJ communities, and industry are going to understand why we're trying to prioritize these specific permits and why are we trying to have a new approach to make sure that every part of the conversation, it's listened and is considered. So thank you again for the opportunity.
Fernando, thank you. Venus, any thoughts here as we work to adjourn this session? And then James, I'll come to you.
No thoughts, just really appreciate the speakers for coming and appreciate the valuable conversation around some of these very specific parts and pieces and how they impact communities. And I will just state that this was done mostly in part by what was heard by the subcommittee and the standpoint of the development of the agenda. So this was a very specific request, making sure that we pull all those pieces together. So just again, really appreciate our speaker, not just, our speakers, as well as the engagement from the subcommittee. Thank you.
James.
Rob, thank you. Hey, I want to thank you for your facilitation and helping all of us be able to have our voices heard and to be able to share ideas and creating that space. So thanks to Rob for doing that. One of the things I just want to name about our dialogue is that as we progress during this last session, I really appreciated you talking about where the friction exists and where there's tensions that exist, not necessarily among group members, but in the process, right? And as we go into a work group phase, naming those kinds of things will be very helpful for us because it'll help us to advance really good ideas. And so appreciate you doing that and engaging in that way. And gosh, I think that's my stomach that's been grumbling for the last 5 or 10 minutes.
Okay, so here's the plan. It is about 12:15, which is where we had scheduled to take our lunch break. I'm going to ask some folks to be back, and we will start promptly at 1:45. 1:45, be back here, and we will jump into the water quality conservation practices with someone from the Stroud Water Research Center. 1:45, please. Thank you, everyone. Right, we're gonna get started in about 2 minutes, even though I know it says we're in the negative already.
I don't know why we have decided that. I don't know why we're breaking here, but it's here.
Okay.
Without a break, so we're gonna find that.
Okay.
There's no way that they can.
I mean, I can drive home. No, we'll take a break.
I know you can, all right? I do have a question for you. But like your,
You have that list, if you can email me the list.
When they email me, I will. I mean, the contractors emailing it to me and, William over there and them, so.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and get back started. Just a couple of quick notes. The agenda does not indicate a break, and Venus made an executive decision that I'm to look for 5 minutes to give folks an opportunity to just do a little bit of stretching here. So against my counsel, I'll just point out. but time, people, we got time here. Okay, so we've got three things left in the afternoon here. We're going to hear from Matt, also from the Stroud Water Center, which is an extension of the a presentation that we heard at the end of the tour yesterday. We're going to talk about the ELGs, and then we're going to talk about work group formation. So I'm going to look for a 5-minute break, perhaps, right before we talk about the work group formation. So without further ado, James, I'd like to turn it over to you to kick off the afternoon, and then we'll jump right into it.
Hey, thank you for that. I appreciate it. I hope everybody enjoyed their lunch this afternoon. I was remiss when we discussed what we did yesterday to not let you know that, gosh, we have some folks from the FRRCC that are in the room that joined us on the tour as well. So the Farm, Ranch, and Rural Communities Committee, when we put together draft recommendations, that'll come up through that FRRCC process. So I'm really happy that they could join us and hear our discussion and our interactions together. So just wanted to make sure I made note of that. So this afternoon session, all about ag water quality conservation practices for land application. You know, the objective of this is really to help us describe what's going on with targeted ag BMPs, along with other practices that improve water quality for land application. That's why it's really great for us to have Matt Earhart. I mentioned to Matt that his name was used several times yesterday. Well, Matt's going to talk about this. Tomorrow. So he knows about that. Matt's the Director of Watershed Restoration at the Stroud Water Research Center in Avondale, Pennsylvania. Matt, it's a pleasure to have you with us.
Well, thank you so much for having me. It's a privilege to be here, and I hope talk about some things that are hopefully interesting and salient to the group. I do want to say before I get started, I've been working throughout sort of the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic and have been impressed many times by how little what I think I know in one place may transfer. So I recognize that some of these things may not look the same in California or Iowa. So we'll have at it with the questioning then. So I want to talk a little bit about, before we get into the nitty-gritty of sort of the practices and the monitoring and evaluation of those practices, I want to take a little step back and think about sort of why we're having this conversation about water quality improvement. Next slide, please. The short answer is we have a lot of streams that aren't in the condition or health that we'd like them to be in. This is a graph from EPA's National Rivers and Streams Assessment for the Southern Appalachian, which is this region. They look pretty similar all across the country. Maybe the thing that's been more of a challenge is not so much, what percentage is not where we'd like them to be, but why that's not changing, why we've not been more effective in moving the needle. And that's the question that keeps my team and most of the researchers at Stroud up at night, because we do a lot of work on the ground, a lot of work with farms and farmers trying to move that needle. Maybe the first question to ask, go ahead, sorry, is before we ask why we're not making more of a change, is do we understand the cause of this degradation and impairment in our rivers and streams to the degree that we need to make that change? And it's sort of troubling to have to ask that question at this stage of the game, but I think, next slide, please. If you think about how we've gotten here, the answer to that question is it depends. A lot of our water quality discussion, conversation, focus has been driven by estuarine problems. So whether that's the Chesapeake Bay, the Gulf of Mexico, all around the country, we've got challenges in our estuaries, and those challenges have been studied to a significant degree, and it boils down in large part to nitrogen, phosphorus, and sediment running off our landscape. And I think we feel pretty confident in those assessments, not that there aren't additional issues here or there, but But what we've done, I think not so much intentionally as just without enough thought, is we've applied that structure to our local streams and our local water quality problems. And so if you look at this picture on the right, it's a small tributary, maybe 7 or 8 square kilometers in Lancaster County. Well, nitrogen's not an issue. It may be a drinking water issue in some places, but it is not an issue for stream impairment. So is it sediment? Perhaps. Is it phosphorus? But maybe we also need to ask what else may be going on there that we've not incorporated into our thinking about impairment, and does that impact why we haven't made more of a change so far? Next slide, please. So I'm going to talk about just a couple examples of things that are out there that affect our rivers and streams that aren't typically included in our assessment of impairment, in part because they're expensive to measure, in part because they're perhaps more technically challenging. We have a lot of pesticides out there. This assessment from 2024 looked at 5 regions across the US, and in every region, they have 1 or more pesticides acting as stressors at levels that could affect our invertebrate communities and small rivers and streams. So it's ubiquitous issue. Next slide, please. One of the more interesting things about that is what they are. So they're finding significant concentrations of chlordine, which has been banned since 1988. Imidacloprid is a neonicotinoid seed coating that we were all fairly certain wasn't mobile when it was released. That was part of the discussion. Turns out it's mobile. So we have it out there, and one of the challenges, not just that we have these things out there individually, but we have them out there acting in combinations, and the interactions of a lot of this chemistry we don't explain. This is not solely an ag issue by any means. If anything, our urban streams are more challenged by these issues. Next slide, please. We also have increasing salinity from road salt use in many of our streams. And this is, anywhere where we have densities of people and densities of roads, we're seeing increased levels of stream water. We've got salinity levels in the base flow through the summer. At this point, we have some streams in southeastern Pennsylvania that are more saline than ocean water in following winter storm events. Next slide, please. Another one that's really, I think, worth mentioning is temperature. This reality has always existed. Our forested streams are the coolest, and then ag, and then mixed use and urban developed streams are the most heated. But these temperatures are creeping up over time, and since we use aquatic biology to sort of assess our streams, these thermal issues are particularly troubling because alone they affect metabolic issues and stream life. But the real kicker is that they also increase the toxicity of all the other chemistry that's out there. So if you have a given level of salt or a given level of an herbicide, or increasing temperature is going to make that exposure, that stressor, more stressful. Next slide, please. So this has actually become a topic of discussion recently in the Chesapeake Bay, recognizing that we have sort of BMPs that we put on the landscape that warm the water and BMPs that are coolers. I was part of this workshop, so I have to own that perhaps the most challenging question is how we created a slide that has the coolers in red and the heaters in blue. I'm baffled. But you can see we implement a lot of acres of best management practices for nutrients that have the side effect of heating the water. Next slide, please. So as we wrestle with some increased complexity and thinking about impairment, we we try to take an approach to restoration that recognizes we're not going to reforest the landscape, but are there ways we can manage our uses of the landscape in order to restore more natural function? And in particular, the one upside of recognizing that increased complexity of impairment is that if we make good choices, we can implement practices that affect multiple stressors. So we're not just chasing nitrogen, we're not just chasing sediment loads. So what does that mean for actually starting to put things on the ground? Next slide, please. Well, one thing it means, we know, I should back up a minute. If you look at this photo and you ignore the text for a moment, what you see is something that was fairly typical 15 or 20 years ago. A conservation staffer would go out on a farm, a manure storage would be built, or one or two other BMPs, and then they'd leave. And there were two problems with that, two primary problems. One is the landowner thought he had done what was asked and he was finished. So he was often off the table for a while. The other challenge is that it leaves so many things unaddressed. And our bug guy, our entomologist, is fond of saying you can only kill the bugs once. You might have 5 or 6 different things going on an operation that could cause impairment in the stream, but just addressing one of them won't bring them back because the other 5 or 6 are still there. So if you have direct manure runoff, for example, or and a silage leachate problem, either one of those alone is capable of causing the impairment. So when we go out on a farm operation, we're looking at the whole suite of conservation challenges, starting with good planning, conservation planning, nutrient management planning, and Jill did a great job of sort of walking through what that looks like in Pennsylvania. But we try to hit everything, and I think we're learning more about some of these things constantly. Pasture management, crop field management. We're learning, we do a much better job managing leaky crop systems like corn, using advanced nutrient management, like corn stalk nitrate testing, reside dress nitrate testing, improved modeling, so that we're not over applying. There's lots of work to be done. And at the end of the project, when you set this whole new system in place, the one thing I think most of us who work in the field on this work are not as good at as we need to be is the ongoing management challenges, because all the tools we put out there are only as good as their use. And that means building and maintaining relationships with farmer after farmer after farmer about the system they have in place and how they're using it. Next slide, please. One thing, so beyond what most people would consider the basics of sort of on-farm planning and management, we've been increasingly focused on 2 specific issues. One is soil health, and this idea grew out of the ag production sector. I feel like the academic questions around it are still trying to catch up with the folks who are implementing these practices day after day. We work with farmers who've increased the infiltration rates on their fields by a factor of 3 to 4. We see guys doubling or tripling their soil carbon numbers. And when you think about what that does, they've been worried about it initially from a drought resistant standpoint or crop management. But that increased carbon and that increased infiltration reduces runoff. The improved soil structure and the carbon increase the microbial community. So we have a soil system, a cropping system that's much more capable of both capturing leaky nitrogen and capturing and processing residues from herbicides and pesticides. So if we think about that at a system level and all of those thousands and thousands of acres across the landscape working for us in a new way, it's really significant. Next slide, please. The other things, riparian forest buffers. This is, I'm sure Lamont talked about this. I'm sure people grumbled about this when Lamont talked about it. Buffers are not everybody's favorite BMP. They take some land out of production. I would argue much of that land's fairly marginal in this part of the world. But there's a few reasons why we really focus on buffers and work with farmers with them as part of our system. Next slide, please. The first is the filter function of riparian forest buffers. It's been pretty well documented for nitrogen, phosphorus, and sediment. It also applies to things, to organic chemicals like atrazine. You can see distance is important, and you can see that trees outperform shrub, outperforms grass. So we get a lot of functionality out of these systems as a filter. So that's both important and it's limited, right? Because if your stormwater is running off in sort of a direct fashion through the buffer, you miss out on that. So it's reliant on good management of the landscape upstream or upslope. Next slide, please. The other thing that gets lost typically in these conversations about what forest buffers do and how they perform is their change in the in-stream system. So forested streams are wider. They have increased residence time, increased metabolism. They uptake and process more ammonia, more phosphorus, more organic chemicals, and they provide thermal protection, which we talked about earlier as being fairly important to the aquatic system. So there's a suite of value that goes along with these buffers that is not very, it's not a production issue on farms, but it's an important issue from a water quality and a community standpoint. Next slide, please. So if we do sort of more work on each farm, more comprehensive work, we're still left with this challenge of, well, how many farms do we need to work on? And this is probably the tough part, because you can do an awful lot of work out there, have an awful lot of well-operated, well-maintained farms doing their part for conservation and water quality. And you can have one problem operation that masks all that work as it goes downstream. Sometimes you can pick them out as you drive by. I mean, some of these problems aren't hard to see. Sometimes they're fairly invisible. You may have a herbicide pesticide mixing pad and cleaning pad that has a broken drain and is going right to a stream, or you may have silage leachate that's going subsurface or under a parking area or pavement. I mean, so we really have to think fairly comprehensively. And again, you can only kill the bugs once, so only one thing has to get them. And that's part of why I think people have some frustration about not seeing more improvement, is because we're not thinking about all the things that may be at play and choosing strategies that affect multiple stressors. So next slide, please. The way this is often, when people want to talk about outcomes of projects, the default is to fall back to the models. This is a watershed over in Chester County, Pennsylvania, the next county over, almost 7.5 square miles. We can run the model on what it looks like before all the work's done. Next slide, please. And then you can look at it afterwards. So this was significant effort, 10 years, a lot of relationship and community discussion around the work, comprehensive planning and implementation on 35 farms. You can read the numbers, 808 acres of new no-till and cover crop systems, 11 miles of forest buffer. And I can take this model and run it and add up all the reductions that the model says we get. So the sediment numbers, the nitrogen numbers, the phosphorus numbers, reduced runoff, increased infiltration, and like, oh, well, depending on who you say that to, they care. Usually not the guys on the ground. But the reality is, at a watershed that scale, with all the other things that are going on in the landscape, including 2 municipal wastewater spray irrigation fields, spray irrigation field from wastewater for our veterinary schools, large animal operation, some urban areas, you know, it gets mixed up and it's really hard to see the signal from the work at that scale, which is what pushed us to really dig into aggregated implementation and monitoring at a smaller scale. And I think that's what Lamont highlighted yesterday. And I'll dig in just a little bit more. Next slide, please. So you probably saw some slides from this watershed, Lamont. This is, you know, about 1 square kilometer, about 265 acres, I think. There's 4 farms that are in the core area, have their livestock operations within the watershed. There's 3 other farms who own pieces of the watershed and the crop fields. You can see from the picture, it's pretty intensive agriculture, fairly typical of Amish dairy farms in Lancaster County. Next slide, please. So with our so my team works on the raising money and implementing the practices. We work with our PhDs on the monitoring and science side, but we're basically asking the fundamental question: can we grow food and have healthy waters too? We'll sort of intuitively think that's possible, but measuring it's a different question. Next slide, please. So we have the watershed is on the top of the map. We have a nearby, our chemist calls it a control-ish study or control. So it's not perfect. It's nearby. It is recently removed from the 303D list. So this small watershed is a success. I would caution that doesn't mean it's a great stream. That means it's not a horrible stream. Our streams that are on the 303D list have generally lost about 90% of their ecological system. So it's back, sort of back from the dead, but still in intensive care, I guess maybe. But it is continuing to improve, which we want to see. So that's the control. Next slide, please. You can see the images, the control stream. It's fairly typical. The ag stream is pretty impacted. There were failing manure storages that were within 150 feet of the stream, maybe. Livestock in the stream. These guys, I think all but one of the adjacent farms was no-tilling already. And they were all using a basic cover crop harvested for forage for the dairy cows. Next slide, please. So the approach was to do everything we can. These, as I mentioned, these are fairly typical Amish farms. There's probably between 80 and 100 dairy cows in the watershed, plus replacement heifers, plus probably 36 draft and cart horses in that 260 acres. Next slide, please. So we set up a fairly intensive water quality monitoring program, wanting to be able to see the change as we started monitoring before work was implemented. 2 monitoring stations in the watershed, one at the bottom and one be just downstream of the first farm, first full farm. And monitoring both storms and routine water quality. Next slide, please. Sorry, this is a little hard to read, but there's a, a calendar layout of when the work was done. And I'll talk a little more about the challenges and why there's that big gap in the middle in a moment. We are implementing advanced nutrient management with all of the operations, including the folks who just have some field acreage in the watershed. We've funded that for 5 years in the hopes that this is not a subsidy. This is to do it long enough so that they see the value in the information and in their cropping system that they'll pick that up as a cost of doing business. Next slide, please. So just to give you a scope of or sense of the scope of this work, Team Ag Incorporated is a local ag consulting and engineering agronomy company has done the heavy lift work in terms of designing and implementing the capital practices, barnyard storages. Lancaster County Clean Water Partners has been of assistance, particularly in the funding side, and the Alliance for the Chesapeake Bay helped us plug some holes. So the challenge was the project's been about $2.3 million to date. It started pre-COVID. Prices skyrocketed through COVID, so we were left with trying to fill the gaps. The other challenge was we had a staff turnover at local municipal government who interpreted stormwater regulations in a new way, and we lost about a year to permitting delays, which is a problem in any case. It's particularly a problem when you have grant funding with a time limit that you're trying to use to spend. So, and we did have a variety of funding sources, and I think that's one of the challenges of this work is cobbling together the resources necessary to do it. And to cover the different pieces. I'll speak to the monitoring costs later because I think that's sort of a separate piece of the discussion and gets to how we evaluate success on these projects. Next slide, please. So what did we find? So we see improvement already. I'll note that the vertical scale on the graph is a log scale. So if this were just straight numbers, that data would appear more scattered. It would also be a little easier to see the improvement, I think. But basically, we see this is the monitoring station that's below the first farm and the adjacent fields, which was the first farm that work was completed on. And you can see the gray bars indicate where in the time frame the work was completed. So there's a general downward trend. The stars on the statistical analysis indicate that it's a significant trend, but there are some outliers circled in red in the summer of 2023. And we'll talk about why that may be. I'll just say, anytime you're doing restoration work in the real world, thank you. If you have clean data, something's wrong. It's just, the world doesn't work that way. And we always see responses, whether it's chemistry or macroinvertebrates or fish that are bobbling around based on weather events or other factors that we don't fully understand.
Which is from laser.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. So the sediment trend, also see significant reductions in sediment. This isn't incredibly surprising given that we had this manure storage with sort of almost direct contact with the stream. But you can see the same anomaly in the summer of 23 there. Next slide, please. Chlorides, almost the exact same pattern, maybe a stronger decline. We think these chlorides are probably based on reduced runoff from milk house and barn cleaning reagents that are now going into the directly into the manure storage instead of running off into the stream. And again, significant reductions. Next slide, please. Exact same response from E. coli with that little anomaly in the summer of 23. And next slide. The cows are out. So the question on the E. coli is, how did that get there? That was probably more surprising than the chloride and the phosphorus. Next slide. So here's the question. You can see this was a really low flow year. And it's highlighted a problem we see across our restoration sites in the monitoring from our restoration sites. We're seeing different weather patterns than we saw before. We see droughts in times of the year that were a little atypical. We see increasing stormfall intensity in storm events, and sometimes we see them together. So what we think is happening in this circumstance and others is that you have these long dry spells and then these really intense rain events that mobilize a lot of material from the watershed into the stream. And then you pick up that signal for a little while as you're monitoring. Next slide, please. So to summarize, ammonia, nitrogen, total phosphorus, chloride, E. coli, and suspended sediments are all showing significant downward trends in this watershed already, which was probably quicker than we anticipated. Nitrate nitrogen, which is predominantly a groundwater issue here, is going to take a long time to resolve, we think. And we do have, because of over application of manure in some areas through time, we have saturated soils and we have soluble phosphorus that shows up in our system. That's just going to take a while to resolve. We are seeing the same. We think we are seeing the same sorts of trends at the downstream station at this point, but they're not as strong, and that's, we assume, in large part because the downstream farms were addressed later than this first upstream farm. And obviously, more data makes the scientists feel better about painting a picture of the outcomes. Next slide, please. The one thing I should say about the monitoring is I don't have any macroinvertebrate or any sort of biological data other than the bacteria, I guess, because that's not changing yet. And we don't expect it to. There's still enough impacts and sources of impairment and stressors working through the system that those critters are not recovering yet, even though we can measure those changes in chemistry much more easily. We feel really good about this farm or this watershed. One of the most interesting things is this has become a community project. I think the farmers meet regularly with each other. We meet with them and share the data. They are far more interested in real data from their stream and why it looks the same or different than other nearby streams than they are in any modeling data I could put in front of them. We know some of this work is going to take time to play out. Obviously, these trees, even with a stream this size, we're not going to start to see shade implications or input of dissolved organic carbon or anything like that for years, probably 8 to 10 years. But that based on the expectations we can have and what we're seeing, we think this is the beginning of a success. Next slide, please. I think that's it. Yeah. So happy to attempt to field any questions or sit back and let you all discuss it.
Attempt to field questions, huh? Okay, so do folks have questions that Matt might attempt? So we're gonna run this the same way we did before. I'm gonna open it up for clarification questions, and then I'm gonna invite you to look towards the discussion questions. Yeah, so I'm gonna go to Kent first, and then you, Alicia. Kent?
So it appeared from the pictures, maybe your focus was more on manure nutrients. Are you looking at commercial fertilizer nutrients as well?
Yeah, so thanks. It's a good question. So these guys have enough phosphorus in their system that they really don't need to apply starter phosphorus. And the PSNT and CSNT testing has led to reductions in their side dress nitrogen applications and elimination in one case. So yeah, for most of these guys, manure has been the bulk of their fertilizer. So moving to a system where they're thinking about it a little differently is an education process. And I'll say that one of the hardest things is we've conditioned people to think about gross yields. You know, county fairs have yield contests. They don't have, you know, sort of net economics per acre contests. And I think that's part of the transition that we're working with these guys on a community, is thinking about how to be efficient, not just how to grow the most.
Great. Thank you, Ken. Thank you, Matt. Alicia, please.
Yeah, so just to clarify, in the data that you showed us, that was not flow weighted data.
That is not flow weighted data, right?
Okay, thanks.
Great. Thank you, Alicia. Thank you, Matt. Other clarification questions? Yeah, Tina, please.
So I love all these BMPs that can be done here in Pennsylvania where it rains and grass normally grows. But Western Oklahoma, where most of our CAFOs are, number one, we're lucky to have streams that are actually flowing. Number two, if you could grow trees on those streams, you wouldn't want to, because they'd take up the water and then people would have less water to be able to utilize. Eastern red cedars grow great out there, but they suck up a whole lot of water too. And so from a BMP standpoint, it's virtually impossible to find one size fits all. Yet as EPA, that's what you kind of have to do. So I guess I find it frustrating, because yeah, it'd be great if we could grow. I thought those buffers that were planted at that farm yesterday we looked at were wonderful. I mean, I would love to see it in 20, 30 years, you know, but that's just not the reality. And it's not just Oklahoma, it's New Mexico, it's Western states as a whole, Colorado. I mean, and that's where the facilities tend to be, is out there where it's drier and easier to really to manage them, but we still get runoff to those streams, and it's highly impactful. I don't know. I find it frustrating to try to take some of these things and go, oh yeah, that sounds great. Won't work. In some places it just won't. So.
Tina, thank you. Marguerite?
Yeah, do you know if there are any, do you have any data on what sort of levels of legacy nutrients are in those stream banks or within those streams themselves? I'm just thinking of, like, as this water flow fluctuates and we're going through these annual differences. That was just a curiosity on my part.
So, so the nitrogen's in solution and is flowing through. We do have, we know, well, I should say, we know some of the areas of phosphorus saturation we have. We don't have great soil mapping of phosphorus in the pastures, better in the crop fields. And I think, yeah, I think that's most likely where the excess is coming from, given that's where the heavy application was. I didn't mention, cost, and I should have. So that chemistry, since 2019, we've been spending about close to $50,000 a year on it. We've had some support from the Pennsylvania Department of Agriculture, maybe not a quarter of that, probably. And it's an investment we're making with unrestricted funds and endowment because we think it's important information. Yeah, there's always ways in which it would be nice to have more data.
Great. Thanks, Marguerite. Thank you, Matt. Other clarification questions? And if we don't, I would invite folks to reflect on what Tina put out there, because that was kind of what we had put in there as one of the discussion questions about, what does it mean to think about applying these practices in your regional areas? And if that's not feasible, so what then? What practices could we highlight or should we highlight? How should we think about it? So Tina, thank you for sharing your perspective. So I want to see if folks have any other clarification questions, and then I want to invite folks to jump in on these discussion questions. Yeah, Kelly?
I was just sitting here thinking, you will get different recommendations for best management practices from NRCS, depending where you are in the country. There are different practices or different field office technical guides in those locations. And there's a whole bunch of them, right? There's a whole bunch of different practices that apply. So it's kind of hard to just talk about them because it's a big, broad topic. And there's been so much research that's gone into the effectiveness of them in various places.
Thank you, Kelly. So in light of that, is there a there for this group to be exploring around BMPs?
Yes.
Oh, damn.
It's just the solutions to these issues are complex.
Sure, yeah. Kelly, any thoughts on what would that conversation potentially look like for this group? And then Kent, I'll come to you, and then Becky, I'll come to you. I'm sorry, Kelly. I don't know why, Kelly. 2 times I've called out Kelly on some hard questions. I'm sorry.
One of the reasons, and maybe we'll get into this a little bit when we're talking about the ELG revision. I think that's one of the reasons that the current regulations are written the way they are, with reference to individual state technical standards and why it calls for nutrient management plans to be site specific, so that plan writers can look at the specific state technical standards and use those in developing individual plans. But a lot of us have expertise within our various areas in working with various practices, and BMPs is kind of it's a term that can mean a lot of different things to a lot of different people, and we're sort of using it I don't know how we're using it. Actually, we're sort of using it like the ELGs that are in the CAFO permit, and then we're also kind of using it in the sense that we're talking about examples of some subset of practices in areas. But I think for the subcommittee that's working on land application, which you might guess I'm interested in working on, I think that we can have discussions about maybe ways to improve the language within the regulations that sort of can get at some of the things we've been talking about.
Kelly, thank you. Kent, then Becky.
I just look at this as really difficult. In our state, when we look at the CAFO nutrients compared to commercial fertilizer, it's totally off the scale. I mean, less than probably 2.5% of the commercial fertilizer nutrients are nitrogen, equivalent to nitrogen from CAFOs, and less than 5% phosphorus. So when we look at where CAFO nutrients are being applied, they're being applied on fields that are checkerboarded, that have a commercial fertilizer being applied all around them. We have done water quality work to improve impaired water bodies, but takes a ton of money. We don't have these funding sources they're showing us here on the East Coast. And it takes a lot of time, and we got a lot of land. So it's a big challenge.
Thank you, Becky.
Just a fairly simple comment, although I'll start by saying thank you. Excellent presentation. I took a lot from it. But I really liked the restoration approach to mimic or restore natural function. That can be very state specific or, region specific. When we heard about Nebraska just happy to have a tree, or, Oklahoma not wanting the, what did this used to look like? How did it function in its, original form? How do we mimic that? That sort of thing seems to be, more customized to the state, to the location. That's my takeaway.
Thank you, Becky. Other thoughts or comments or reflections here on the first discussion question? And I'm also going to invite folks to look at the second discussion question about partnerships, and if there's anything that you're interested in sharing or thinking about with regard to collaboration and partnerships. Becky, thank you.
So in Indiana, we have what's called the Indiana Agricultural Nutrient Alliance. It's put together 5 or 6 years ago, a collaborative effort. Certainly all of our animal ag, so swine, dairy, poultry, Farm Bureau, Indiana Soybean Alliance, Indiana Corn Marketing, and then like the Nature Conservancy and our soil and water conservation districts and NRCS, just, all those parties come together. We have an executive director. We have quarterly board meetings, but all directed at reducing our contribution of nitrogen and phosphorus. And we've looked at it, as you started, on that estuary focus. We're looking at the Gulf of Mexico, or we're looking at Lake Erie or Lake Michigan. And what's our contribution there, knowing that we need to reduce that, and we've been targeting different watersheds and trying to do outreach, trying to get more, adoption of different conservation practices. And it's slow to get that data, and hearing what we heard yesterday and then again today, my expectation that we're going to see amazing improvements. I'm going to have to, measure that a little bit, but that's what Indiana's been doing. I think it's the right thing. We've been trying to step up and figure it out ourselves, so that when someday maybe we get to we need to do something, we have an answer to what is effective where, and where we've seen it, because there's a lot of variety in that. It's a 6-hour drive from northern Indiana to southern Indiana, and you go through a lot of different landscapes and different soil types and all sorts of things. So to really figure out what we do where, and then where are our highest priority, where do we get the most bang for our buck? So that's a model. That's what we've been doing in Indiana. It's voluntary. I mean, it's a bunch of groups putting money in to, pay a salary and do some projects. So.
Becky, thank you. Other folks have reflections? Oh yeah, please, Kevin.
As far as which practices in my area, any of them would work. I really like the forested buffer approach. I think that in a wet climate works really well. On the second question of partnerships. I think we shouldn't rule out partnerships with wastewater utilities, me being one of them. I think we have funding that's available. We have permit requirements that we can utilize to maybe offset some things at a lower cost by working in the upstream or downstream agricultural communities. And I know Clean Water Services in Portland has planted trees along the waterways to provide temperature relief for that river. So I think there's a partnership there that we should explore more.
Great, Kevin, thank you. Yeah, Laura, sorry. Got a little
Okay.
close to this there.
Be an early tent releaser. So a couple of things, this is great work and I really appreciate seeing it. We've done a lot of this work because we are fortunate enough, we have had resources. For about, I think we have one of the longest long-term monitoring programs in the country for Lake Champlain. And it's successful because we had good representation in Congress to get money basically, but New York, Vermont, and Quebec are all part of this process. And we meet regularly as the three entities. And it's really fascinating because there's some really intense agriculture up in Canada. It's their green belt is what they call it, right? And so the contributions of each, and New York also has that, but they have a lot of Adirondack. So there's just a lot of different land uses, and you could have like a battle of who's responsible for what, but they never did, right? The work has progressed, the monitoring has gone on, and it went on for 20 years with no progress. And this last year, we just did the latest State of the Lake report. And for the first time, the most northern watershed, which is in Vermont, actually, and it's our, one of our intensive agricultural areas, is just now starting to show a reduction. And so just reflecting on how much has gone on, I don't know about any of you, but there's a lot of history. I work for government and there's like all these old documents and you read them and you're like, wow, deja vu, we're still doing the same thing. But it's the collective, I feel like, that has finally happened. And one of the things I am curious is, it'll take years to figure out if it, what it was, if we ever figure out, but there was a Vermont Clean Water Act where, there were all the regulations were already in place from EPA and federal and all that needed to happen. But the state did lay a whole nother layer on where stormwater, it was the all in, everybody did it, stormwater, agriculture, forestry, and there was a significant push in the number of people, the number of, just resources that went out financially to farmers or to municipalities. And I really do wonder if it was just that momentum, right? That finally all came at once that was able to shift it, which is so rare. And we don't have enough of that to do everywhere, which is, I think, the real challenge. So that's just one statement. And then the other is we've done a lot of this monitoring and it's so hard to see results. And we've talked about those reasons. And I truly don't believe it's not that the results are not there. It's just that timing. And you're starting to see it again in that aggregate when you've got 4 farms that you're working really intensely, which is sort of what I was just alluding to at a larger scale. But so one of the things we've shifted to work with is, there's lots of great NRCS grants that you can get, and we've gotten those to be able to build a model for farmers. So we work with conservation districts and you show up at the farm and, you download their entire NMP pretty much into this model and it'll tell them, we basically set a level where the TMDL for Lake Champlain, you got to reduce, we got to get down to like 40 pounds, right? And so anything you do above 40 pounds of phosphorus over that will pay you for, essentially. And so you put everything into this model. It's called Farm Prep that a local contractor has built for us. And then farmers can look at it and go, I want to do that there, here. And it's literally individual fields where they can choose what practices they might want to implement. And then we re-enter their practices after they've done them. We field check them, make sure that they're there. Well, the districts do all this. And then, then we can qualify for a payment if it actually achieved that reduction. So it's a way of going above and beyond what is required. So it's an incentive program for sure. But it was really tangible for farmers, right? Like if you don't see the results at the end of the stream, it sort of discourages them because we had a project, Rock River, that we did for years and we didn't see improvements. And I really think the very erosive river, we know we have a lot of legacy phosphorus in the soils. Everything they did, they just felt like, oh, you're back. Like, I don't need or want to do more. I've already been doing it and haven't seen the results. But They also don't believe in modeling all the time. I will say that with a caveat. That's tough, but at least it gives them a space to be able to look at their farm and compare things. And I think that's really important to have tools like that.
Great. Thank you, Laura. I don't know, Marguerite, if you had a question for Laura about that. Okay. I got Will, Marguerite, then Kelly. Will?
Yeah, thank you. Wanted to talk about, some of the things that we saw this week, specifically at the Brubaker farm. I think, this presentation showed, and I think, visiting that farm, you saw, really a whole farm approach to conservation. And, they were implementing the edge of field practices, but then also, implementing, I think what we would call production area practices. They had a digester and also a storage structure that they constructed. But, while those are production area practices, those, if you listen to the conversation, you could really hear that those are really impacting the application area that allowed them to do, you heard Mr. Brubaker talk about they do 3 different applications of that digestate throughout the year. And so, having that digestate in the form of nitrogen that they can be, where it's plant available, and so they can be confident in, that they're applying the nutrients that their plant needs, as well as doing that at 3 different timings throughout the year. And so, and getting that to the right place. They also installed a pipe in the ground to go from, their farm to a field, so they could, efficiently spread those nutrients to where the crops need and be efficient about that. So I think, that's really, 3 parts of the 4 R's of nutrient application, the right place, the right time, the right rate, and the right form. And so I think that's something that I picked up on, that, like they said, the digester doesn't make, and the storage structure doesn't make those nutrients go away, but allows for a way that producers can better implement those 4 R's of stewardship. The other thing that I would highlight is that, the part of that being a digester is a revenue producing conservation practice. And I think I heard something mentioned in this presentation that there was producers growing cover crops for forage. And so utilizing that cover crop as a forage, that's, not just a conservation practice, but also something that, somebody has to pay for that conservation practice. And so if we can do conservation practices that also produce revenue and add value for that producer, directly, not just the indirect benefits, but a direct, financial benefit, I think that's something that, there's kind of a intellectual barrier to doing that. Like, I know when we were talking about the forested riparian buffers, they were saying they weren't going to plant, walnuts or blueberry trees or a tree that would produce something that of value. And so to me, it seems like why not? Like, why not do something that, adds value for that producer, so that, that helps pay for the conservation practice to be implemented. And so, whether that's a digester, whether that's harvesting cover crops for forage, I think we should, be looking at, the agricultural systems that we have, and how can, we implement conservation practices, but, some of those conservation practices can also produce revenue. And so I think that would help, more conservation practices be implemented.
Will, thank you. Marguerite, then Kelly. Marguerite, and then so just, Marguerite, Kelly, and then James. I'm going to see if you've got any areas that you're interested in exploring. We've got about 10 minutes left. So see how I gave James a heads up this time. I'm learning, James. Marguerite?
Yeah, thinking about just the second question about, what other water quality improvements or partnerships that I've seen. The Minnesota Ag Water Quality Certification Program, I think, is a good program. And I say that just, thinking about what we were able to see yesterday from all of these groups coming together and actually focusing on a watershed and what's actually occurring within a watershed as a holistic group. So the Minnesota Ag Water Quality Certification Program is looking at not just animal agriculture, it's looking at that watershed level about what are the nutrients in that watershed and what improvements need to be made in that watershed itself, working with those conservation districts. So, I've heard that, commercial fertilizer has come up, animal agriculture has come up. As we're looking at these at these systems, they're large biological holistic systems that we are looking at, and yes, we are specifically looking at CAFOs and animal ag here, but I think also it's very important for us to remember that there are other things going on within these watersheds beyond just the CAFOs that we do need to consider and think about, and think about, well, if we want to be able to solve water quality long-term, it needs to be a holistic approach that we're looking at.
Great, thank you. Kelly?
Just in the context of, well, I was thinking about what Tina Gunter was talking about, and there's an example that I always think about that was successful, that I thought I would mention, and mention it mostly for Tina's benefit if she wanted to think about it for future reference. Something to bring up in a work group. We have a watershed in Oklahoma that's really large and heavily impacted by poultry pollution. And it's something that was really important to the state for a long time and a real struggle. And our Conservation Commission put together a working group with landowners and NRCS and conservation districts and EPA, and designed sub-watershed strategies that were comprehensive, looking at all sources of pollution. When it came to dealing with dairies or poultry, they were looking at source control and also other BMP practices. But then they were also looking at the pastures where the waste, the poultry waste, was getting land applied for Bermuda grass, and implementing practices to exclude cattle and do off-stream watering. And it's very complicated, all the stuff that they did, but also simple. One of the things that I found really compelling when they, well, one, it worked. They were demonstration projects and they repeated it in a few other sub-watersheds, and they're going to be able to do a much better job than I can do talking about it. But I remember them talking to us about how they were able to get buy-in from the landowners and build relationships of trust, and then do monitoring themselves, but also training people in the watershed to do citizen monitoring to sort of have a part in the whole process. And I'm doing a really poor job of explaining exactly the bounds of the project, but I know it's an example of success. And you have relationships with those people that are still there that could, maybe provide us with some information about that might be beneficial to have.
Great, thank you, Kelly. Tina, I didn't know if you had, look at that. I read your mind, Tina.
So the program, the one she's talking about is the Beatty Creek one that I think, isn't that right?
I was thinking of the ones that went before that, the Peach Eater, Tyner Creek.
Okay.
They were sort of preludes to Beatty Creek.
Yeah, there were several that went on. The one I'm thinking of is Beatty Creek, that they could show improvements. And the reason that it was important that they worked in that particular watershed is there were no other point sources other than animal agriculture. And that was it. And so when they were able to measure several years later, there's no place else the benefits could have come from, except for in that case. So they were able to show, and it was everything from fencing off creeks, which nobody likes in Oklahoma, but some people did go ahead and take part in that, and it was just lists of BMPs. But it didn't take forever for them to see those benefits either, which was what was interesting, because it's the kind of thing you think, oh, it's going to be 20, 30 years before you see anything. But within, 5 to 10 years, they were seeing strong benefits, that these things were actually working. So that was our Conservation Commission that did that monitoring program. And they are a completely voluntary agency. They're of zero regulatory authority. So they're able to go in and build that trust, and, they're not going to be dropping a hammer on anybody if they don't participate, because that's not what they do. So.
Great. Thank you, Tina. Thank you, Kelly. Okay, so this is what the plan is. I'm gonna come to James, see if James has any other places he wants to explore in this topic area. Then Matt, I'm gonna give you a final opportunity if you have any final thoughts, and then Morgan, I'm gonna invite you to come to the table to talk about the ELGs, and then we'll take that promised break. So first, James, any other areas you're interested in exploring in this topic?
You know, one thing that I've heard a few times today that we haven't jumped into much is the difference between the land manager and landowner and how the incentive structures may be different. And in the area of land application and also in the production system side of things, understanding if there's any distinctions or differences in incentives and how we incorporate that in would be important for us to consider.
Do folks have any quick reactions to that or thoughts about that? Okay, do folks have any slow reactions to that? Yeah, Kelly?
I don't know if it's exactly on point, but it's sort of related to the thing I was saying about the use of poultry litter on pastures. And it's a real struggle inside the regulatory system when the standards that come into play that apply to land application end at the point where the land application is taking place on the operators' land application areas. And it's something that people really talk about a lot because it ends up being the place where land application is taking place, the majority of it at a lot of operations. And so if it's completely outside the regulatory system, it's can end up being completely unaddressed. And so I think it's worth thinking about how to deal with that issue too inside the land application work group. I don't know if that's kind of what you meant, but that's, thinking about that from an incentive perspective as well as a regulatory perspective, because I'm not sure it has to cut off at that stage where it's transferred.
Becky, did you have any thoughts you want to share? I saw you raise an eyebrow. So yeah, yeah. And then
I guess
maybe
I'm just not quite, and again, sorry, in Indiana, all of our manure, it's either applied under a confined feeding operation approval, and there's a plan there that it has to follow, or it's applied under the Office of Indiana State Chemist. And there are no, or very few, like under the radar kind of opportunities there. So, that's why I'm making faces, because I'm thinking, wait, no, they're doing all that. And yeah, those were my faces.
Okay. Kelly, did you have?
Well,
it feels like I'm sorry, Tom. I'm just gonna let this conversation play out.
In a lot of other states, that's completely unregulated. There isn't that state law permit that comes into play when it's being used away from a CAFO. And so it's a real struggle there. Like, you might have a record that it was transferred to a person and that you provided them with your with your waste analysis, but that's the end of the record. And so it does just sort of go out into the world and you don't really know what's happening to it.
Thank you, Kelly. I've got Tom, then Kent, and then Matt, I'm going to come to you. Tom?
Well, we've heard about a lot of really great BMPs and ways to improve water quality the last couple of days, but I'm also, I feel like I need to speak for those CAFOs in the Western United States where there is no water. We have to put a named stream or a receiving stream on your NPDES permit, but in some cases that's maybe 50 miles away. And so I hope as we're discussing this, we keep in mind the geographical differences and the things that don't apply some places because it's very different. And, the question about collaboration, I can't think of any because it's not an issue. And, and I just say that to say, let's don't think everything looks like what we've seen the last couple of days.
Thank you, Tom. Ken, and then Matt, I'm coming to you.
At a contested case hearing we had prior to EPA's federal regulations that limited the land application requirements to only those under the control of the producer, we made a decision that we were going to require the producer to be responsible for all land applications. So our general permits have continued to do that to this day. We think as we reissue our permits in this next round, we're going to get a lot of pushback on that. We've gotten bigger facilities. It's harder to do those kind of things. We're also watching our sister state in Minnesota, who is trying to reissue their general permits and trying to have manure that's transferred that information on nutrient management come back to the producer. And from what I've heard so far, they're having some issues with that. But I think that whole transfer and get things out was a can of worms that EPA opened for all of us.
Thank you, Ken. Matt, any final thoughts here? And then Morgan, I'm going to invite you to the table.
I guess, trying to be really aware that thinking about particularly the arid Southwest and areas that I'm not familiar with, that, once you control the nutrients on the animal concentration areas and you get to sort of the application question and are applying to agronomic standards, we know there's leakage there. And that's the hard part because it varies with weather and other details. But to the degree that we can encourage more precise application and management based on crop needs and also, thinking about crop management systems and soil health issues that create the opportunity to increase infiltration and bind and process things that you don't want running off, like organics and herbicide and pesticide residues. That sort of approach can work everywhere to different degrees, to different in different contexts, but is there's sort of a strategic way to think about where are the nutrients, how do you manage them, how do you do the best job you can to manage not having them in the places you don't want them. I should stop there because I'm probably past the end of what I know about most parts of the country.
Well, Matt, thank you so much. I appreciate it very much. James, any final thoughts?
No, appreciate the conversation, Matt. Thank you. Appreciate you sharing your work with us too.
So I don't know, this might be just because I'm from the West Coast and it's now noon my time, but I hope this day never ends. I love these conversations. They're awesome. So thank you all. Morgan, do you want to, and this is what we're going to do. We're going to have Morgan talk about ELGs and then, and so maybe at around 3:15, so 10 to 15 minutes, and then we'll take a quick break and then we'll come back and talk about work group discussions. Then we'll do public comment at 4:30, regardless of where we're at with our conversations, and we can carry it forward. And I think we should just go till 8. All right, just to see if you're listening. Okay, Morgan, take it away.
Thanks. So I'm Morgan Tichy. I'm in the Office of Water. I work in a different office than most of the folks that you guys have met. So I'm in the Office of Science and Technology, and I work in the Engineering and Analysis Division. And most of our work focuses on developing, revising, and studying effluent limitation guidelines, or ELGs. So I'm here today to talk to you about the detailed study that we are undertaking on the CAFO ELGs. So next slide, please. Thanks. So as most of you are probably aware, we announced in our Effluent Guideline Program Plan 15, which came out last January, that we will be undertaking a detailed study on the CAFO point source category. And this is in result to a petition from Food and Water Watch. So as big focus of the study is going to be, or is on collecting information that we need to make a really informed and reasoned decision about whether now is the right time to revise the current effluent limitation guidelines for this point source category. So a large part of what we will do is look at, how are these ELGs being implemented? How are discharges, are they happening? How are they happening? Are they being managed the way we thought they were being managed, from both the production area and land application areas? Next slide, please. So I kind of want to back out and give some bigger picture context to our program and talk a little bit about ELGs as a whole. So effluent limitation guidelines, or ELGs, are a set of national laws that limit pollution, specific pollution and specific limits for individual industrial categories. So how much different industries can discharge to lakes, rivers, and streams. And then these limits are then incorporated into National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System, or NPDES permits, as we've been talking about them here. And so then that kind of ELG set the floor for those permits, and then the permit writers then also incorporate any local considerations into those permits as well. So taking into account, in this case, for the large CAFOs that meet that definition, get these permits, their nutrient management plans that are site specific. I also on the right want to show a couple examples of the other industrial sources that we have ELGs for. There are 59 in total. So one for oil and gas extraction, electricity generation from coal-fired power plants, pesticide and chemical manufacturing. And then I'll save one of my favorites for last, so meat and poultry processing. ELG, which I just want to point out here, is its own separate regulation. We think of this as it's a separate part of it. It's its own industry. And so this is everything from harvesting or slaughtering of animals all the way to final products. So chicken to chicken nuggets. And some of you might know that ELG is currently, we just proposed new ELGs for this point source category back in January. I'm working on that too. If you have questions on that, let me know. Happy to chat later. But yeah, I just wanted to give some context to where the CAFO ELG sits in our program, and how also mention that it is kind of different from how our other ELGs work, and that a lot of it is narrative in the setting of limits. So yeah, I think that's everything I want to say on this slide, so we can keep going. Thanks. So now I want to talk about what we're considering in this study from a statutory context. So as I mentioned, we're looking and focusing on discharges from CAFOs. So what are the impacts of these discharges to waters of the US, or your surface waters? Whether or not these discharges are reported in compliance with the ELGs, are they being reported at all? Is there new technology that is available for reducing these discharges from the CAFO production area and the land application areas? And then finally, which I meant to mention on the last slide, we take into consideration the economics of the industry when we do this. So these are technology-based standards. So we find a tech that is available on a national scale and also available to the industry as a whole. So what is available and achievable for this industry? So that's something that we'll take into consideration here for the industry as a whole and sector by sector as that's possible. Next slide, please. So here, I just wanted to talk about the schedule of the detailed study, because I know that's of interest to the subcommittee. So we started our information gathering efforts earlier this year. So we are looking for a wide range of data. So to help answer those questions is on whether we should revise the ELG. So we are currently collecting data from state and environmental groups, agricultural agencies. So we're looking to our state and regional partners as well as USDA for data. I know some of you guys, maybe not on the committee, but in the audience, have heard from me and gotten emails from me about collecting those annual reports, and then also looking for enforcement and compliance data to help us understand what's happening in terms of discharges. And so from here, we'll continue gathering data and then move into that analysis phase, and then from there determine, do we need to do more data collection activities to amend what we're able to get in these initial efforts. So we expect the study is running pretty much in parallel with the timing of this subcommittee. So we'll wrap up about the same time next fall. So with a total duration of 18 to 24 months to complete. So the information that we're gaining, we're basically learning alongside with you guys during the course of this study. So we won't be able to share our results with the committee, but when we do draft our findings, they'll probably be, we'll first brief our leadership on, both regulatory revision options and what maybe some non-regulatory approaches may be. And then those results will most likely be published or released to the public in the form of the effluent guideline plan, which is how I mentioned at the beginning, how we announce studies, but then also how we talk about studies and what rulemakings we're undertaking in our division. So that is what I had. I don't know where I stand on time, but I'm happy to take questions.
We have time for 2 or 3 questions. Yeah, Ken.
I just have some comments. So, new source swine, poultry, and veal operations are required to have no discharge. And the regulations reference NRCS's SPA model. We use that model, and we've heard rumors that the model is no longer supported. So if you're looking at something with that, we would hope that you would give us something to continue to use, because that's what we've been using, I guess. One of the things that's in the current ELG that we don't like in my state is voluntary alternative performance standards. Our state is very arid, and we looked at it and we basically said we can't allow any discharge at all. So that just so you know, I don't know if I think we're an anomaly in that area, but just so you know on that. One of the other things I think you need to look at in the ELG is there are some operations in other states that I know that are discharging, and I'm not really sure how they can discharge with the ELG, the technology-based ELGs. And I'm also wondering if we get to the point where we're requiring Maui discharges, can we allow those to happen with the technology-based ELGs? So those would be questions I think would be good to be addressed in any changes you make to the ELGs.
So just want to make sure.
I just want to just do a quick process check here. Perhaps just because I want to move to break here and I want to just clarification questions. Maybe if folks have specific suggestions for Morgan and questions that you can find Morgan during the break or after. Is that James, are you okay with that? Okay. So why don't we take a break? Let's take 10 minutes. I just want to point out I'm being more generous than what Venus asked me to be. Just kidding. So why don't we take 10 minutes, come back at 3:25, and then we're going to jump right into the work group formation. 3:25, please. But I'm gonna ask the folks, please find their way back to the seats, please. Okay, I'm really interested in getting going again, so if folks could please find their way back to their seats.
Okay, Rob, Willis, I need to do me a favor.
Yeah. What can I do for you?
I need this help for us too.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and get started again. Absolutely 99 bottles of beer on the wall.
That's why I asked you to show the bourbon. Starting early.
Yeah, exactly.
Happy hour.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, everybody, let's go ahead and get started. So what we're gonna do is, we're gonna spend the next, make sure, look at my timing here. We have about 1 hour here, to discuss, the work groups. If the conversation around work groups goes beyond an hour, we're gonna pause, do public comment right at 4:30. And then we'll see where we're at. We do have more time to talk about work groups tomorrow. So as part of this conversation, as promised, we reordered the agenda. So we're going to spend just a few minutes here up front talking about the small changes that we're making to the operating guidelines. I don't think that conversation will take long since the changes are very minimal. And then we'll jump into the thinking around the work group formation. So James, any thoughts here before we jump into the operating guidelines? And then James, I'll just ask to save your thoughts about how we're organizing the work groups to when we have the work group discussion. So maybe just introducing the session.
Yeah, so looking forward to this session. We'll talk a little bit about our operating guidelines, which help us to be able to share ideas and to develop things that we'd like to move forward. So we'll spend some time doing that. Rob's done a great job of helping us facilitate, and I appreciate how we brought these guidelines together. There's just small nuance change, Rob, I think that you wanted to offer as part of that.
Great, thank you. So if folks go to the next slide. So we are proposing just one set of changes here. And instead of emailing the whole document and having folks look at the whole document, we just excerpt the changes that we are proposing in red line. So the first has to do with the agenda. The first one is making explicit the role that James has in finalizing the agenda prior to each meeting. And then the second is to clarify that invited informational speakers such as Matt and the other folks that we had have the ability to speak in these meetings. So the operating guidelines, with the exception of these red line changes, are the only changes that we're putting forth here. And we'll see if folks have any anxiety over these red line changes. Okay, great. All right, so the bulk of this conversation, as we anticipated, was having some thinking and then some action around moving into work groups to start our conversations. So to begin that conversation, we're going to do two things. First, I think we're going to try to get the charge of the group up on the screen so we have that, so folks are able to keep that in their minds. And then James is going to kick off some of the early thinking that we've done.
So Venus is going to share her screen so that we can take a look at that charge that's been presented to us as a subcommittee. It's useful context for us to have. Our conversations have been wide-ranging and far-reaching and have provided us with really great context. Might see if we can make that a little bit bigger if that's possible. And this will help to focus our conversations and think a little bit about what we want to do. So just want to place that charge. We're really exploring actions EPA can take to facilitate effective pollution reduction from CAFOs and AFOs, and including improving the implementation of the Clean Water Act regulations. And in the specificity around the charge, there were sort of three areas that were presented to us. Some of those had to do with land application. A bit of that had to do with production systems, and then some overarching concerns, which may have to do with things like assessing and eliminating water quality impacts. This can include our recommendations around revisions, potential revisions to regulations if we find that to be appropriate in the work that we do. So that's the kind of the starting off point and an organizing idea for us as we think about the conversations we'll have within working groups. Some of these working groups that we'll work with in a bit are really exploratory in nature. We've developed through our interactions, whether those be interactions that we had in May when we got together, subsequent sort of level setting interactions that we had experts speak to us, a bit about individual interviews and conversations that we've had. All of that information comes together, and these exploratory work groups will help to define what we want to do. Rob, we've got a set of questions that have helped organize this. Maybe you could talk a little bit about how we might be able to use those within the three different work groups.
Okay, great. So what folks were just distributed was a 3-page document, and each page has a set of questions numbered 1, 2, and 3. So number 1 is nutrient management plans and MPs. Second page is number 2 there, manure management systems, and number 3 is NPDES permitting program implementation and collaboration. What we are proposing and what we want to talk to you all about is that you are going to break up potentially into 3 groups. And these would be the questions that would be the opening questions for folks to consider as part of those groups. So what the plan was for the next hour or however long we need to do that was going to be to give you all, since we just distributed this, to give you 3 to 4 minutes of quiet time to look over these questions, and then come back and get your feedback on what you think in terms of, are these the right questions for these areas? Are there things that are missing from these areas when we recognize that there is some overlap? And then towards the end of the session, we've got these fabulous sticky notes, and you'll see that they're we've got 2 different colors, and then we've got boards up there with 1, 2, and 3. We're going to ask you to write your name on the pink sticky note. That's your number 1 choice. That's the group that you're most interested in participating in, and put it on the sticky, and what your second choice would be. And that's, we're just going to do this manual process to try to figure out if we can organize ourselves in a way that's got the right cross representation of folks, right number of folks. And then tomorrow we've got some time set aside for the groups to actually spend an hour together to start working through what some of these questions mean and what they look like. So that's what the plan is for the next hour. Venus?
Just to make sure, I want to just make sure that we're clear. Each one of those easels will be directly correspondent to either group 1, 2, or 3 respectively. So these are going to go, these overall subtopics will go under each one of these, and we'd like people to write their names on both of these, and then place your number 1 option, put your sticky underneath the number 1 with the pink, and your number 2 on the orange. Is that clear? I didn't know if he actually said that, so I wanted to make sure that we were clear. Okay.
He's from Tennessee, and he just told me that orange needed to be number 1, but he's just confusing the process. So no, thank you. Pink number 1. All right, so here's what I'd like to do. I'd like to give folks just a few minutes, maybe 3 or 4 minutes, to take a look at these questions. And then I want your reflections on what these questions are. Like, are these the right questions in these areas? And again, we recognize that there is some overlap, but the exercise is that we need to just start digging into some of these places. And so we might just have to make arbitrary decisions about which group is going to be looking at. So let's take 4 or 5 minutes to look at the questions, and then I'm going to come back to the group. Yep.
Only to add that these questions are not completely comprehensive, that the ad hoc work groups will have the opportunity to expand upon them, add to them, modify them. So they are not a fast and hard, they're just a starting point. So if you disagree with a question or think it needs to be expanded, that flexibility remains as an option.
Yeah, thank you, Venus. Yeah. Okay, so let's take 4 or 5 minutes and then we'll go to comments. Just so you know, I'm going to say pencils down when it's time because I've always wanted to say that. Two more minutes here. 2 more minutes. Pencils down. Thank you. Okay, I appreciate y'all. Okay, what I'd like to do now is, I want to invite folks to, as you've had a moment, to 2 moments to take a look at these questions. The first question I have is, as you look at the nutrient management plans, number one here, are there any reflections on what these questions look like and any gaping holes that you think are important for this group to look at, or other thoughts you have on it? Yeah, Marguerite.
Yeah, maybe a little clarification.
Yeah.
Is the charge of this group to look at CAFOs or both CAFOs and AFOs?
Yes, we're looking at both CAFOs and AFOs. And I will say, before we kind of jump into this piece, let's just maybe do a little bit more clarify. I want to make 2 points. Number one, these exploratory ad hoc work groups are temporary in nature. They're literally to be developed to work through some of this knowledge gaps where there's opportunities that the group needs to dig into. What are you all looking for? What information really needs to be explored. It'll be for a period of time. We're looking probably about 4 months, give or take. There will be an output, a work product that the ad hoc work groups comes up with and presents to the entire subcommittee. At that point, then there'll be more discussion, conversation around where the committee would like to go in the development of recommendations. So this is not anything that once you sign up, that you're stuck with it forever. It's not even where we're not even in the recommendation space right now. We're really looking at these topics based off of the conversations, the questions that have been asked, the concerns that have been raised, potentially the gaps that we've identified, on where we'd like to go as a subcommittee. So I wanted to make that kind of crystal clear point. So once you sign up for, nutrient management plans, you're not necessarily stuck in nutrient management plan land for the duration of the, I mean, the nicest way possible. You're not there for the duration of the subcommittee. So that's point one. Point two is that we will do our best to accommodate people's number one choice. However, ultimately, the makeup of the ad hoc work group will lie on the chair, and he'll have to make sure that there's a diverse representation. We do not want all one perspective or one point of view to be consumed. We want to make sure that there's a diverse crosscut that falls in each one of these buckets. Okay.
Thank you, Venus. So Marguerite, so AFOs and CAFOs in this.
So as we're looking at this in relationship to NIPD's permits,
Mhm.
we are going to look at all shapes and sizes.
Yeah.
You are going to decide as a committee where you'd like to go and where those opportunities are and where the holes are and where you all need to spend your time kind of digging. And so I think this kind of initial exercise is really to identify exactly where those opportunities are, where you'd like to go, if it's a one size fits all, if it's just one particular component. But we're not pigeonholing you all to say you have to do X, Y, Z. It's really kind of table setting based off of the dialogue, conversation, concerns, interests of the subcommittee and figuring out exactly where you'd like to go. Does that answer your question?
Yep, thank you. Yeah, Keith, please.
I guess one question I have looking at, I mean, I know we're looking at question number one, but over on question number two, where it talks about land application, it seems like that fits more with number one. I mean, land application is the outcome of the nutrient management plan.
Yeah. Yeah,
Does that make sense?
Yeah, we
It does.
recognize that. Yeah.
We recognize that, but in the standpoint of looking at, and there's some crossover, so these are not complete buckets that fall neatly, that's squarely in one part or the other. And thinking through the dialogue, conversation, questions that were raised, not only during the first meeting, but also during the information sessions, even the dialogue that happened yesterday, as well as today, really looking at the manure management system as a compendium, recognizing that there is part of that sort of crossover. So again, this is not the final bucket. This is really an exploratory conversation around where does the subcommittee, where would they like to go? What information is needed? How should you all be thinking through some of these different parts and pieces? So we recognize it doesn't fall neatly into the regulatory bucket, but part of that was by design. We want you to start thinking through that aspect.
Thank you, Keith. Thank you, Venus. Tom?
I've got two questions. The first is just thinking about sideboards. Are we to consider this in view of the Clean Water Act? And what EPA's authorities are under the Clean Water Act?
Yeah, I think Venus and James, I'm going to direct all the questions to you. I'm the process manager, so just want to.
So that's a great question. So the NIPSEA's permitting program and the CAFO regulatory is directly tied to the Clean Water Act. It is defined in the CWA. So ultimately it has to support those things. It has to support the authorities and the regulations within the CWA. Obviously there's a trickle down effect in the standpoint of what it outlines, but ultimately whatever is recommended or whatever information is going to be kind of realized or explored or potentially gaps identified, ultimately have to support Clean Water Act. That's kind of the main underlying component.
Thank you. And then my second question is, will people serve on more than one working group?
No. Initially, right now, we'd like one person per ad hoc work group. That does not mean that there might not be opportunities for collaboration and cross-pollination, but initially, because these are draft questions, because the topics need to be explored, we would really like the ad hoc work group to kind of work through those pieces together before kind of introducing any outside people. But I think there's going to be opportunity for cross-pollination.
Tom, to that, I'd add that, occasionally we have expert speakers who may have a presentation to a work group. We'd want to record that and make that available. And we'd want some cross-functionality reporting out to take place as a matter of process, so folks have an understanding of the direction that we're headed.
Oops, thank you, Tom. Thank you, Venus. Thank you, James. Other questions, general questions or reflections on number one? Yeah, Tara, jump in.
Well, I wanted to, point out that these are just really different than what was articulated in the first meeting, which was land application, production area, and overarching issues. And it would have been nice to get this with a little bit of advance notice so we could digest it a bit more. But also, I want to clarify that the permitting program implementation and collaboration is where regulatory reforms would fit, because that's not completely clear to me. And also just regulatory reforms and collaboration are certainly not mutually exclusive, but it's kind of an odd bucket of topics to shove together. So just wanted to point that out. It's kind of structurally challenging.
So just to be clear, the structurally challenging is under number, Tara, under number 3. The questions, the questions that fall under the first two, the NPDES permits, permitting program, and implementation and monitoring, that's one bucket. And then what you're suggesting is that the questions under collaborations and partnerships are just sufficiently different in nature that they don't belong.
Just that those are two really different conversations that both need to happen. And if they're in the same really small work group, that could just be challenging to give each one the airtime it deserves. But mostly I want to confirm that's where regulatory reform best fits in this paradigm.
One second, I'm just trying to Got it. So I'm sorry, just clarifying from Venus the question. So yes, number 3 is primarily where the regulatory, but it's not to say that if it doesn't come up in other places, that it doesn't come up in other places. And just by a numbers game, Tara, we were talking about whether collaboration and partnerships could be a fourth group, but we're worried that that's going to make it it's going to be a small number of folks in each of the groups. And so the proposal is to keep it with there, but with a recognition that maybe that group works on just identifying priorities for what in the order it talks about things.
I will only add that I think this is a fantastic topic to kind of further explore in that ad hoc work group. And again, outcomes and recommendations can be made around how you structure going into recommendations and the actual real ad hoc, I shouldn't say real, but the actual ad hoc work groups around recommendations. Again, this is exploratory by nature. This is not that once this is decided and there'll be more conversations, discussion, and in alignment in the standpoint of the next step. This is really just to begin to have those conversations and identify gaps, needs, and areas that this subcommittee is interested in going in.
Thank you, Tara. Thank you, Venus. Okay, other questions or thoughts on, why don't we just open up to all of the topic areas, 1, 2, or 3? Yeah, Kelly, please.
I think it can be overcome, but it is confusing me a little bit that number 1 is nutrient management plans, which are designed to manage manure. And number 2 is how do you manage manure? Like because it's confusing me. Like I wouldn't know how to, if you asked me before I saw this list of questions, I wouldn't know how to separate them. And even looking at the questions, it's kind of confusing. Like, how production area issues are addressed in the nutrient management plan, and land application is too. And so, I could get my head around sort of separating production area and land application, but what's the thought process for changing it from those 2 buckets to these 2 buckets? And because I'm just really struggling to figure out what they are, how they're different.
Yes. So Kelly, the decision to change is we started with the questions and then we added a topic area to it. And so these were the questions that we collected over the course of May, over the informational sessions yesterday, today. And so we just tried to organize the questions in buckets that we thought made sense, and then we titled them. And so I don't know if you look at the questions, do the questions exist separately? Yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah, and sorry about that. And so when you put something in bold, right, you've seen that slide from, I can't remember what it is. It's the slide about the safety briefing from the Challenger explosion. And what they did is they looked at the slide deck that the scientists put for the decision makers, and they opted to bold the wrong things, and it drew people's attention to the wrong information. And so it's kind of the art of how you pull information together. It's fascinating. Yeah, Alexis, and then Steve.
I'm not sure if I'm all the way at a clear question yet. I might be a slower reader than you all anticipated. I guess I just want to echo that the divisions do seem a little puzzling to me, and I think it would be helpful to have some more time to think it through. I'm also noticing that it seems like some of the questions under the first category are factual, and I'm wondering if you're thinking the people on that committee will know the answer, or whether there will be sort of what the thinking behind, for example, a question about EPA's current review process. It seems like that's something that EPA would know, but we might not.
I think in the functioning of the exploratory work groups, there will be those kinds of questions that come up, and then we'll rely on, we'll rely on requesting from experts to come in and speak to us about that. We may even have more detailed questions that will inform them, that will want specifically answered in those presentations. So I think when we were organizing this, that came to mind. Hey, maybe we need to level set some information. Maybe we need to ask somebody who works in that space those specific questions.
So I've got Steve, Alicia, and then Kelly. Is that? Nope. Okay. Steve?
So I guess my question is a little bit of the process that we're going through. So I look at these topics and I go, I could be interested in all 3 pages. All right. So we'll have the work groups, then it'll come back to the main group. We'll all still have a chance to contribute or work on the other options at some time here in the future. That is, I want you to explain if that's how we're going to do this, is what I'm asking.
Yeah, Steve, thanks for that question. And I can understand how that process, you want to see how that unfolds. A couple of principles. One, we want everybody to be able to weigh in on any draft recommendations that come out of the subcommittee. So that'll be an important principle for us. A second important principle for us is to be able to ask questions whenever we can to get the relevant information we need. And so we'll need to have some cross functionality that takes place among these work groups to allow questions to be asked in the process. You wouldn't want to come to the end and then not be able to ask those questions, right? So we'll have to build that out. I think the third thing is that the complexity of these issues are such that and maybe what the unknown parts are for us at the beginning of this process are such that we really need groups to explore things and to divide that into smaller groups so we can push further. There'll be things that we discard along the way, or maybe park would be a better thing to say, and then other things that'll rise to the top that we realize we need some help with. So that'll be part of that organic process. So work groups important because they allow us to move further faster and have deeper conversations. Make sure that we have cross functionality among those so that we can ask questions and have the benefit of expertise. But everybody has a voice in the process of putting together draft recommendations that would go forward. Is that helpful to do that? And I think it's adaptive management, right? Things will start to work better and we'll learn about those, and things won't work as well, and we'll find some adjustments.
So I've got Alicia, Tara, then Laura. Alicia?
Yeah, I'd just like to echo some of what has already been said about some of the kind of confusion over how these things are grouped, and especially over the land application section and then the collaboration and partnerships, which seems very distinct from the NPDES permitting program and EPA's authority. And so I'd like to make a recommendation that we move the land application section to the nutrient management plan section, and then move the collaboration and partnership section to the manure management systems section.
Can you say that one more time for me? So
That the land application of manure section on page 2 would be moved to page 1. And the collaboration and partnership section on page 3 would be moved to page 2.
Got it. Okay. Okay, so just to make sure that, I'm sorry, just to, I want to make sure that I fully get it here. So it would be the third sub-bullet under the fourth bullet, the one that says land application of manure and or derivatives such as the gestate, and then the 4 sub questions that be moved in whole to page 1.
Yes.
Group number 1. Okay, great. And then the collaboration and partnerships, and then the 5 questions, and then slot into page 2.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Perfect. Tara and then Laura.
Yeah, sorry, me again. I just wanted to also raise that the way this is laid out, I know that nutrient management plans have production area considerations like mortalities management, feed management, et cetera, but focusing too on just manure management systems, not production area more broadly, it's kind of a big gap. Those other areas of potential pollution from the production area, it's not just manure. There are lots of sources of potential pollution. So if that's intended to be addressed under NMPs, maybe that could be just more explicit.
Okay. I don't know if do you have any thoughts on that at all?
So, yeah, I just have a point of clarification. There's crossover in all 3 of these buckets. They don't squarely fit into one particular part and piece. And to your point, there needs to be a diverse perspective when evaluating where this information, where the gaps are, and where the subcommittee would like to go. And I'm concerned, this is my perspective, and then we'll have to, obviously weigh in. I'm concerned if we start having them too rigid, it will potentially minimize what you all can potentially do in going for the recommendations and deciding that part. Because again, this is not the end all do all. This is part of that process. And to your point here, there are parts and pieces that do cross over. And the manure management component is not squarely, it's really is a compendium, all of it. So it does factor in the land application. It does factor in the production area. Even if it's not explicitly stated. And there's opportunity, again, this is not the end all do all. So when the ad hoc work groups get together, you all can decide what topic areas, what questions you want to ask underneath these kind of very broad bucket areas. So this is really a draft, and this is a conversation around where the ad hoc work groups need to go and exploring some of these topics and potentially identifying those challenges that you've brought up and raised.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And I do get that there's going to inherently be overlap. I was really trying to highlight what looked like a gap as opposed to something that was overlapping, and just wanted to make sure that those other production area issues didn't get lost.
Okay, thank you, Tara. Laura.
So you said that you imagine we would spend 4 months in each one of these work groups. Sorry, if you can't hear me, 4 months. I think we meet roughly every 2 months, or what's our schedule for how often do we even have virtual meetings in between?
Yes, let's talk about some of the structural component.
Well, what I would say is, my suggestion is, could we get updates of what the groups are doing before the final report is done?
Absolutely. So this, I would say this process from an ad hoc work group perspective is so work can continue to happen in between the public meetings. That's the premise of breaking into smaller groups. So we can meet and have conversation, dialogue, and identify, explore some topic areas. So there will absolutely be updates along the way. We will not, this is not something that will happen quote unquote in a vacuum. The ad hoc work groups will get together. You all can have speakers. You can decide what information do you need to begin to kind of look through and peel back these layers. And when you come back and you develop an outcome, a report, a recommendation on which areas you all really want to work on, or where those identified gaps are, or, that's going to be a process. You'll have an opportunity to come back and collaborate and really look at some of those parts and pieces. So this is not something that will happen. There'll be a regular continued dialogue and conversation, and then there'll be mechanisms to make sure that the subcommittee is aware of what's happening in the other ad hoc work groups respectively.
Yeah, and the only thing I'll add, Laura, is that so as you all are doing your work and you come up with something that you think would be important to talk to the full group about, that's what we can use our full group meeting time for. So say group number 1 is going to have 2 hours on the next agenda, and you all get to decide what from your conversations you want to talk to everyone about. How do we want to spend our valuable time collectively to help inform the subsequent exploration work that you do?
Okay, so just a suggestion. We just got this, right? So I think you hear like
Yeah,
the apprehension of everyone, like, oh my gosh, is this complete? If there's space tomorrow, or if it's just through email, just to get everyone's thoughts about what's missing, because I've already come up with a list, and I appreciate you don't need a big list, right? I think there's lots of parts that people may not want to address, but there are parts that people may really want to dig into, and I feel like we haven't as a group been able to figure out what those things really are. And so I feel like if there were more of a conversation in that space, maybe you could have more fruitful conversations about digging into those hard things that are really the crux of what folks have concerns about, versus opening everything. That may be more than we actually need to do potentially in some spaces. But so it's sort of 2 comments. One is, I'm sure there's people that want to add things to this list, but then also you're going to get too big of a list, and there's never a group conversation that's large enough to narrow that list, which I think needs to happen.
Yeah, so I would offer, and James and, yeah, let me just really quick here. So we've got an hour set aside tomorrow. Hopefully with, if we're able to land it and we get, some group set up, that feels like it's a good first conversation for that, group to have. Like what do we think is missing from this list? What does it look like? And then you can share with one another what you think the priority conversations are within that list. And it seems reasonable to me that, and so I'm just thinking out loud here. I could leave these, once we get the names on there, I just leave the whiteboards up there. And folks could just write down on pen, using the pens, like if there are gaps that they're seeing, they can just write it down on that whiteboard. So when that group meets tomorrow, it's got the thinking of what some of the feedback might be from the group itself. And maybe the first conversation is looking at the list and saying, okay, do we collectively understand what the list is? And as the 7 or 8 folks that are in each of the groups, do we think which of these conversations do we want to start with? Does that make sense, Laura? Tom?
Rod, I don't disagree with a lot of the comments that have been said. The 3 categories that we got are different than I had anticipated. I've been trying to digest and listen and everything else. Would it be out of the question for us to wait till in the morning to put our selections on the board? Give us time to read and digest this? Would there be time to process the working groups if we did that first thing? And then I'm just thinking, this is a lot to figure out for sure where you want to be and give any substantive thought to the questions in the amount of time that we've had.
James, what do you think? Okay. All right. So what I'd like to do then, so in light of that, here's what I'd like to do. I'd like folks to just off okay, so I want to just name the feelings that folks are having. I recognize that this feels different than what was given to you. And I recognize, and I also want to name that it is a lot of information thrown at you at once. So I recognize those 2 things are at play. What I'm going to ask folks to do though is before you leave today, if you could just go up to the board, if there's anything like major gaps or things that you're seeing, just write it down, just your initial impressions. So it gives me a signal from just your initial impressions on how far off we're at, how far off we think we're at. Because what I'm concerned about is that we do what Tom said, and we don't have resolution on work groups. That's the worst outcome. I'd rather have people in work groups with some ambiguity so you all can work it through than not have people in work groups by the end of the day tomorrow. Because that's going to be more detrimental to you all making progress. So I'm just stating kind of what I'm seeing here. So I don't know if folks have reflections on that. Yeah, Alexis?
I'm not sure if this is responsive, and it may be that I don't totally understand what we're talking about when we say regulatory reform. If we're talking about any changes to any EPA regulations, and that's what we're calling regulatory reform, I do wonder if maybe that belongs under every heading, and maybe some confusion is, I thought I heard you all say that it's only the 3rd, and it seems to me that if people in the first work group are focused on NMPs, those people might be well positioned to think about. So am I misunderstanding?
So that was in response to Tara's question, because she was specifically asking about the permitting component and that bucket on number 3. And we were talking about that in a very, I would say, specific, there was a specific response back. I will say, I think one of the, we recognize that this is a challenge. And we are doing our best as a leadership team, not only Office of Water, we're all sitting through and working through these things to make sure that you all are getting the topics that you're interested in and the buckets that you've identified. And we recognize it isn't fair, it does not squarely fit into a regulatory framework. It just doesn't. There's a lot of crossover and there's a lot of parts and pieces. So that's in that standpoint of where you are. It's not that it can't be in any other bucket, but I think what we're trying, the goal ultimately is for you all to begin to identify where should the subcommittee be going? What should you all be digging into? Where are those opportunities that you really want to see some movement? And that can't be done kind of we have to break into the ad hoc work groups to try to sort through what that looks like. So you all can come back to the table and decide where does the subcommittee want to go? So I think it's less about where there's quote unquote regulatory form in this particular document and where does that information need to go and where those topic areas are. So you all can begin to develop and figure out exactly what that looks like. Does that clarify just a little bit for you?
I think it does. And I appreciate that it's a lot of work and a difficult task. So I don't mean to just be complaining about it. I think one thing that would help me, and I don't know if others feel this way. I know we've seen the charge a few times. I think if it were possible to narrow our scope a little bit as a group, it might be easier to think about breaking up into these categories. Maybe that's throwing a wrench into the works, but I feel like we have a lot of really broad questions here, and some of them seem like they can go outside of the NIPD's program. And some of these questions, the current review process for states seems like that could be a bear within a number of other questions. So that's not going anywhere. I appreciate that it's difficult, and I wonder about this.
I see some name tags coming up, so I'm gonna hear from Marguerite and then Chris and then Laura.
I just wanted to say that I actually very much appreciate some of these overlapping topics, because one of my concerns with the initial recommendation on these work groups that was brought to us on that first meeting was that these topics were very siloed, and these topics are not silos. They do overlap and they do melt into each other. And so I do appreciate that you recognize that and tried to set these up less siloed, but more overlapping.
Yeah, Chris.
Well, thank you. It's as I sit and look at these topics, right, and I read down through the questions, some I know the answer to, right? Some I'm not sure what the question is and what answers people are looking for, right? So I think that having these topics, they're going to cross over in a big way, right? But I think is having us as a group split up, you're going to go in a direction as you start to eliminate or to answer questions in a place where we probably haven't figured we would go. When you start thinking about the MPDS permits, you know, what EPA's regulatory place they can be, right? What kind of state, what the state has involved in this, right? And how do farmers connect, you know, that whole thing. So to me, there's a lot of things here to unpack as we think about getting started and getting into these different work groups that I think that as we move forward, we'll really find our pathway through it, because it to me there's a lot of things that we can explore here that could lead us in a direction that it could make some good change as we move to the future.
Thank you, Chris. Laura, did you? Yeah.
Can you remind me the goal of the number of people that are intended to be on a work group, whether they're public meetings? Like, what is the process and vision that you're seeing? Because I had the same question you had, which is why not ask every one of these the NIPD's permitting questions in number 3 for each group, right? Just add those as additional questions, because you're already digging in so technically about what the standard says and what the implementation is. You're effectively talking about what the regulation is. So, but if the goal is to have 3 groups so that the numbers shift, that's an important understanding of why you're doing this.
So answer number 1, we are also subject to Federal Advisory Committee Act laws. So if there are too many people when we're meeting, it is considered a public meeting, and we don't want to trigger quorum. So it is necessary to break into groups to begin to have dialogue, conversation. So I think from that standpoint, we kind of need to figure out exactly, you know, what that looks like and how we break this up. The second point is, when we have the meetings, more than likely, I mean, the subcommittee, or excuse me, the ad hoc workers will have to figure out when they'd like to have meetings. It'll be decided upon. It'll be in a regular cadence, and they'll, get together and they'll work and they'll have dialogue and have speakers and develop whatever that looks like in the standpoint of either a topic area or additional information. To Chris's point, there's questions that you all may have answers to, and there may be questions that there aren't answers to, or you don't know how to answer them, or are going to be critical to the process of figuring out exactly what that looks like. So I think, does that answer, did I get your point? Okay.
Other questions? And then, yeah.
Thing that I wanted to add. And because these are initial kind of draft questions based off of the dialogue of the questions that were raised in May, the information sessions that happened last month, the tour and the questions and the dialogue and the discussions yesterday, and even some today. I mean, so, I recognize that, yes, it would have been very helpful to have this earlier, but this is something, again, we have been working diligently to make sure that we're responsive to the concerns that are being raised by the subcommittee. So we didn't necessarily have it prior to, that was like, we were real time.
Please no criticism. I think you've done a good list, trying to make a good job, or, but like a simple thing, it's like, we've talked a lot about nitrate, and nitrate's nowhere in this as a conversation, as an example. Not, it's varied, but phosphorus is pulled out, right? So just the parallels.
And so, and this is a draft. So ad hoc workers will get together and say, nope, I think that we need to have these set of questions need to be across every single ad hoc work group. And you all can decide that we're missing parts, or there's parts that are missing, and you'd like to explore these topics across all 3 ad hoc work groups. So there's a lot of flexibility in the standpoint of exactly what you're doing, the questions that you're looking at, the topics that you'd like to dig into.
Okay, other comments or thoughts, and then I'm going to try to kind of review the bidding where I think we're at. So I've always wanted to be an auctioneer too. Okay, so this is what I'm going to be asking you to do, and then this is what I think we're going to do collectively. So individually, what I'm going to ask you to do is sometime before we convene tomorrow morning, that you make your way over to those boards there, and you'll see number 1, the one on the far left. It should read. I can't read that far, but I think I wrote nutrient management plans on the first one, management systems on the second, and the third one was the permitting program. And so those correspond with 1, 2, and 3. If you think there are gaps or things that you want to make sure we kind of clarify, get down, write it down you take a pen and just write it down there, because I'm going to use that as a signal to myself where we think the biggest questions are for some of these. And then whatever you all write down is, if we're roughly close to where these topic areas are, that's going to be information that's going to go into the conversation with that work group. So it's serving 2 functions. It's giving me a signal on where there's lots of questions or thoughts, and then it's input to the different groups. Then what we're going to do tomorrow, as I think through kind of in real time the agenda, we'll use that 8:45 session, and maybe we'll think about some timing and flexibility to revisit the creation of the work groups. And maybe it's at that time that we ask folks to indicate what a preference looks like. Bless you, Alicia. And then, as I said before, it feels really important to me as helping you all manage the process that we've got some concrete poured around how we're going to work together and what questions we're going to be asking going forward. So it feels as if we don't get that nailed down here, then we're going to lose 2 or 3 or 4 weeks trying to do that asynchronously via email. So that's what I think we're at, and that's what my ask is. James, or Venus, anything else that you want to add before we're at 2 minutes from public comment here?
I want to add thanks for listening and for spending some time with this and giving it some thought. The idea of having ad hoc work groups is not to exclude any voices, any ideas, or anything that we want to work on, but as a way for us to be able to start a process that eventually leads to a good place. So thank you.
Venus, anything?
I appreciate you all. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so let's go ahead and move to public comment. Venus, remind me, do you have, oops. Venus, do you have something that you need to read before the public comment is part of? Okay. Yeah, no, I got that. Okay, so we've got 5 individuals who have signed up for public comment. We've got 1 person who is in the room, and I'm gonna go to Christina first. And then I've got Molly, Nicole, Lauren, and Maria that are signed up for public comment virtually. So I'm gonna come to Christina first. We are asking public commenters to limit to 3 minutes. So we're gonna go to Christina first, then Molly, I'm gonna come to you, then Nicole, then Lauren, and then Maria. And so we will start the timer, Christina, after you introduce yourself. So we're not gonna take valuable commenting time for introductions. Christina?
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I know you got to learn a lot about Pennsylvania here in your tours. My name is Christina Grunhagen, and I'm representing the Iowa Farm Bureau. And just want to state that every state is unique. It's very important in this process that states continue to have the ability to tailor their programs to their state. Iowa's regulations are found in their statutes and administrative rules rather than in a general permit. Iowa essentially has a permit by rule. Every livestock farm is regulated, but the degree of regulation varies based on size and type. For example, every livestock farm is required to observe water quality setbacks for manure application. A 200-foot setback is required from a water source unless equivalent practices are employed to reduce the risk of runoff. The complex regulatory system is based on relative risks and potential impacts. There are different judgments and opinions about whether or not those regulations strike the right balance. But Iowa's regulations are at least equivalent to the federal NPDES permit requirements and are more stringent than federal law in many aspects. For example, farms housing their animals under roof, which are larger than 500 animal units, are required to annually submit manure management plans. Farms that house their animals outdoors, larger than 1,000 animal units, have to submit nutrient management plans annually. These plans are publicly available, and they're provided to county boards of supervisors who can hold public meetings and solicit comment on those plans to the state agency. How am I doing on time? Because I don't have oh, there, okay.
About a minute 30.
We don't have a clock this way.
I'm sorry about that. So you're about halfway there, so a minute 30.
Okay. The Federal Clean Water Act requires NPDES permits for discharges to WOTUS. Iowa's laws and regulations prohibit discharges. To issue a federal discharge permit overlay that also says discharges aren't allowed doesn't advance the effort to improve water quality, but it does increase the public and private costs of compliance with the paperwork. In the rare instances where release occurs, it is subject to enforcement and correction with or without a labeled NPDES permit. Regarding the previous delegation permit that was filed in Iowa, EPA did evaluate the entire program top to bottom over 12 years and ultimately determined that it is equivalent to the federal program and the state is meeting its responsibilities under the Clean Water Act and implementing CAFO regulations. One example of a major change that occurred during that process was for DNR to standardize their inspection process and to improve the documentation when operations were in compliance during the inspections. Previously, they only documented when they were not in compliance. And so that became a problem because they didn't have the documentation to say they were in compliance. So they spent 12 years inspecting 10,000 operations to document they were in compliance in order to satisfy the petition. It continues to be important for states to have flexibility to tailor their livestock regulations to their state. And I would encourage you to consider that as you continue your deliberations in the subcommittee. Thank you.
Christina, thank you. I appreciate it very much. If you could flip the view so I can see the participant list, I just want to see. And thank you, I appreciate it. Yep. So if you could, the next person, so I'm going to go to Molly A and then Nicole B. So Molly A or Molly's iPhone, I'd encourage you to unmute and you'll know we can hear you. We can see the timer going. Molly?
Hi, thank you. My name is Molly Armis. I'm the Animal Agriculture Policy Program Manager for Friends of the Earth. I just want to thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I do want to echo some of the frustration I heard a little bit today around the patchwork of regulations, and I think the clear difference in both capacity and philosophy that states have when it comes to the NIFTY's program, and really encourage this group to think about concrete ways the EPA can consistently hold states accountable for meeting enforcement standards. However, Friends of the Earth does want to emphasize that improving implementation and enforcement of current regulations is not really enough. Current CAFA regulations, and again, I don't think you all would be sitting here, but current CAFA regulations and the permitting program is clearly flawed. The adverse effects of living near CAFOs is well documented and seriously impacts rural communities, low-income communities, and environmental justice communities, both their health and quality of life. And again, as it was noted today, because so much else is often impacting water quality, the dangers these communities face when it comes to cumulative impact cannot be understated. Again, this is not just one or two problem operations. This is sort of a chronic issue across the country of illegal discharging. So again, thank you so much for the opportunity. I really appreciate it. And yeah.
Molly, thank you. So next person to provide public comment is Nicole B. Following Nicole B, we're going to have Lauren L. Nicole, please unmute your line and you'll see the timer start down when we can hear you.
Thank you. You can hear me fine?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Nicole Kiway-Biber. I live in the state of Michigan. I work for Clean Water Action. I'm a tribal citizen of Little Traverse Bay Band, the Bodawa. Unfortunately, I had so many meetings today, I was only able to hear off and on, but I did catch the beginning. I really appreciate a lot of what I heard from your participants. One that stood out to me is someone who just outright said, I don't really like all the industrial farming. I'd love to see factory farms again. I would like to back that up times about 1,000, because I'd really encourage you all to keep in mind, I think, you're all very much in that space already, that a lot of the problem with the CAFOs is an incredible lack of regulation, which I like to think of as protections. And it's because I think with the piecework has to do with way too much of monetary corporate interests sort of informing what the eventual protections or lack thereof are. So I think that really underscores an incredible need for there to be a really sane and living in reality threshold that everyone has to meet to protect the water and to protect communities, and not have there be sacrifice zones of people and of waterways and all the wildlife that depend upon them. Here in Michigan, myself and many of us are very concerned about the influx of efforts to use biomethane digesters and co-digesters as a way that basically doubles down on CAFOs at a time when we need to see more family farms and a transition to things that can actually help our waters recover from what is already a lack of regulatory sort of heft and interactions with how the water actually responds to these inputs. I would love to know that this committee has in mind a need to prevent corporate interests, especially since the oil and gas industries are the ones wanting to invest into CAFOs for digesters to get the biomethane credits. I hear like so many good programs trying to happen, and it's a lack of funding. And it's very frustrating that so much funding is going towards sort of this greenwash effort to turn farms that would do a lot better as family farms into basically fuel production or carbon trading sort of pyramid schemes, or however we want to put it. So I just really appreciate you all, your vision towards cleaner water, and encourage you to hold fast to that and let it be known that that is the worthy goal, not to make corporations happy, but to have cleaner water. Miigwech.
Nicole, thank you. The next person to provide public comment is Lauren L, followed by Maria P. Lauren, please unmute and you will know we can hear you when you see the timer.
Perfect. Hi, everybody. My name is Lauren Lurkins. I live in Illinois and I work with farmers and have for over a decade across the country on environmental issues. I've been listening to the discussion for the most of the day, and I just want to hit on a couple things that are rising to the top for me, and I want to base my public comment on those. So consider this sort of a potpourri style public comment with about 6 items. So number one, thank you. The work of this group is critical to EPA doing its due diligence when it's exploring the next steps on what regulatory updates, if any, would be needed with regard to CAFOs. And so thanks for the time, which is significant in these meetings and in the work groups that you may end up forming. Number two, Pennsylvania. It was really interesting to hear all of the thoughts about everybody's experiences and what they saw from the tours yesterday. For those of us who weren't able to go, it's kind of like you wish you were there. But I do think it was also important to hear from the state agencies. And so I was just thinking about what Jill Whitcomb said earlier when she went through the significant environmental regulation in the state and the resources to back that up. There's a lot that I'm sure the group will continue to dig through. But the thing that stuck out to me was her discussion about the Ag Advisory Board that was a creature of statute, and really brought stakeholders together. And her experience of having the different layers of government sit together with stakeholders before writing the regulations in a vacuum, to me, that seems like a model that should be replicated absolutely everywhere. And I think, a couple of these other points are going to actually emphasize that. The third is really what I heard was the importance of building trust. Several speakers throughout the day, and I was thinking mainly about the discussion that Kelly had, thinking about her vision of what actually she had seen be successful was all about these stakeholder work groups when people could build trust from the regulatory agencies to the landowners and the farmers. And I think this group and the Farm, Ranch, and Rural Communities Advisory Committee is a perfect example of that. So keep the work going. Fourth, the importance of the watershed level. Kevin, Kelly, Marguerite, everybody talked about the watershed level, how to measure and see progress, and all the different kinds of activity that happen and have happened in the past need to be taken into account. Fifth, I really hear a lot of discussions about the need to kind of focus on EPA's NPDES permit. And really, I think it's important to not consider that in the vacuum. So the conversation that you're having about state agencies and other federal agencies is critical before you can figure out what pieces, if anything, are missing with EPA's program. And the last is the ELG work. I think it's very important to continue those regular updates from EPA to this committee. And I would just ask that if EPA needs to pose any questions to the committee, they do that to this group to aid in their data collection. Thank you.
Lauren, thank you. Last is Maria P. Maria, I'm going to invite you to unmute, and you'll know we can hear you when you see the timer going. Maria?
Thank you. My name's Maria Payan. I am with Sussex Health and Environmental Network. I am the executive director. I was from Pennsylvania originally, lived across from an ag operation there. My family was impacted. Now I live in Delaware. This is something that I thought would be easy to fix many, many years ago. And unfortunately, not much has changed. The water quality is bad around the country. In my state, 97.5% of our rivers and streams are impaired. 100% of our estuaries, we're not meeting the TMDLs. We have an extremely high number of people on private wells that cannot pour a clean glass of water out of their tap and have been waiting for years. I believe that this is about people. I heard that earlier. And the one thing that we haven't heard too much in all the regs and the rules is that we're talking about rural communities, most of who are in unincorporated areas. They rely on private wells. A lot cannot be hooked up onto public water. We need transparency. We need enforcement in the field. The fact that only 6 people we have in the state of Pennsylvania, and it's such a large ag state, speaks, I think, to some of the problems that we've seen for years. We have got to have enforcement out there. I think that we need on-farm inspections, not desktop reviews. I would also like to say that CAFOs are point sources. What's coming out of those fans, it lands into the water. Okay, we know this. We need to change extremely the way that we're looking at this because people are being impacted. I would also encourage the agency to look at large CAFOs, the definition of EPA. And regardless of if the status, if they discharge or not, we should be seeing NPDES permits. I think that's needed. I love the transparency. I love that we have groups that are working on this and talking. I think it's important that we do have these conversations, but I think it has to go beyond BMPs, and we need a carrot and a stick. Thank you for the opportunity.
Maria, thank you. And thank you to all of the folks who provided public comment and online, and Christina in person. And I appreciate everyone's adherence to the time. Okay, so we have reached the wrap up and adjourn stage here. And I need 5 minutes just to talk to James and Venus, just to make sure it feels like we're at a really important inflection point with the group with what we're asking you all to do and think about overnight. And so I'm going to ask for 5 minutes so I can just make sure that I am, as the process manager, clear with what I'm asking folks to do so that we set ourselves up for success tomorrow. So I need 5 minutes. So feel free to use the restroom, grab something to drink. Please be back in 5 minutes. And then what we're going to do is I'm going to be very explicit about like where we're going to, what I'm asking you to do tonight and where we're going tomorrow with the work groups. Okay? 5 minutes.
Great, thank you.
Okay, I think we've got a plan. So I'm gonna ask the folks find their way back to their seats. Thank you all. Appreciate it. Okay, y'all. So the only thing standing between you and happy hour is you guys finding your seats again.
And you already had happy hour. That's easy for him to say. That's easy for him to say.
No, that's Diet Pepsi, really.
Yeah, it's Diet Pepsi, and
Okay, y'all, thank you.
Diet Pepsi.
Okay, so what I want to talk about is I want to talk about how we reorganize the day tomorrow to be able to accommodate the conversations I think we need to have. So what we're going to do tomorrow, we're going to come back at 8:30, do our roll call, and then we've got this session here on considerations of manure management. We had a presentation followed by an hour of discussion. What we're going to do is we're going to ask Dr. Kuleza just to give her presentation and not have the 1 hour discussion around that. What we're then going to do is we're then going to take the 1 hour of discussion that we were planning on having at the 8:55 session, combine it with the hour that we were planning on having on work group discussions, and then work through the work groups and figure it out tomorrow. Because at the end of the day tomorrow, I really am interested in making sure that we've got work groups set out. So what we're going to do is, and we can have this up on the screen for tomorrow. Meet here back at 8:30. We'll do roll call, and then at 8:35, from 8:35 to 9 o'clock is going to be the presentation on manure management. And then at 9 o'clock, we're going to move right into the work group discussion. And the way we're going to have that discussion is I am still going to ask folks to go up and write down on the board what folks are thinking about are significant gaps in each of the sessions. Taking what Tom said, I'm going to ask you all to take a look at this so that you come back prepared tomorrow to reflect on, how the questions line up with one another if they make sense in those bucket areas. What Venus, Lauren, James and I talked about is that consistent with the suggestion, Alicia, that you made that collaboration and partnership shouldn't be in group number 3. We're proposing that collaboration and partnerships be taken out of group number 3 and that each of the groups begin thinking about what collaboration and partnerships means within the context of your conversations. So when you look at bucket number 3 tonight, know that what we're proposing is that collaboration and partnerships and all of those questions not be there, okay? And then the last thing I'll say is as you think about what this looks like, I just want to reiterate that that the first conversation you all get to have when you get into your work groups is the conversation, Laura, that you identified that the group needs to have. You all need to get together in the work groups and say, in this list of 20 questions that we've been given, which ones are the ones that we are really interested as a collective to dig into, and then clarify among yourselves what those questions look like. And so there's not the expectation that in 4 months, you're going to be able to answer all 15 of those questions. Okay, so I'm going to reiterate it in a much shorter way. Come back at 8:30. The first 30 minutes are going to be manure management, and then we're going to dig into what these questions look like. Before you sit down at 8:30, if you've got anything you want to write up on the board as gaps, please do that because that's going to be going, that's important information for us to know. At some point, we're going to take a break in the morning, and that's when I'm going to ask you to indicate what your preference is. And then James over the break is going to take a look at that. And then we're going to have a sense of where we're at, because the goal is to land the work groups by 11:45 tomorrow. Okay. That was slightly rhetorical. Okay, perfect. James, Venus, any closing thoughts? Venus?
First of all, thank you all for a productive day. Thank you to members of the public that joined us online virtually, as well as ones that are in the audience. We really appreciate you hanging out with us for the entirety of the day. Thank you to the subcommittee for all of the work and the engagement. We definitely appreciate your perspective. We thank our speakers as well as our facilitator and our chair. So we will be concluding our meeting today, although it has not been officially adjourned yet. Any details about the mission of our subcommittee and the charge topic of this subcommittee can be found on our website at www.epa.gov/FACA/FRRCC-0. We will convene tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. Tomorrow, there'll be no comments from the public, so we will continue to work to conduct our agenda as revised and outlined by Rob. And if any members of the press were attending today and need additional information or assistance, please feel free to reach out to us at press, PRESS @EPA.gov. Again, that is PRESS @EPA.gov. If there are members of the public that would like to provide any feedback based off of the conversation, dialogue, or other comments heard, please do so via email at aawq@epa.gov. Again, that is aawq@epa.gov. And we will accept comments until August 24th, 2024 at 11:59 Eastern Standard Time. Thank you.
So I'll reiterate something that Venus said. I appreciate all of you very much for being thoughtful, for the investment of time that you're making, for thinking through things, and look forward to working with you. I think that this group will come together well and be able to advance the goals that we have. So with that in mind, Venus, I'll adjourn.
Adjourned.